My wife is the principal of my university. Son, do you want a wife? If you want a wife, I'll send one to you right away. Luo Xinghe was still lying in bed at the Luo family mansion in Lincheng when he got a call from his dad. He was completely confused. I'm just about to start university, and he is asking if I want a wife. Then send her over. Luo Xinghe thought his dad was joking. He had just gotten up and was already in a bad mood, so he snapped back, wanting to shut his dad up. Unexpectedly, his dad seriously told him to get up quickly and prepare his ID card. He even said he would take him to register their marriage soon. Luo Xinghe immediately hung up. He thought his dad had lost it. Since when do you just get a wife because someone says so? After hanging up, Luo Xinghe opened his bedroom curtains. Bright sunlight streamed in and hit his messy hair. Luo Xinghe, the youngest son of Luo Jiang. As a male heir of the Luo family, his father had high hopes that he would inherit the family business. But Luo Xinghe was naturally lazy and loved to lie around. He had no interest in running the family business. In school, he was laid back. He scored 460 on the college entrance exam, just barely passing the provincial line to get into a private university. Although his dad had ways to get him into a top public university, Luo Xinghe refused. To him, a diploma was a diploma, and tougher schools meant tougher survival. He preferred to just coast through the private university. This almost gave Luo Jiang a heart attack from frustration. Xinghe. Xinghe. While brushing his teeth in the bathroom, the housekeeper, Mrs. Wang, suddenly came to find him. Mrs. Wang, what's up? Luo Xinghe asked. She grabbed his arm. Xinghe, your father's back. You better come downstairs. Okay, Luo Xinghe rinsed his mouth, wiped his face, and started downstairs. Then Mrs. Wang added, Xinghe, I think he brought a young woman with him. Could she be your new stepmom? What? How dare he? That instantly made Luo Xinghe furious. His mother had only passed 3 years ago, and now his dad was already bringing home someone new. He hurried down to the living room. There, sitting across from Luo Jiang, was a stunningly beautiful woman. She had thick eyebrows, big eyes, a high nose bridge, and soft lips, with enviably fair skin. She wore a white blouse with a slightly open collar, revealing a graceful neck and delicate collarbones. Below that was a sexy figure, a slim waist and round hips barely hidden under a stepmother's skirt. Her long, shapely legs were covered in black stockings, and on her feet were black stiletto heels. Luo Xinghe glanced once and couldn't look away. The woman turned and locked eyes with him, her fierce and determined gaze forcing him to look away. He looked back at his smiling dad and clenched his fists. She looked barely in her 20s, and his dad was already in his 50s. Seriously, old bull chasing young grass. Plus, his mom had only died 3 years ago. He just couldn't accept this scene. Luo Jiang, you're quite the player. Luo Xinghe shouted. Luo Jiang turned, confused. Hey, don't call me by my full name, kid. Call you by your full name. Luo Xinghe pulled out his phone. You brought her home and you complain about what I call you. Tell me, when did you two start seeing each other? If you don't confess, I'm calling my second sister. She needs to know what kind of man you are. Luo Jiang was dumbfounded. That's nonsense. Your sister's busy with work. Don't call her. I'm calling. Luo Xinghe started dialing, muttering, Mom just passed away and you already brought someone home. I'll get my sister to judge this, and if she has no help, I'll call my big brother too. Hearing this, Luo Jiang realized his son had misunderstood everything. He turned to the woman and said, Xingyang, sorry, I have to discipline this nonsense-spouting kid first. The woman smiled faintly but said nothing. Luo Jiang then took the phone from Luo Xinghe. Stop this nonsense. Give it back. I want my siblings to decide if what you're doing is right. Luo Xinghe fought to get the phone back. Decide what? Luo Jiang asked. You brought home a wife. What's there to decide? That's your wife. Luo Jiang shouted. Luo Xinghe froze. My wife? Luo Jiang, clearly angry, called the woman over. This is Jiyu Qingyang, your uncle Jiyu's daughter. Hello, Jiyu Qingyang smiled softly, extending her slender white hand. Oh, hi, Luo Xinghe scratched his head, awkwardly shaking her hand. My wife? What a joke. He glanced again at Ji Qingyang's beautiful face and lively eyes. His heart started pounding. Quickly, he grabbed his dad's shoulder and pulled him aside. "What's going on?" Luo Jiang whispered in his ear. "You know, your uncle Ji passed away. His last wish was to see Qingyang get married soon. She's a filial daughter and wants to fulfill that wish, so she's planning to get married. So you chose me." Luo Xinghe's eyes widened in disbelief. "Do you think your old man would harm you? Just look at how beautiful Qingyang is." Luo Xinghe looked back at Ji Qingyang and nodded instinctively. "She is pretty. And, since your uncle Ji passed away, Qingyang is now managing his business. She's very capable. If she marries into our family, I can die in peace." Luo Xinghe. While Luo Jiang and Luo Xinghe were talking, Ji Qingyang quietly stepped behind them. "Uncle Luo, what do you think?" Luo Xinghe turned his head, still too shy to meet her eyes. Ji Qingyang gently patted his head. "Let me tell you what I think. If we get married, and you want to be with other girls, I won't oppose it. Just don't bring them home, we'll just be a couple on paper. But if you want me to be a real wife, I can do that. You just can't see other girls. Of course, if you don't want to, I won't force you. This all happened so suddenly you have no time to prepare." Luo Xinghe kept his head down, silent, while Luo Jian kept poking him, hoping for a response. Ji Qingyang waited a moment, and seeing no reaction, sighed softly. "Okay, I understand what you mean." She turned to leave. At that moment, Luo Xinghe grabbed her arm. Chapter 2, Happy Marriage Registration. 2 hours later, outside the Civil Affairs Bureau. "Happy marriage registration, little hubby. I've got some things to handle, so I won't accompany you for now. We already added each other on WeChat just now. I'll transfer you 100,000 yuan. Spend my money from now on, don't spend dad's." After saying this, Ji Qingyang turned and kissed Luo Xinghe on the cheek, then drove off in a red Ferrari, leaving Luo Xinghe standing there stunned, holding the little red marriage certificate. He touched the spot where Ji Qingyang had just kissed him and suddenly felt the world was so unreal. This morning he was still single, and now this afternoon he already had the marriage certificate. Just as Luo Xinghe was zoning out, his phone buzzed. He opened it and saw that Ji Qingyang's transfer had arrived, along with a message: "Don't try to save money on me. Take it and spend it however you want." Luo Xinghe didn't reply or accept the money. Instead, he drove home in the BMW his dad had just bought for him. At the Luo family compound. Good. 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 Luo Jiang leaned back on the sofa, looking at the little red book Luo Xinghe had brought home, repeating "good" 3 times. But Luo Xinghe still hadn't quite processed everything. "With Qingyang's support, I can finally put down my burdens a day earlier. When that happens, you better give me a grandson with Qingyang, then I can truly enjoy my old age." Luo Jiang happily envisioned the future. Seeing Luo Xinghe silent, Luo Jiang frowned. "Son, did you hear me?" "Huh?" Luo Xinghe snapped back to reality. "What is it?" "I said, have a grandson with Qingyang soon." Luo Jiang said loudly. "This kid is always so absent-minded." Luo Xinghe scratched his head, blushing. "Dad, isn't it a bit too early to talk about this?" "Too early?" Luo Jiang waved dismissively. "Not at all. A man should marry when he grows up, a woman should marry when she grows up. Back when your mom and I..." "Dad, can you stop with those old stories? My ears are developing calluses." Luo Xinghe showed a look of impatience. "You brat already annoyed with your old man. You really forget your father now that you've got a wife. All right, go get ready. Tomorrow I'll have the driver send you to school." Meanwhile, Lincheng College, Chairman and President's office. "Principal Jiu, the freshmen start school tomorrow. At tomorrow night's freshman meeting, you'll need to give a speech. I've prepared the speech and put it on your desk." Ji Qingyang nodded lightly. The secretary continued, "Also, I found the freshman information you asked me to look into. The file you wanted is already sent to your computer." "Got it," Ji Qingyang said expressionlessly, waving her hand. "You can leave now, I have no more business here." "Okay. Don't forget the meeting with the other school leaders at 4 o'clock." After the secretary finished speaking, she left the office and closed the door behind her with a bang. Only then did Ji Qingyang open Luo Xinghe's personal file on the computer. Name, Luo Xinghe. Age, 19. Graduated from Hucheng High School. Next to it was Luo Xinghe's photo. Ji Qingyang lifted her coffee cup, eyes narrowing slightly. Yes, Luo Xinghe was indeed Luo Jiang's son and also the one she had just married in a flash marriage. Now her husband was also her student. Ji Qingyang suddenly felt things were about to get interesting. September 1st. Luo Jiang's driver, Master Liu, dropped Luo Xinghe off at the school gate. Luo Xinghe declined Master Liu's offer to accompany him to register, choosing to enter the school alone. He dragged his suitcase to the small square in front of the main gate and completed a series of sign-in procedures, finally getting the key to his dorm. Building 5, Room 603. This dorm would be his sleeping place for the next 4 years, though with how close he lived to home, he'd probably go back often. After all, home is more comfortable than a dorm. And maybe he'd even visit Sister Qingyang's home sometimes. Luo Xinghe's mind wandered as he dragged his suitcase to room 603. When he opened the door, 2 people were already inside. One had a buzz cut, wearing only a grey tank top, lifting 2 5-kilogram dumbbells, one in each hand. The other was chubby and round-faced, with piles of various snack gift packs next to the bed. As they saw someone enter, they immediately stopped what they were doing and turned their heads. "Yo, a new guy." The chubby one said first. "Hi, I'm Jiang Chuan." "Liu Ximing," said the buzz-cut guy, putting down the dumbbells. Luo Xinghe smiled and pulled his luggage inside. "Hi, I'm Luo Xinghe." After greetings, the 3 got busy with their own things, chatting casually now and then. Jiang Chuan sat by the bed, munching a bag of Lay's chips. "Did you guys hear? Our school got a new principal." "Big deal, schools change principals all the time," Liu Ximing said, still lifting dumbbells. Jiang Chuan replied, "But this time it's different. The new principal is a woman young, only about 25 or 26 and super pretty. People say she looks like Liu Fei." "Really?" Hearing that she looked like Liu Fei, Liu Ximing stopped lifting, wiped his sweat, and ran over to Jiang Chuan's bed. "Got a photo?" "Actually, yes." Jiang Chuan pulled up a news article from Baidu titled GU Group Changes Leadership, GU Qilong's daughter takes over as chairwoman. Luo Xinghe, however, wasn't interested. A female principal was a female principal, pretty or not made no difference to him. At most, a pretty female principal was just nicer to look at. Luo Xinghe finished making his bed and sat down, when suddenly his WeChat rang. He took out his phone and saw a message from Sister Qingyang. "Ji Qingyang, arrived at school." Luo Xinghe replied, "Arrived." "Ji Qingyang, did you decide on the 2 options I gave you yesterday? Which one will you choose?" "What options?" Luo Xinghe frowned, trying to remember, then suddenly recalled that Ji Qingyang had asked him to choose whether to be just strangers registering the marriage or to be a real married couple. He thought about it and felt it didn't matter much. It's not that he wasn't interested in women, but he just didn't feel like dating felt like a waste of time. Besides, with how pretty Ji Qingyang was, he felt there was no reason to choose the first option. "I've decided, I choose the second option," Luo Xinghe replied after some thought. "Good, but choosing the second means no fooling around outside." Luo Xinghe replied. After sending that, there was no response for a long time, so Luo Xinghe put his phone down. Looking back, Jiang Chuan and Liu Ximing had already started debating which female celebrity was their goddess. Jiang Chuan favored Yang Mi, Liu Ximing loved Liu Qianxian. They even asked Luo Xinghe to pick, but he shook his head. He used to like Liu Qianxian, but now he suddenly thought Ji Qingyang was pretty good too. At least she was the most beautiful girl he had ever met in real life. Chapter 3 Dad Understands. The 3 of them chatted in the dormitory for half an hour. The awkwardness at the beginning had disappeared a little, and the atmosphere in the dormitory became much more lively. At this time, the last person in the dormitory came. He was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt, carrying a urea bag on his shoulder and pulling a damaged suitcase in his hand. The 3 of them looked at each other and hurried over to help. As they were cleaning up and chatting, they learned that his name was Zhao Jiaxing. From a mountain village in a city in the neighboring province. Zhao Jiaxing was very grateful for the help of Luo Xinghe and the other 2, and he took out some peanuts covered in dirt from a plastic bag and gave them to eat. The three of them took the peanuts embarrassedly. Luo Xinghe took a bite, and the moisture and aroma of the peanuts exploded in his mouth. This is completely different from the dried peanuts he usually eats. While a few people were tasting peanuts, the cell phone suddenly rang again. Obviously, this is a group message from the class group. At everyone, there will be a freshman party at 7 p.m. tonight in the auditorium. All freshmen are requested to attend. The principal and other leaders will be there. Please don't be late. Below, more than a dozen people responded. Jiang Chuan said excitedly, "We have to get a front row seat tonight. I want to see if this beautiful principal is that pretty." Liu Ziming nodded. The four of them sat in the dormitory for a while, and then went to the cafeteria to have dinner together. It was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Most of the freshmen have arrived, and many of them have already started heading to the auditorium after finishing their meals. Luo Xinghe and the other three were no exception. Along the way, they could hear people discussing the new principal from time to time. Even some sophomores and juniors actually came to the freshman party just to catch a glimpse of the new president. Is it really that beautiful? Luo Xinghe thought secretly. By the time the four of them arrived at the auditorium, the first 2 rows were already full. Fortunately, there were still seats in the 3rd row, so Jiang Chuan immediately led everyone to sit down. The time was already 6:30, and there was only half an hour left until the freshman party began. Bite. As the phone notification sounded, Luo Xinghe opened WeChat again, and the person who sent the message was still Jiyu Qingyang. "Are you staying in the dorm tonight? Would you like to sleep at my house?" Seeing this sentence, Luo Xinghe felt a little strange. Although they became legal yesterday, psychologically, Luo Xinghe has not yet fully reacted. So instinctively, he wanted to reject Jiyu Qingyang. But before the words were typed, Jiyu Qingyang's next message came, "Okay, I'll pick you up at 8:30 in the evening." Seeing this sentence, Luo Xinghe was stunned for a moment. Then he deleted the words he had just typed in the chat box. Instead, he sent a message to his father, "Dad, I'm not going home to sleep tonight." Luo Jiang didn't reply, maybe he was busy. Luo Xinghe sent another message, "I didn't sleep in the dormitory either. I went to sleep at Sister Qingyan's house." Luo Jiang replied immediately, "Good boy, Dad understands, keep going." Luo Xinghe. "What do you know? I didn't say anything." Luo Jiang added, "Let your father and I hold our grandson sooner rather than later, and don't follow the example of your elder brother and second sister." Luo Xinghe, "I just went to their house to sleep, not to sleep in the same room." Luo Jiang? You are legal couple, and you still want to sleep in separate rooms. If you dare to sleep in separate rooms, I will break your legs. Luo Xinghe was speechless again, and then directly exited the chat box with Luo Jiang. Then he saw another message from Jiyu Qingyang, "You are going to have a freshman party tonight, right? I have prepared a surprise for you." Surprise? What surprise? Luo Xinghe scratched his head, unable to think of what surprises he could prepare for the freshman party. But what he didn't expect was that at this moment in the school's administrative building, Jiyu Qingyang was already preparing the next speech at her desk. For Jiyu Qingyang, what she wanted to say was not only the clichés in the speech, but also some of the first things she was going to do after taking office. No one knew about this except her. Time flies. At 7 p.m., the host walked onto the stage with a microphone, announcing the start of the freshman party and the first item of the party. The principal gave a speech. When these words were spoken, the students sitting below were quite excited, and some even took out their cameras to take pictures. Even Jiang Chuan raised his cell phone. "Is it that serious?" Luo Xinghe muttered softly. Jiang Chuan turned his head and glanced at Luo Xinghe, "So you didn't want to look at the photos when I asked you to? Don't regret it when I finish taking the photos." Luo Xinghe was silent. He thought that if he really wanted photos of beautiful women, he could find a lot of them on the internet. Why bother taking photos himself? While Luo Xinghe was puzzled, a woman in professional attire slowly walked onto the stage of the auditorium. The spotlight shone on her, making her already prominent figure even more curvaceous. Oh! Everyone knew that the new principal was good-looking, but they didn't expect that she was so good-looking. Under the light makeup, the fair and smooth skin and the rosy lips formed a sharp contrast, which stunned some students. If you don't know, you might think that the star came to attend the press conference. Damn, she's even better looking than in the pictures online. Jiang Chuan picked up his phone and started taking pictures crazily. Especially when Ji Qingyang was wearing a black short skirt, her pair of fleshy and slender thighs were very sexy. At this time, Luo Xinghe, who saw that the person coming was Ji Qingyang, also sat up straight subconsciously. Is it Sister Qingyang? Luo Xinghe rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He hoped that he was seeing things, but the more he rubbed, the clearer the person on the stage became. It's Ji Qingyang. Luo Xinghe slumped in the chair. Ji Qingyang was the principal, which meant that the university he attended was actually owned by his wife. Is there anything more outrageous than this? Hello, hey, Jiang Chuan thought Luo Xinghe had seen Ji Qingyang's face, and was so surprised that he was speechless. So I reminded him, it's still not too late to take a picture with your phone. Luo Xinghe ignored him. At this time, Ji Qingyang on the stage had already taken the microphone from the host. But she didn't say anything for a long time, and her eyes kept looking down as if she was looking for someone. Is the principal looking at me? Liu Ziming said excitedly, is she looking at me? Jiang Chuan retorted, you're just bragging. You're clearly looking at me. Fuck you, you're nothing good. What's so good about you? The two of them started arguing, but Luo Xinghe secretly exchanged glances with Ji Qingyang. He saw with his own eyes Ji Qingyang winking at him. So I could only smile awkwardly. Then, Ji Qingyang picked up the microphone, cleared her throat and said, Dear students and colleagues, I am the new principal of Heqin College. My name is Ji Qingyang. Luo Xinghe, distracted, didn't hear a word of what was said next. He stared at Ji Qingyang on the stage, watching her delicate red lips opening and closing, his head buzzing. Why is my wife the president of my university? Why is the president of my university my wife? These two sentences kept spinning in his mind. Chapter 4 Kiss Me. In order to demonstrate the school's determination to serve students, after unanimous discussion among school leaders, we have decided that each school leader must be equipped with a student secretary. The student secretary's responsibility is to convey the opinions of each student to the school leaders in a timely manner. At the same time, the words of the leaders are also conveyed. As for the treatment of student secretaries, we will publish a special article and will not let everyone work for free. As the school principal, I have decided to choose a temporary student secretary to test whether this reform will work. Ji Qingyang improvised and made the decision of a student secretary. This caught some leaders off guard. What did it mean that the school leaders had unanimously discussed this matter? They were kept in the dark from the beginning to the end. As soon as Ji Qingyang said this, the people below started chattering. They had never heard of any university having the position of student secretary. No one knew what the specific job of this student secretary was, but many people admired Ji Qingyang's appearance and resolutely raised their hands to be this temporary secretary. In their opinion, being a temporary secretary or not is not important. What is important is to have close contact with Ji Qingyang. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. At this moment, some leaders of administrative societies, especially the student union, suddenly sensed something was wrong. They always felt that this temporary secretary was no ordinary person. After all, these people had all read some official novels to a greater or lesser extent. The principal's secretary is a secretary in the principal's office, but once he leaves the principal's office, he is the principal. Besides, the new principal is so beautiful, I'd definitely fight for this position. So they raised their hands too. On the field, more and more people raised their hands, even Jiang Chuan and Liu Ziming next to Luo Xinghe raised their hands. There were very few people who did not raise their hands. At this time, Ji Qingyang on the stage had not yet made her choice. She was waiting for Luo Xinghe to raise his hand. This reform was not established for Luo Xinghe, but the position of temporary secretary must be filled by Luo Xinghe. Because Ji Qingyang also wanted to be closer to brother Luo Xinghe. Maybe out of her own selfish desires, she felt for no reason that couples should be closer. But Luo Xinghe was reluctant to raise his hand, and Ji Qingyang wondered if he was unwilling to be her secretary. After waiting for a long time, Luo Xinghe finally raised his hand. Ji Qingyang's eyes lit up, and then she pointed the microphone and said, "Let's go to that classmate." Jiang Chuan, who was sitting next to Luo Xinghe, thought it was him and his eyes widened with excitement. The student in the fifth seat in the third row. Third row, fifth. Everyone was counting silently in their hearts, so Luo Xinghe noticed many eyes looking at him. Luo Xinghe lowered his head and stood up. Yes, it's you. Come with me and I'll talk to you. For a moment, all envious and jealous eyes were directed at Luo Xinghe, making him feel a little embarrassed. Jiang Chuan was still a little excited and patted Luo Xinghe on the back. Luo Xinghe, cheer up and don't lose face. The glory of our dormitory depends on you, kid. Luo Xinghe stood up from his seat and slowly walked towards the stage. The lighting technician had tactfully focused some of the lights on Luo Xinghe. However, Ji Qingyang noticed that Luo Xinghe was uncomfortable, so she handed the microphone back to their host and led Luo Xinghe to the backstage. The auditorium was noisy, but it was surprisingly quiet backstage. There are some temporary offices here. Ji Qingyang pushed Luo Xinghe into one of the rooms, closed the door, and then began to speak. How's it going? A surprise. Ji Qingyang poured a glass of water from the water dispenser and handed it to Luo Xinghe. Luo Xinghe caught the water, raised his head and wanted to say something but didn't say it. What do you want to say? Say it. Ji Qingyang sat on the leather sofa and held Luo Xinghe's hand, asking him to sit next to her. Sister Qingyang, Luo Xinghe didn't know what to say. He was in a strange mood and his heart was beating very fast. Ji Qingyang smiled, pursed her lips and kissed Luo Xinghe on the left cheek. A faint lipstick mark was left on Luo Xinghe's face. Still nervous, Luo Xinghe touched his face in disbelief. This was the second time Ji Qingyang had kissed him on her own initiative. This instant kiss made his heart beat faster. It's even more tense, Luo Xinghe said. Puchi, Ji Qingyang touched Luo Xinghe's head. It doesn't matter, because we rarely meet. When you become my secretary in the future, we can meet casually at school. Luo Xinghe looked up at Ji Qingyang again, scratched his head and said, Sister Qingyang, you announced this system just to make me your secretary. Ji Qingyang tapped Luo Xinghe's head lightly with her right joint. Naive, how can I possibly formulate a system for someone? Luo Xinghe touched his forehead and thought about it and agreed. Ji Qingyang stood up and paced slowly in the office. She crossed her arms over her chest, and a look of sadness appeared in her big eyes. My dad passed away, and I promised him that I would manage the GU group well. But for such a large company, how could there be few people keeping an eye on it? Especially those uncles who had built a business with my father. They wanted to sideline me even more. Establishing this system is just a small test for me. I just want to see how the board of directors will react. Of course, it was also to fulfill a small wish I had when I was in school. I always felt that the high-ranking school leaders were too far away from the students and could not hear their opinions. Moreover, the existing community organizations are too rigid and cannot represent the opinions of students at all. Ji Qingyang spoke eloquently, but Luo Xinghe, who had just entered college, nodded as if he understood. He didn't expect that Ji Qingyang had such deep considerations behind this decision. But why did you hesitate for so long before raising your hand? Don't you support me? Ji Qingyang narrowed her eyes and looked at Luo Xinghe. No, Luo Xinghe shook his head hurriedly. Of course I don't support you, I just didn't react. Besides, I went to college just to get a diploma, so. Is that really the case? Ji Qingyang half bent over, with her hands on her knees. With the first button of her shirt unbuttoned, more than just her collarbone could be seen. But Luo Xinghe blushed after just one automatic glance. Really? Luo Xinghe assured. Okay, Ji Qingyang said, since you support me, prove it with your actions. Kiss me. Luo Xinghe was a little surprised. Ji Qingyang's initiative was completely beyond his expectations. Why, you don't want to kiss me? Or don't you support me? No, Luo Xinghe scratched his head. He had never kissed another girl since he was a child. Then kiss me. A real man shouldn't be fussy. Ji Qingyang turned her face away. At this moment, Luo Xinghe only felt that the room was surprisingly quiet, and the only sound in the world was his pounding heart. Chapter 5 So tender and smooth. Luo Xinghe swallowed and slowly approached Ji Qingyang's face. In an instant, he smelled a refreshing fragrance, which came from Sister Qingyang. He imitated what he saw in TV dramas, gently pursed his lips, and kissed Ji Qingyang's smooth face lightly. At that moment, he only felt an unknown electric current passing through his body. so tender and smooth. After kissing Ji Qingyang, Luo Xinghe stood there in a daze again, still recalling the feeling just now. Ji Qingyang smiled and said, "Okay, since you kissed me, I will assume that you support me." Ji Qingyang patted Luo Xinghe on the shoulder and said to him, "Go out first. Wait for me in the parking lot after the party. I will take you home." Luo Xinghe nodded blankly, then walked out of the office, closed the door, left the backstage through the passage, and returned to his seat. At this time, the vice president on the stage was giving additional explanations on Ji Qingyang's speech just now. Jiang Chuan, who was sitting next to Luo Xinghe, asked immediately when he saw Luo Xinghe coming back, "How was it? What did my goddess say to you?" Liu Ziming also leaned over and stared at Luo Xinghe. Luo Xinghe recalled the time he kissed Sister Qingyang just now, and his ears slowly began to turn red. He muttered, "I didn't say anything, just. Luo Xinghe couldn't make it up. After all, what Ji Qingyang had just said to him was not something that could be said in this kind of situation. And it wasn't just Jiang Chuan and Liu Ziming who were listening now, even Luo Xinghe's neighbor in the back seat leaned over to listen to what Ji Qingyang said to Luo Xinghe. "Just what? Tell me now." Seeing Luo Xinghe stammering and unable to speak, Jiang Chuan scratched his ears and cheeks anxiously. Luo Xinghe smiled awkwardly and said, "It seems that the principal doesn't allow me to tell anyone." "Not to us either?" Liu Ziming asked. Luo Xinghe just smiled again. Okay, then take a closer look at the principal. Is she pretty?" "Bullshit." Liu Ziming poked Jiang Chuan, "Do I need to talk about the principal's appearance? You should ask the principal about her figure. What you said is bullshit." Jiang Chuan retorted, "Didn't you see the principal's figure just now? How could it be fake? Why can't it be fake?" Seeing that the two of them were arguing again, Luo Xinghe said, "Stop arguing. The principal is very beautiful and has a real figure. How do you know it's true?" Liu Ziming asked. Because of me. Luo Xinghe recalled the scene just now when Sister Qingyang bent down and her beauty was exposed. He became so angry that his blood rushed to his head and he actually started bleeding from his nose. Jiang Chuan and Liu Ziming widened their eyes, while Luo Xinghe quickly got up and ran to the toilet. "What's wrong with him?" Jiang Chuan asked Liu Ziming. Liu Ziming shook his head. "He just mentioned that the principal has a good figure, and that's it. Could it be?" "You're talking nonsense. You are not allowed to defile my goddess." Crash. Luo Xinghe turned on the water pipe in the toilet and cleaned it carefully for a long time before the nosebleed stopped. He raised his head, looked at himself in the mirror, and slowed his breathing. "Why does my heart beat wildly when I think of Sister Qingyang? Why do I miss Sister Qingyang's face after not seeing her for a while? Is this love, but does this love come a little too quickly?" Luo Xinghe was daydreaming in front of the mirror. With the sound of running water, Luo Xinghe slowed down his breathing again, then turned off the faucet and left. At this time, the freshman party was already in its final stages. In fact, the freshman party held on the first night of school should not be called a freshman party, but should be called a leadership training session. The school leaders simply congratulated everyone on being admitted to university and encouraged everyone to study hard in university and not waste time. This kind of activity has never been popular among students. But this year the auditorium was packed. Not only were there many freshmen, but even some sophomores and juniors came to join in the fun. It's because their school has a new beautiful principal. Xinghe, let's go." Luo Xinghe returned to his seat and meditated for a while before being pulled up by Jiang Chuan. Liu Ziming said, "We're going to have a midnight snack, do you want to go?" Jiang Chuan asked. Liu Ziming and Zhao Jiaxing walked in front. Luo Xinghe remembered what Sister Qingyang had said just now about coming to pick him up, and immediately shook his head. Jiang Chuan hugged Luo Xinghe's shoulders and said in surprise, "No, buddy, our 603 class is having its first gathering since the start of the school term, and you're not going." Luo Xinghe scratched his head. "Sorry, I have something to do." Jiang Chuan frowned, looked at Luo Xinghe's face and hissed, "You kid, you don't have a partner, do you?" Who has a partner?" Liu Ziming and Zhao Jiaxing, who were chatting in front, turned their heads and stared at Luo Xinghe when they heard this. "Who has a partner?" "Xiao Luo, do you have a partner?" Luo Xinghe was silent for a moment. "Wife partner. So there is nothing wrong with having a partner." You can say that, Luo Xinghe said with an awkward smile. What do you mean by that? If it is there, it is there. If it is not there, it is not there. Yes, Luo Xinghe answered affirmatively this time. Fuck, when did you do this? Are you in a premature relationship? The three of them looked at him with envy and jealousy. Luo Xinghe shook his head. No, my dad found it for me during the summer vacation. Your father? I found it for you. Upon hearing this, the three of them were stunned for a moment. They didn't expect that arranged marriages still existed in the new society. The three of them had a lot of questions to ask, and Luo Xinghe's cell phone started ringing. Sorry, I have to leave first. I'll treat you another day. Luo Xinghe waved his cell phone and left quickly. Only Jiang Chuan and the other two were left standing there in a daze. Isn't Xinghe a little pitiful? His parents' control is a bit too strong. Yes, Zhao Jiaxing said, in our village, we all practice free love, but I didn't expect Xinghe to still arrange marriages. When he comes back, we will persuade him to be brave and fight for his love. The three of them nodded in unison. Parking lot downstairs of the administration building. Principal GU, you should have discussed this with us before making any decision. How can you just decide on something like assigning student secretaries? Yes, when old GU was here, he had to discuss this with us. Qingyang, what you are doing is against the rules. Before GU Qingyang had the chance to get on the bus, a group of school leaders blocked her in front of the car and started chattering. To these uncles and aunts, GU Qingyang just smiled, nodded and listened, without saying anything other than apology. In fact, this matter was not in compliance with the regulations, but it was just a small test by GU Qingyang. She just wanted to see how these uncles would fight back. Chapter 6 I'm afraid you'll live in another room. Soon, the school leaders, who had finished complaining, got in their cars and left. It seemed that they had nothing to say except blaming GU Qingyang. But GU Qingyang knew that things were not that simple. Hucheng College is just a small piece of the GU enterprise, and it stands to reason that it does not need to be directly managed by the chairman. One of the main reasons why the former chairman GU Qilong directly manages Hucheng College is that he wants to protect this pure land of university. GU Qilong didn't intend to make money from Hucheng College. He went into education as a way to give back to society after he had a daughter, GU Qingyang. Therefore, he would never allow his subordinates to turn Hucheng College into a means of making money. When GU Qilong was alive, these people were honest, but after GU Qilong passed away, they might not be honest anymore. This is also one of the reasons why GU Qingyang decided to start the student secretary program. With students around them, they can always hear the real voices of the students, without being high and mighty. As for the other reason, it is Qingyang. GU Qingyang put on her coat and was about to get in the car when the only school leader present called her. Uncle Hua, what's the matter? Hua Jie is GU Qilong's old subordinate. Since GU Qilong started working in education, he resigned from his position as vice president of the group and devoted himself to this industry. He is also one of the few elderly people that GU Qingyang trusts. Hua Jie slowly stepped forward and patted GU Qingyang on the shoulder. Don't be too hasty in doing things. When you need to lurk, you need to wait for the opportunity. Do you understand? You mean I'm being too hasty? Hua Jie shook his head. I'm old, I can't take care of your affairs or my bastard son's affairs. I just want to do a good job in education, which is also worthy of my eldest brother. GU Qingyang nodded, not quite understanding. By the way, I heard you got the marriage certificate. GU Qingyang continued to nod. Whose child is it? It belongs to my uncle Luo, GU Qingyang answered truthfully. Your uncle Luo, Luo Jiang. Luo Jiang's youngest son. Yes, GU Qingyang replied. Hua Jie was about to say something else when Luo Xinghe came over along the path. He had just arrived at the school, and it was not easy for him to find the administrative building. Xinghe. GU Qingyang waved towards Luo Xinghe, and Luo Xinghe ran over immediately. Uncle Hua, Luo Xinghe called out. Hua Jie is also Luo Jiang's good friend, so Luo Xinghe naturally knows him. Have you two got your marriage certificate? When Hua Jie saw Luo Xinghe, whose face was still very young, he couldn't help being shocked. But the matter was done. Hua Jie immediately took out a card from his pocket. Xinghe, take it. GU Qingyang immediately realized what Hua Jie meant and wanted to return the card. No, Uncle Hua, I don't need it. Take it. With the relationship between your two families, how can you not take your Uncle Huo's money? It's not much. If you don't take it, you'll be looking down on your Uncle Huo. Huo Jie's words were so harsh that Ji Qingyang couldn't refuse any longer, so she had to say thank you Uncle Huo together with Luo Xinghe. Huo Jie nodded, said goodbye to the two of them tactfully, and then turned and left. There was a cool breeze in the dark night. From time to time, the crazy laughter of college students could be heard not far away. Ji Qingyang patted her sports car and said to Luo Xinghe, "Get in." Oh, Luo Xinghe carefully sat in the passenger seat of Ji Qingyang, wanting to hand the card to Ji Qingyang. Ji Qingyang pushed the card back again. "It's for you, just spend it." "Isn't it for us?" Luo Xinghe asked puzzledly. "I have no shortage of money." "Me neither." Luo Xinghe was about to say this when Ji Qingyang gave him some time to check how much money was in the card. Luo Xinghe was also a little curious, so he put the card away first. Ji Qingyang asked Luo Xinghe to fasten his seat belt, then stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The Ferrari immediately made a terrifying roar, and then shot out like a sharp arrow. Hercheng was a little quieter at night. On the way, Ji Qingyang kept thinking about what Huo Jie meant by acting too hastily. Could this be another hidden meaning of the student secretary measure to monitor the actions of school leaders on her behalf? As a newcomer, how can she break the deadlock of solidified interests? The only way to break the deadlock is among the students. Is this too hasty? When Ji Qingyang drove the car home, Luo Xinghe had already fallen asleep in the passenger seat. It is obvious that reporting in today is very tiring, especially carrying luggage to the 6th floor, which is nothing short of torture for college students. Ji Qingyang unbuckled her seat belt and was about to wake up Luo Xinghe when she saw Luo Xinghe's sleeping face in the moonlight. She stretched out her scallion white fingers, gently touched Luo Xinghe's face, and said softly, "Brother, your face is quite beautiful." After saying that, she couldn't help but kiss Luo Xinghe on the cheek again. Poor Luo Xinghe, he didn't even know that he had another lipstick mark on his cheek. "Xinghe, Xinghe." Ji Qingyang then shook Luo Xinghe. Luo Xinghe woke up from a deep sleep, his eyes still hazy. Here we are." Ji Qingyang carefully unbuckled his seat belt and nodded, "We're here." Luo Xinghe got out of the car and looked up at the villa with a courtyard of at least 200 square meters. They couldn't help but sigh that this villa was twice as big as their home. Moreover, it was a single-family house with a quiet surrounding environment. Luo Xinghe recognized at a glance that it was Yunhao Dijing in the suburbs of the city. "Let's go." Ji Qingyang parked the car in the garage, put her arm around Luo Xinghe's shoulders like a sister, and led him into the villa. Stepping into the living room of the villa, Luo Xinghe saw that from the high ceiling, a dazzling crystal chandelier cascaded down like a waterfall, illuminating the entire space with clarity and brightness. The floor is paved with finely textured marble tiles. In the center of the living room, there is a set of oversized beige leather sofas. In front of the sofas is a simple glass coffee table. The TV wall is made of a whole piece of natural jade, exuding a low-key and luxurious atmosphere. In a corner of the living room, there is a black grand piano. "Qingyang, you're back." The nanny came out to greet Ji Qingyang when she saw her come home. "Would you like to eat something?" Ji Qingyang shook her head and turned to look at Luo Xinghe. "What about you, do you want to eat?" Luo Xinghe also shook his head. Ji Qingyang saw that he was a little sleepy, so she asked, "Aunt Zhao, is the bath water hot enough?" Mother Zhao nodded, "It's heated up." Ji Qingyang hugged Luo Xinghe again and slowly walked up the spiral staircase to the 2nd floor. Ji Qingyang brought Luo Xinghe to a white double-door room and said to him, "Do you want to wash first or should I?" Luo Xinghe was a little confused, "Can't we wash together?" Hearing this, Ji Qingyang had a strange expression, "You want to take a shower with me?" No, I mean, among all these rooms, is there only one with a bathroom?" After listening to Luo Xinghe's explanation, Ji Qingyang finally relaxed. "Of course not, I asked Aunt Zhao to only heat the master bedroom. Because I'm afraid you'll live in another room and won't share the same room with me," Ji Qingyang said. Chapter 7 Although my brother is young, he has needs. Although Luo Xinghe had some random guesses in his mind, he still felt it was unreal when these words came out of Ji Qingyang's mouth. "What's wrong?" Ji Qingyang saw that Luo Xinghe was very surprised and slowly moved her face closer to his cheek. It seems that brother Xinghe really doesn't want to live with me. No, no, no. Being so close to sister Qingyang, Luo Xinghe truly felt like his heart was about to jump out of his throat. I mean, it's just, Luo Xinghe was so excited that he talked for a long time but couldn't utter a complete sentence. Okay, let's talk inside. Ji Qingyang didn't let Luo Xinghe continue talking, but directly pushed his shoulder and pushed him into the house, and locked the door of the master bedroom. As soon as he entered the master bedroom, Luo Xinghe smelled a rich lavender scent. What catches the eye is the European-style four-poster bed that occupies the center position. The bed curtains are made of light pink silk tulle, hanging down in layers. On the bed, there is a goose-down quilt embroidered with exquisite patterns and dozens of pillows. The end of the bed faces a huge projection wall. Below the projection wall is a low coffee table with a white marble tabletop. On it is a set of exquisite English afternoon tea sets. The porcelain is delicate and painted with delicate rose patterns. On the side close to the floor-to-ceiling window is a relaxing reading corner. There is an off-white French sofa and a unique floor lamp next to it. In the other corner of the room is a walk-in closet. 2 rows of tall and spacious wardrobes are made of dark brown walnut wood. The doors are inlaid with transparent glass, through which you can see all kinds of clothing hanging inside. From gorgeous evening dresses to simple everyday jeans and cotton t-shirts, each piece is carefully arranged and hung, and various jewelry boxes are placed on the island in the middle of the wardrobe. Although Luo Xinghe was from a wealthy family, he had never seen such a luxurious master bedroom. With such an area and decoration, it would probably take up space for an entire family of an ordinary family. Sit down, I'll find clothes and slippers for you. Seeing that Luo Xinghe was very reserved, Ji Qingyang pushed him directly to the edge of the bed. Luo Xinghe sat uneasily, his eyes like a frightened rabbit and his hands twisted tightly together. Ji Qingyang walked into the cloakroom and opened the wardrobe in the corner. Luo Xinghe could clearly see that there were very few clothes inside. Of course, it's also because Ji Qingyang's wardrobe is too big, which makes the clothes put in it look very few. Luo Xinghe frowned because he saw some men's pajamas, and even underwear inside. Sister Qingyang already has another man, so why did she want to get married with me? Could it be that Sister Qingyang is a scumbag and marrying me is just a cover? Luo Xinghe stood up and wanted to speak but didn't open his mouth. What's wrong? Ji Qingyang turned her head and saw Luo Xinghe standing up. She couldn't help but ask, is the mattress uncomfortable? Luo Xinghe shook his head and said directly, Sister Qingyang, why do you have men's clothes in your house? Men's clothes. Ji Qingyang was stunned for a moment as she looked at Luo Xinghe, who was full of jealousy. Then she looked at the pajamas in her hand and couldn't help laughing. Xinghe, are you jealous? I didn't, I was just asking. Luo Xinghe, realizing that he had lost his composure, sat down on the edge of the bed again. Ji Qingyang explained, I asked my personal secretary to buy these. I just bought them yesterday. The cabinet just arrived today. If you don't believe me, smell it. Ji Qingyang handed the pajamas to Luo Xinghe's nose. As soon as Luo Xinghe took a breath, he could smell the special smell of new clothes, even if it had been washed once. So that's how it is, Luo Xinghe's frown relaxed. Ji Qingyang threw the new pajamas on the bed. Here, stop thinking about it, go take a shower and then change. Oh, by the way, there are also slippers. Ji Qingyang ran to the shoe cabinet at the door of the master bedroom and took out a pair of black slippers. Can I wash first? Luo Xinghe asked. Well, Ji Qingyang said playfully, do you still want me to join you? Then I'll take off my clothes. No, Luo Xinghe immediately picked up his pajamas, changed into slippers and ran to the bathroom. If I really take a bath with Sister Qingyang, it won't be as simple as taking a bath. Bang! Luo Xinghe entered the bathroom and closed the door. Ji Qingyang heard the faint sound of running water. She smiled helplessly. It turned out that brother Xinghe was still very immature. Then, Ji Qingyang picked up the shoes that Luo Xinghe had thrown away on the ground, sprayed them with antibacterial spray, and put them in the shoe cabinet. After doing all this, Ji Qingyang's heart began to beat faster. Although my younger brother is very young, he always has needs. Ji Qingyang had never done such a thing before. At most, she and her roommates secretly watched it and blushed when they were in school. She slowly walked to the table where her bag was placed, took out 2 small cubes from the innermost compartment, and secretly stuffed them under the pillow. Luo Xinghe was not prepared for these things, so she had to prepare for them. After all, the group is not stable yet, so she cannot consider having children. After finishing all this, she sat on the recliner in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and opened WeChat on her mobile phone. As soon as I opened it, I saw the heated discussion in her university dormitory group. White doves don't kiss crows, Xingyang, what's going on? Please reply if you get it. Happiness and joy, did you succeed? Our Xingyang is no longer an unwanted girl. The first one who was eating, stop shouting, Xingyang is busy now, how can she have time to chat with us, raised an eyebrow. JPG. Seeing that the 3 people were talking in a more and more frivolous manner, Jiu Xingyang couldn't help but send a message. Xingyang, who is spreading rumors about me again? The first person who was eating, who is talking? White doves don't kiss crows, oh my god, Xingyang, are you done? Happiness and joy, my brother is not very good at fighting. Xingyang, get lost, what are you all thinking about? There is no point at all. The first person who ate the rice said, really? I don't believe it. White doves don't kiss crows, don't believe it +1. Happiness, what's the matter, are you shy? Xingyang, we just came back, and he went to take a shower. Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. Stop. Tell us more. Jiu Xingyang ignored the complaints in the group and simply turned off her phone. In the bathroom, Luo Xinghe was applying shower gel. Normally, he liked to hum songs while taking a bath, but now at Sister Qingyan's house, he felt even more embarrassed to hum songs. Besides, he always took a shower at home, and now he suddenly had to take a bath in a bathtub, which made Luo Xinghe feel a little uncomfortable. The main reason is that Jamar set the water temperature too high. Maybe this water temperature is just right for girls to wash, but for him, it feels a bit hot. After rinsing off the shower gel bubbles on his body, Luo Xinghe walked out of the bathtub. Just as he was about to get a towel to wipe himself off, he unexpectedly stepped on the shower gel bubbles that had fallen on the ground. As a result, he slipped and fell directly to the ground. Chapter 8 The Boy Can't Wait. A loud thud startled Jiu Xingyang, who was working outside the door. Luo Xinghe in the bathroom was grimacing and preparing to get up, but he felt a sharp pain in his ankle. Damn, my foot was twisted, Luo Xinghe said while half sitting on the ground. Bang bang bang. Jiu Xingyang heard the noise and patted the bathroom door. Xinghe, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? I'm fine, Luo Xinghe shouted, I just slipped and twisted my ankle. Twisted your ankle? Jiu Xingyang, who was outside the door, became worried when she heard this. She opened the bathroom door in a hurry and saw Luo Xinghe sitting naked on the ground. Sister Xingyang, how did you come in? Luo Xinghe was a little surprised. Jiu Xingyang picked up the towels on the shelf, put one on Luo Xinghe's legs, and used the other to wipe his head. We both got the marriage certificate, are you still afraid of your sister seeing it? Jiu Xingyang carefully helped Luo Xinghe dry his head while asking, does it hurt? Can you walk now? Luo Xinghe exerted a little force on his feet, and he immediately felt severe pain. Luo Xinghe shook his head. Jiu Xingyang checked Luo Xinghe's ankle, then helped him wipe the water droplets off his body, and then let Luo Xinghe wipe the rest by himself. She went out to call the doctor. During this time, Luo Xinghe put on his pajamas with great difficulty. After all, sitting naked in front of Sister Xingyang, he felt even more shy. After finishing the call, Jiu Xingyang turned around and half knelt on the ground. The doctor will be here soon, just bear with it for a while. Jiu Xingyang held Luo Xinghe's arm and said, I'll help you to the bed. Luo Xinghe nodded, then pressed his hands on the edge of the bathtub, and with the combined efforts of both of them, Luo Xinghe finally stood up. But the sprained foot couldn't touch the ground, so Jiu Xingyang could only hold one of Luo Xinghe's arms, and the two of them walked out of the bathroom carefully. Jiu Xingyang put him on the bed, but gravity also knocked him down on the bed. So the two of them were face to face, breathing together. Luo Xinghe blinked, feeling the softness of Jiu Xingyang's body. Jiu Xingyang quickly sat up and smoothed her messy hair with her hand. Looking at the dazed Luo Xinghe, Jiu Xingyang couldn't help but laugh. Sister Xingyang, what are you laughing at? It's so cute to laugh at your stupidity. You can even sprain your ankle while taking a shower. Luo Xinghe was even more embarrassed. This was an accident. I didn't strike the right balance. 10 minutes later, the doctor came to check on Luo Xinghe's injury. Fortunately, it was only a minor sprain. So the doctor only prescribed some medicine for Luo Xinghe's injuries, and told him not to get out of bed and walk around for 3 days unless there was something special. More importantly, he should not do any strenuous exercise, such as running or basketball. Fortunately, Luo Xinghe is rather lazy and doesn't really like sports, so whether or not he can exercise doesn't matter to him. But not being allowed to get out of bed and walk for 3 days is a bit difficult for him. After all, he had just started school and there were still many things to do at school. Jiyu Qingyang asked Zhao Ma to send the doctor away, and she took out the medicine box at home and found the cotton swab from it. I'll do it myself, Luo Xinghe said when he saw Sister Qingyang was going to help him apply medicine. Jiyu Qingyang shook her head. Just sit still and don't move. She picked up the cotton swab, opened the ointment for bruises and sprains, soaked the entire cotton swab in the ointment, then aimed it at Luo Xinghe's swollen ankle, gently drew circles, and applied it little by little. Sitting on the bed, Luo Xinghe felt a cool breeze at his ankles. Is the strength I used okay? Jiyu Qingyang asked. It's quite comfortable, Luo Xinghe replied. Jiyu Qingyang nodded and continued to apply the ointment, applying it on Luo Xinghe's ankle little by little. Luo Xinghe stared blankly at Sister Qingyang, who was concentrating on her ankle and applying the medicine meticulously. Her long black hair was scattered behind her. Luo Xinghe suddenly felt that Sister Qingyang was even more beautiful. So, Luo Xinghe couldn't help himself and slowly approached Jiyu Qingyang and pecked her on the face. Jiyu Qingyang, who was applying medicine to Luo Xinghe, felt the warmth on her face and turned her head to look at Luo Xinghe. You kissed me. Luo Xinghe blushed a little and lowered his head, not daring to look at Jiyu Qingyang. Jiyu Qingyang smiled and touched Luo Xinghe's head. Xinghe, there's no need to be so shy with your sister. Just kiss if you want. We are legal. Luo Xinghe still didn't say anything. So Jiyu Qingyang put down the cotton swab in her hand and directly lifted Luo Xinghe's chin with her hand so that they could look into each other's eyes. Luo Xinghe's heart began to beat wildly for no reason again. Do you like your sister? Jiyu Qingyang asked softly. Luo Xinghe nodded. I like it. Then kiss me. Jiyu Qingyang ordered softly, then closed her eyes and waited for Luo Xinghe to kiss her lips. Looking at Sister Qingyang's fair face and tender red lips, Luo Xinghe couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He gasped for breath, and then impulsively kissed her. The moment their lips touched, Luo Xinghe suddenly felt as if his heartbeat stopped. Feeling the warmth on my lips, love surged up like a flood. His hands slowly wrapped around Jiyu Qingyang's waist, and with a gentle hug, he held Jiyu Qingyang in his arms. Jiyu Qingyang's whole body trembled, and 2 tears flowed uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes. Her mother passed away when she was very young, and Jiyu Qilong was very busy with work, so he often left her with a nanny. Jiyu Qingyang was very sensible and never delayed Jiyu Qilong's work. After she went to college and could video chat with her father, she finally became close to him. She didn't expect her father to die so early. Jiyu Qingyang had no time to grieve, so she had to obey her father's last wish and inherit the group's business. But her heart seemed to have turned to stone since her father's death. There were no more waves. Until just now, until the moment Luo Xinghe kissed her, she suddenly felt her heart beating violently. This is the best evidence that she is still alive. She originally wanted to find someone to marry, but now everything seems different. Sure enough, when Luo Xinghe kissed her, his 2 hands moved as if on automatic positioning, one upwards and the other downwards. When she was about to touch the key position, Jiyu Qingyang held Luo Xinghe's hand tightly. Her eyes flickered and she looked a little flustered. The young man was as impatient as a wolf or a tiger. Jiyu Qingyang asked softly, Is your foot okay? Luo Xinghe shook his head and quickly put his arm around Jiyu Qingyang's shoulders again. In the midst of the intense discussion, Jiyu Qingyang called out again, Wait a moment. Sister Qingyang, what happened again? Jiyu Qingyang poked her head out from under the quilt. She reached under the pillow and took out 2 small squares and handed them to Luo Xinghe. Yes. Here you go. Chapter 9, 100,000 yuan, spent before dinner. 9.2, at 6:30 in the morning, the weather turned from cloudy to sunny. Ding ding, ding ding. Jiyu Qingyang, who was sleeping while holding Luo Xinghe, reached out for the mobile phone beside the bed. After turning off her phone, she yawned, gently took away Luo Xinghe's hand on her lower abdomen, and slowly sat up. Then Luo Xinghe picked up a white hairband from the bedside table and tied her hair up. She put on her slippers, walked quietly to the bathroom and washed up, then she quietly opened the door and went downstairs. Downstairs, Aunt Zhao had already prepared breakfast and placed it on the table. She was twisting her body and stretching her muscles in front of the floor-to-ceiling window on the first floor. "Morning, Aunt Zhao." Luo Xinghe called out, and Zhao Ma immediately stopped moving, turned around and asked, "Xinghe, who went upstairs with you last night?" Luo Xinghe stared at Zhao Ma. About 5 years ago, Zhao Ma had come to work at their home. Zhao Ma is a hardworking and straightforward person. Over time, she has become half a family member. The only bad thing about him is that he is always willing to pry into other people's privacy. When Mother Zhao saw Luo Xinghe's expression, she knew she shouldn't ask this question. Seeing that Zhao Ma realized her problem, Luo Xinghe said, "Zhao Ma, why don't you sit down and eat something too?" No, Zhao Ma refused. "I've already eaten. There aren't many vegetables left at home. I'll go to the morning market to buy some." Luo Xinghe nodded, told Zhao Ma to go and come back early, then lowered her head and drank the porridge. 10 minutes later, after eating a bowl of white porridge and a few side dishes, Luo Xinghe felt full. Although she has eaten a lot of meat and fish, she still feels more comfortable drinking a bowl of white porridge in the morning. She leaned back in her chair, then took out her work phone, found her secretary's WeChat, and sent a message, "Please help me find out who Xinghe's instructor is and send it to me in 5 minutes." A few seconds later, the secretary replied with a "received." Luo Xinghe was married, and few people knew about it, except for a few of her good classmates and her secretary. Even her mother Zhao at home was unaware of it. She doesn't want to spread the news now, because Luo Xinghe doesn't want to involve Luo Xinghe in the group. After all, she didn't know what tricks those old guys would use. Ding dong. Within 2 minutes, the secretary found Luo Xinghe's counselor. "If you want to know the answer, just go to the backstage and check. Principal Gu, this is Counselor Luo Xinghe's personal information and contact information." "Okay," Luo Xinghe replied, "please tell her counselor that Luo Xinghe is injured these 3 days and cannot go to school." The secretary hesitated for a moment and replied to Luo Xinghe cautiously, "Principal Gu, are you sure you want me to tell her? In this case, will the counselor guess your relationship with Luo Xinghe?" Luo Xinghe replied, "It's okay, she can't guess it." Secretary, "Okay." Luo Xinghe, also, let Vice Principal Hua take care of the daily affairs of the school today. I will not go to school. I have to go to the group headquarters. Secretary, I understand, Principal Gu, don't worry. After explaining their work, Luo Xinghe turned off her cell phone, then brought out a tray from the kitchen, served Luo Xinghe a large bowl of white porridge, and a small plate with a side dish, which she then carefully brought upstairs. Pushing open the door and entering the bedroom, Luo Xinghe found that Luo Xinghe was still sleeping soundly. She put the dinner plate on the table, gently lifted the corner of the quilt, and checked the swelling of Luo Xinghe's ankle. Although Luo Xinghe's feet felt much lighter, they were still a little swollen. Luo Xinghe opened the ointment, took out a cotton swab, and began to apply the ointment to Luo Xinghe little by little. Luo Xinghe, who was sleeping, suddenly felt his feet getting cold. He subconsciously tried to cover the quilt with his hands, but it was impossible. No matter how he covered himself, it seemed like someone was always helping him to lift the quilt. So Luo Xinghe opened his eyes in horror. He straightened up and saw Luo Xinghe helping him apply medicine. Looking around, he remembered that he slept at Sister Qingyan's house last night, and that he and Sister Qingyan. Luo Xinghe blushed again when he thought of this. "Woke up." Luo Xinghe pointed to the porridge on the table as if nothing had happened and said, "Eat something later. I have already asked your counselor for leave. You don't have to go to school for the next 3 days. There is a crutch in the guest bedroom. It was used by my father when he broke his bone. I'll get it for you later," Luo Xinghe instructed. "And if you need anything else, just call Aunt Zhao. Here, this is the TV remote control. If you want to watch TV, just turn it on." Oh, Luo Xinghe accepted the information in a daze. "Okay, I've applied the medicine for you." Luo Xinghe stood up and went to the cloakroom to get a light blue shirt and a pair of slim-fitting suit pants. Ji Qingyang changed her clothes and tied a belt of a well-known brand around her waist. Without the cover of the loose pajamas, Ji Qingyang's figure was perfectly revealed. Then I'm going to work. Ji Qingyang put on a pair of high heels that were not too high. Luo Xinghe nodded. Ji Qingyang kissed Luo Xinghe on the cheek again, said goodbye to him, then closed the door of the master bedroom and went downstairs. For a moment, Luo Xinghe was the only one left in the huge room. He lifted the quilt and looked at his ankle. Sister Qingyang applied the medicine very evenly, and it was obvious that she applied it drop by drop carefully. Luo Xinghe half leaned on the bed, staring at the ceiling. He didn't know how lucky he was to have a wife like Sister Qingyang out of nowhere. She is beautiful and has a great figure. She is gentle and considerate, and is also a rare rich woman. The key is that Sister Qingyang took the initiative. Luo Xinghe grinned, and at this moment, Ji Qingyang, who came in with a cane, pushed open the door of the master bedroom. What are you laughing at? Ji Qingyang asked. It's okay, Luo Xinghe quickly put away his big teeth. Ji Qingyang leaned the crutch against the wall. Here, I forgot to bring you a crutch just now. If you want to get out of bed, use this. Don't use too much force on your sprained foot. If you're fine, don't get out of bed. You can play with your phone or sleep on the bed. Whether you have money or not, if you want to play games, you can spend money if you want. Having fun is the most important thing. Yes, Luo Xinghe said awkwardly. Although he has never lacked money since he was a child, if he dared to spend money on the game, he would definitely be beaten by his father. Now Sister Qingyang actually allowed him to recharge, which made Luo Xinghe a little uncomfortable. Ji Qingyang took out a cell phone from his suit trouser pocket and quickly transferred 100,000 yuan to Luo Xinghe. You didn't take anything I gave you last time. I'll make sure you take it this time. I'll spend it all before I get home at night, no matter where you spend it or what game you charge it on. If I find out you haven't spent it all, Ji Qingyang raised her fist. Chapter 10 Worrying about spending money. Sister Qingyang went to work. It seemed that Zhao's mother was not at home either, and Luo Xinghe was the only one left at home. He opened WeChat and found a new contact who wanted to add him. Luo Xinghe clicked on it and saw the note clearly saying, I am your counselor. Luo Xinghe hurriedly confirmed it on WeChat. It was also his fault that he was so busy yesterday that he forgot about it and didn't even add the counselor's WeChat. Counselor Zhu, I heard you sprained your ankle, are you okay? Luo Xinghe replied, it's okay, instructor. I can come to school after 2 days of rest. Counselor Zhu, don't worry, come back after you have rested. I'll ask Jiang Chuan and others to help you keep an eye on the school affairs. Luo Xinghe, thank you, teacher. The other party was silent for a moment, and then asked cautiously, what is your relationship with the principal? Me and the principal. Luo Xinghe was stunned. He didn't know where the counselor got the news from, but he didn't know what Sister Qingyang thought, so he didn't dare to say anything. He had to lie and said, it doesn't matter, counselor. Counselor Zhu, Xinghe, you don't treat the counselor as your own person. Are you stupid to be a counselor? If you have no relationship with the principal, would the principal send his secretary to ask for leave for you at 7 o'clock in the morning? So it was Sister Qingyang who asked her secretary to ask for leave for her? Luo Xinghe didn't know these inside stories yet, so he didn't know how to respond to the counselor for the time being. Unexpectedly, the counselor guessed on her own, is Ji Qingyang your sister, cousin or cousin? Luo Xinghe, It is impossible to say now that I have nothing to do with Sister Qingyang. The counselor has just explained the reasons. If it didn't matter, would Sister Qingyang ask her secretary to ask for leave for her early in the morning? But he couldn't say it clearly, because Luo Xinghe didn't know whether saying it clearly would put Sister Qingyang in a passive position, so he could only send a questioning R. Next, no matter what the counselor said or guessed, Luo Xinghe did not respond. He closed the chat interface with the counselor and left a message to Ji Qingyang, Sister Qingyang, my counselor asked me what our relationship is. How should I answer? Unexpectedly, Ji Qingyang, who was at work, could reply in seconds, no need to answer, someone will handle it. Okay, Luo Xinghe set the counselor's messages to not remind him her at ease. This way, there won't be those annoying red dots. How much have you spent the money I asked you to spend? Ji Qingyang continued in the message. I haven't started painting yet, I feel wrong. .jpg. Quick flower, angry fist.jpg. Alas, Luo Xinghe sighed. He never expected that one day spending money would become a problem. He thought about it and created a dormitory group with Jiang Chuan, Liu Ziming and Zhao Jiaxing, named Dad and his sons. Jiang Chuan, ? Zhao Jiaxing? Liu Ziming, I'm in the morning class, who the hell came up with this name? Immediately afterwards, Luo Xinghe sent a lucky red packet of 200 yuan to the group. In less than a second, the three people had grabbed all the red envelopes. Liu Ziming, 101 point for 3 yuan, the best luck. Zhao Jiaxing, 92.11 yuan. Jiang Chuan, 6 point for 6 yuan. Jiang Chuan. Liu Ziming, Dad. Zhao Jiaxing, Dad +1. Seeing the three people's expressions change at the speed of light, Luo Xinghe burst out laughing. Jiang Chuan, there is something fishy going on. Liu Ziming, I can't help it. My luck is just so good. Luo Xinghe, brothers, my ankle is sprained. I'm relying on you to take care of school these 2 days. Zhao Jiaxing, how did you sprain your ankle? Jiang Chuan, the military training uniforms will be distributed later. I'll get them back for you. Liu Ziming, at Jiang Chuan, how can you talk like that? Please bring back the military training uniform for my dad. Jiang Chuan, you little bastard, you only showed this kind of expression for 100 yuan. Luo Xinghe, designated red envelope Jiang Chuan. Jiang Chuan has received the designated red envelope. There are 100 yuan in it. Jiang Chuan, Dad. Luo Xinghe leaned against the pillow and smiled from ear to ear. After knowing that he no longer had to worry about school matters, Luo Xinghe quickly exited the chat interface with his roommate. After all, you can't send out too many red envelopes. After thinking about it, Luo Xinghe opened the pesticide again. Li Feipen, a close friend in high school, dreams of getting a glory crystal in exchange for an infinite hurricane. Unfortunately, he had a bad complexion, and every time he saved up his food money to go home and draw a lottery, he never won. This wish has not been realized until now. So Luo Xinghe directly entered Li Feipen's account and password, and unexpectedly, he directly pushed Li Feipen's ranking to the top. Li Feipen immediately bombarded her with messages on WeChat, password. This building is sheltered from the wind. What a beast! My ranking. Luo Xinghe ignored all of them, clicked surrender directly, and then recharged 2,000 yuan worth of points into his account. Luo Xinghe, go up. Li Feipen, I'm on the 8th. I'm finally going to be promoted to king, you give me your account. Luo Xinghe, you go in first. Li Feipen, what if I log in first? I won't be scolded if I log in first. In another university, when a student saw that there were more coupons in his account, he was suddenly stunned. He counted the numbers 3 times before he dared to confirm. Li Feipen, brother Xinghe, didn't your father forbid you to charge the game? Luo Xinghe, just do it. Li Feipen, if you don't abandon me, I will become your foster father. Luo Xinghe quit the chat and spent another 2,000. It feels so good to spend money. But it's still a bit too slow. And to be honest, Luo Xinghe himself doesn't have the habit of spending money in the game. So he turned around and opened the shopping platform. Enter the keyword, women's jewelry. Start choosing beautiful jewelry from a large number of products. Luo Xinghe knew that Sister Qingyang definitely had no shortage of jewelry. But he felt that the meaning of what he bought was different from what she bought herself. Although he spent Sister Qingyang's money, it was also a token of his love. With this mentality, Luo Xinghe spent a long time shopping on their website before he finally picked out a necklace. Price. Without any hesitation, I placed the order directly. After a while, the merchant actually called me directly. Hello, is the gemstone necklace you ordered on the platform delayed? This is a custom order. If you are late, you can still cancel the order. Once the order is customized, we will not support cancellations. Luo Xinghe replied, it's not late, please hurry up, I need it urgently. Okay, then we will expedite the customization for you. Luo Xinghe agreed and then hung up the phone. He calculated in his mind that now it has been spent. There are no flowers. Well, when did spending money become so stressful? Luo Xinghe collapsed on Jiu Qingyan's big bed, thinking about how to spend the money next. Chapter 11 Help Sister Qingyang take off her clothes. P.S. it is the last week of the review period, and the updates are unstable. Dear readers, please bear with us. But the money was eventually spent. With the remaining money, Luo Xinghe directly subscribed to annual VIP for all video software. I even paid an annual fee for the childhood masterpiece, Seer. As for the rest, Luo Xinghe converted them all into gold bricks, and when the Eternal Salvation boxes returned to the factory, he bought 5 red skins in one fell swoop. After this series of spending, he finally completed his spending feat at 7 o'clock in the afternoon. Luo Xinghe stretched on the bed and went to the toilet with crutches. When Jiaomar brought him a bowl of hot tomato and egg noodles, Luo Xinghe said thank you to Jiaomar, and Jiaomar smiled but sat down on the edge of the bed. Xiao He, Jiaomar asked, what is your relationship with Qingyang? Auntie Jiao, why are you asking this? Luo Xinghe replied while putting noodles into his mouth. What can I do? I'm just curious. Mother Jiao raised her head and said slowly, Qingyang looks quite domineering, but she is actually a good child. Look, Jiao's mother took out her cell phone and opened a photo. This is my grandson's stroller, which Qingyang brought back from abroad. This child is kind to me and treats me like one of her own, so naturally I care about her. She has never brought a man home before. She brought you home yesterday. I was surprised. I have never heard that Qingyang has a younger brother. Then I saw you two sleeping in the same bedroom, and I understood. Aunt Jiao, Luo Xinghe didn't know what to say. It's okay, Jiaomar continued, I just want to say that Qingyang is a good child. I think you are a good child too. You should be nicer to Qingyang. Luo Xinghe didn't react and just drank the soup. After a while, Luo Xinghe finished the soup, and Aunt Jiao took the bowl and went downstairs. Another 2 hours passed before Luo Xinghe heard the sound of doors opening and closing. Then, there was the sound of high heels coming up the stairs. Xinghe. Jiyu Qingyang opened the door of the master bedroom and smiled at Luo Xinghe. As soon as Luo Xinghe saw Jiyu Qingyang's red face, he knew she had been drinking. Sister Qingyang, are you okay? Jiyu Qingyang shook her head and waved to Luo Xinghe, Xinghe, come here. Luo Xinghe slowly sat down next to Jiyu Qingyang, and Jiyu Qingyang leaned her head on Luo Xinghe's shoulder. Drunk, Jiyu Qingyang's voice began to become soft and sticky. Do you regret marrying my sister? Luo Xinghe was stunned for a moment. Actually, there is nothing to regret. Before he met Jiyu Qingyang, he had been moved at times, but he was only attracted to others. Luo Xinghe believes in love, but doesn't believe that he will have love. Although he was tempted, he never took any action and he thought he would continue to live like this. Until Sister Qingyang appeared. Thinking of this, Luo Xinghe shook his head decisively. Sister Qingyang, I don't regret it. My sister is 7 years older than you. But I can't see it. What can't you see? I can't tell you're 7 years older than me. I think you're prettier than all my classmates. Hearing this, Jiyu Qingyang smiled. She raised her head and pinched Luo Xinghe's face. Little rascal, you only know how to lie to your sister, right? Looking at Jiyu Qingyang's rosy face, Luo Xinghe shook his head. No, I'm telling the truth. Jiyu Qingyang looked into Luo Xinghe's eyes and suddenly kissed him. Luo Xinghe was caught off guard, but he quickly responded to Jiyu Qingyang. The two of them felt each other's warm lips and were reluctant to separate for a long time. It was not until Jiaomar prepared the sobering soup and knocked on the door that Jiyu Qingyang let go of Luo Xinghe's hand. She opened the door and brought in the sobering soup, then Jiyu Qingyang proudly stuffed the bowl and spoon into Luo Xinghe's hands. Feed me. Oh, okay, Luo Xinghe held the bowl in one hand and the spoon in the other, feeding Jiyu Qingyang little by little. Jiyu Qingyang drank the sobering soup and smiled at Luo Xinghe from time to time. Luo Xinghe felt that Sister Jiyu Qingyang seemed even cuter after drinking. Just like that, after Luo Xinghe fed Jiyu Qingyang the sobering soup bit by bit, Jiyu Qingyang took off her high heels by herself and collapsed on the big bed. Luo Xinghe quickly placed the bowl beside the bed, then shook Jiyu Qingyang. Sister Qingyang, you have to take off your clothes before going to bed. Jiyu Qingyang shook her body like a spoiled child. The after effects of the alcohol had reached their peak at this point. She said directly, Xinghe, help me take it off. I'd better help you take it off, but that's not a good idea. Luo Xinghe was a little hesitant. Jiyu Qingyang exposed it directly. Why didn't you tell your sister last night? I feel bad now. No, Luo Xinghe swallowed his saliva and said, I mean I'm afraid. What are you afraid of? Ji Qingyang opened her eyes, her soft hair scattered on the bed like blooming flowers. She reached out and unbuttoned the top two buttons of her light blue shirt. The black shoulder straps are faintly visible at the clear collarbone. Here. That's it. Ji Qingyang demonstrated to Luo Xinghe step by step. When Luo Xinghe saw that Sister Qingyang didn't care, what else did he care about? So he directly unbuttoned the remaining buttons of Ji Qingyang's clothes. He gently held Ji Qingyang's neck with his hands and took off her shirt. At this moment, Ji Qingyang suddenly stretched out her green hand and placed it on Luo Xinghe's heart. Luo Xinghe asked in surprise, Sister Qingyang, what are you doing? Ji Qingyang put her other hand to her mouth, silencing me, sure. Stop making noise. I'm listening to see how fast your heart is beating. Why do I have to listen to this? Luo Xinghe naturally knew that his heart was beating like a drum now. After all, Sister Qingyang was so beautiful. Stupid, of course it depends on whether you have feelings for me. Ji Qingyang sat up in black underwear, with her waist and abdomen clearly visible. Words can lie, but heartbeats can't lie. Fortunately, you didn't lie to your sister. Ji Qingyang picked up a rubber band on the bedside table and tied her hair up under Luo Xinghe's gaze. Then she put on her slippers, walked slowly to the cloakroom, and changed into a set of black pajamas. Luo Xinghe saw that Ji Qingyang's steps were brisk and her thoughts were clear, so she didn't look like she was drunk. But the smell of alcohol on Ji Qingyang's body couldn't lie, she must have been drinking. Ji Qingyang sat down on the bed again and said softly, Little idiot, can this little bit of wine make me drunk? If a businessman can't drink, it will be difficult to do business. Luo Xinghe nodded, not quite understanding. How's it going? Have you spent all the 100,000 yuan my sister gave you? It's over, Luo Xinghe replied. Ji Qingyang touched Luo Xinghe's head again. I'll give you another 100,000 tomorrow, and keep spending it. No. Luo Xinghe refused. Sister Qingyang, I don't have such a strong desire to spend money, you don't have to do this. Ji Qingyang shook her head. No, how can a man not know how to spend money? Our Xinghe needs to learn how to spend money. Money is just a tool for you to achieve your own goals, you know? My goal is to make you happy. How could I bear to let my husband be inferior to others? Chapter 12, Returning to School After Recovery. In the next 2 days, Luo Xinghe started a boring life of spending money. He has almost all the skins for many of his game accounts, and with the help of spending money, his gaming performance has improved by leaps and bounds. Luo Xinghe couldn't help but sigh that the presence or absence of skins has a huge impact on the game. He even logged into Steam and placed orders for all the games he was interested in, such as Black Myth, 3 Men and a Dog, Red Dead Redemption, etc. The moment the goods were put into storage, Luo Xinghe felt extremely satisfied. Because the moment you buy the game is the happiest moment. But such days became boring after a long time. Fortunately, his feet gradually regained the ability to walk. Although he still limped, he was able to walk without crutches by the next evening. At the end of the 3rd day, Luo Xinghe's foot had almost recovered. Even though there was still some pain, it was not serious. So on the morning of the 4th day, he prepared to go to school. He hadn't been to school for the first 3 days and he was still a little nervous. Moreover, today is the beginning of the military training for freshmen. For an obedient boy like Luo Xinghe, it is impossible to miss it. After having breakfast at Sister Qingyang's house, he got in the driver's car and went to school. Ji Qingyang did not go to school. She went to the group first, but Ji Qingyang still asked Luo Xinghe to exercise less because his foot had not fully healed yet. Ji Qingyang also said that she could be called if necessary and that she could skip the military training. Luo Xinghe nodded in agreement. 10 minutes later, the driver dropped Luo Xinghe off at the gate of Hucheng College. Luo Xinghe was ready to get off the car. Unexpectedly, the driver drove the car straight in. The security guard not only did not stop him, but also smiled at the driver. But the security guard didn't notice that the person sitting in the back was not the principal, but Luo Xinghe. The driver took him to the dormitory building with ease and then left. Luo Xinghe said thank you several times before slowly returning to the dormitory. When I arrived at the dormitory and opened the door, Jiang Chuan was still sleeping. Zhao Jiaxing was already sitting at the table, holding his freshman year textbooks and starting to study on his own. As for Liu Ziming, he should have gone for a morning run. Because at the beginning, Liu Ziming told them that he had the habit of jogging in the morning. Jiang Chuan was half asleep, but when he looked up and saw Luo Xinghe coming in, he immediately woke up. Hey, you're back. How's your foot? Is it okay? It's okay. Luo Xinghe walked slowly into the dormitory. He clearly saw two brand new military training uniforms stacked on his bed. Oh, Jiang Chuan explained as he put on his clothes, I brought it back for you. Military training will start at 8 o'clock this morning. Remember to change into it later. Okay, Luo Xinghe sat on the edge of the bed, took off his clothes, and prepared to change into military training uniform. Jiang Chuan asked again, Xinghe, do you have any special relationship with our counselor? Our counselor. Luo Xinghe thought for a moment and decided that it should be the counselor Zhu who chatted with him that day. What relationship could they have? No, Luo Xinghe answered simply. Jiang Chuan scratched his head, no. When I went to get my military training uniform that day, the instructor asked me all sorts of questions and seemed to care about you a lot. Really? Maybe our counselor is a better person, Luo Xinghe said perfunctorily. Just when Jiang Chuan was about to ask something, Liu Ziming, who had just finished his morning run, kicked open the dormitory door with his breakfast. Sons, your godfather is back. As soon as he entered the door, Liu Ziming saw Luo Xinghe. Xinghe, you're back. I just brought an extra portion. Come on, have breakfast. Luo Xinghe waved his hand. You guys eat, I've eaten. Have you eaten? Zhao Jiaxing put down his headphones and asked in surprise, your girlfriend even made breakfast for you. Xinghe, how lucky are you to have a girlfriend like this? Luo Xinghe smiled. Actually, it was not cooked by his partner, but he did eat it at his wife's house, so it could be said that it was cooked by his wife. At this time, the three people who had originally wanted to persuade Luo Xinghe to have a free love relationship were a little jealous. Jiang Chuan unpacked the preserved egg and lean meat porridge while asking, is your partner from our school? Where did your father and uncle find one for you? Can you help me find one? I don't mind an arranged marriage. Bullshit, Liu Ziming immediately interrupted, what do you mean by arranged marriage? This is called listening to your parents. Xinghe, let my uncle help me find one too. Zhao Jiaxing raised his hand, add one. Luo Xinghe didn't know what to say, so he just said, let's eat, and we'll talk after dinner. Hey, don't eat. Jiang Chuan obviously hadn't finished asking, Xinghe, let us see a photo of your girlfriend. That's right, we'll help you check it. Luo Xinghe thought that he couldn't let Jiang Chuan and the others see this. It wasn't because he didn't trust them, but now his relationship with Sister Qingyang was revealed. We still don't know what kind of storm this will cause. Sister Qingyang has not yet established herself firmly in the company, so it will take some time before we make it public. So Luo Xinghe refused and said, she is quite shy. Wait for 2 days. I will bring her out to have dinner with everyone. Oh, that's fine. The three of them didn't force it anymore. As the time for the military training was getting closer, they stuffed food into their mouths frantically. Half an hour later, the four of them were dressed and walked towards the playground together. On the grass of the playground, there was already a group of freshmen wearing camouflage uniforms, sitting in groups of 3 or 4, chattering. The military training instructors and some leaders were on the rostrum in the distance, making final preparations. At this time, a girl in the Architecture Class 1 group said, students from Architecture Class 1, hurry up and gather here. Who is dragging their feet? When several people saw this message, they couldn't help but be stunned. Who is this woman? Why is she so arrogant? Jiang Chuan explained, I guess he wants to run for class monitor and has already started to make his presence felt in advance. Liu Ziming was dissatisfied and said, I haven't even become the monitor yet, but I'm already angry. If you ask me, Xinghe should be the monitor of our class. After all, he was chosen as the secretary by our beautiful principal. Zhao Jiaxing nodded, I agree. Xinghe being the monitor will also be beneficial to our dormitory in the future. No, Luo Xinghe waved his hands. He just wanted to have a bad time in college. As for being a class monitor or something, it was simply too much trouble. Okay, let's talk about this later. The most urgent thing is to find that woman first and stop her from shouting in the group. Jiang Chuan said. The three of them nodded in agreement, and then rushed to the lawn opposite the runway to meet up with everyone. At this time, other classes were still sitting on the lawn, only the construction class 1 was standing in a line on the lawn. The girl who was giving orders saw Luo Xinghe and the other 3 and said, "Why are you so slow? You made the whole class wait." Chapter 13, Submit Your Mother's Head. As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of the whole class turned to Luo Xinghe and the other 3. Liu Ziming couldn't stand this kind of people, so he directly said, "What the hell do you do? Look at the playground, is there anyone standing in line besides our class?" The girl said, "Who are you scolding? The instructor just said we should line up. Does that mean our class won't line up just because other classes don't? Did the instructor ask you to form a team?" Liu Ziming continued to refute. Luo Xinghe and Jiang Chuan pulled Liu Ziming from behind, but Liu Ziming was angry and didn't care at all. The girl put her hands on her hips and frowned. The instructor said to let the temporary person in charge organize the team. "You came late, so don't make trouble, okay?" They said let the temporary person in charge organize the team. Are you the temporary person in charge? Who gave you the title? Do you think you are the temporary person in charge? Hearing this, the girl was stunned for a moment, and after a long while she could only say, "You." Seeing this, Luo Xinghe and the other 2 immediately pulled Liu Ziming and said, "All right, that's enough, let's stop talking." Liu Ziming hates people who think they are leaders and boss others around. Just as Luo Xinghe and the other 2 pulled him back to the team, the assigned instructor walked down from the podium. "Zhu Ling, what's wrong?" Zhu Ling is the girl who just had an argument with Liu Ziming. "Instructor." Zhu Ling's tone became tougher when she saw the instructor coming back. "These 4 people came late and talked back to me. They refused to obey discipline. I surrender to your mother." Liu Ziming was not afraid at all. Even though the instructor was here, he fired fearlessly, "You are a bastard, and you are still being disciplined. If you don't know, you would think we are all prisoners. Instructor, look." Liu Ziming did this, and Zhu Ling didn't even need to exaggerate. The instructor immediately pointed at Liu Ziming and said, "Come here." "Come here." Liu Ziming stood in front of the instructor, even half a head taller than the instructor. "Let me ask you, you came late and didn't quickly join the team. Why did you argue with the person in charge? Did it make you look bad? It was not yet 8 o'clock when we arrived, and other classes were resting. Why did our class have to line up so early? Besides, who said she was the temporary person in charge? Instructor, ask our class, has anyone admitted it?" Liu Ziming turned his head and the class fell into silence. "Okay, you're awesome, right? Run 10 laps for me. Just run." Liu Ziming is an athlete who has been exercising for many years and often runs half marathons. He doesn't take these 10 laps seriously at all. "You're rebelling against him." The instructor was still angry and pointed at Luo Xinghe and the other 2, "And you were late with him, right? You too, run. Damn, just run." As Liu Ziming's roommate, Jiang Chuan naturally chose to stand on the same front with him. Luo Xinghe and Zhao Jiaxing looked at each other and went onto the runway without hesitation. At this time, Liu Ziming had just finished 1 lap. "Why are you here too?" Liu Ziming asked while running. "We came here together. If you are punished, how can we be spared?" Jiang Chuan said. Liu Ziming said, "I just can't stand this kind of people. It's okay. I also think it's too early to gather. It's not even time to gather yet. And no one asked her to be the temporary person in charge. It's just that no one mentioned it and you said it." Jiang Chuan comforts Liu Ziming. Luo Xinghe also said, "Just run, just consider it as exercise." Zhao Jiaxing, "That's right, we in 603 must be neat and tidy in everything we do." Hearing this, Liu Ziming's eyes turned red. "Okay, in that case, let's show the glory of 603 on the runway." After saying that, he sped up suddenly, leaving Luo Xinghe and the other 2 far behind. "Damn, running so fast. I think the rhythm between the 3 of us is suitable." "Agreed, let's just run slowly." Unfortunately, Luo Xinghe only ran 1 lap before he felt his ankles getting hot and starting to ache. At this moment, Luo Xinghe, who had forgotten about his sprained injury, suddenly remembered that he could not do strenuous exercise during this period. After all, he was just able to get out of bed and walk, not that his sprain had fully recovered. So after running a lap, he just stopped. Jiang Chuan and Zhao Jiaxing also stopped following him. "What's wrong? Is your foot injured?" Luo Xinghe nodded, a little bit. Then don't run. Your feet are more important. So Jiang Chuan and Zhao Jiaxing each helped Luo Xinghe back to the front of the team. At this time, the instructor was asking the whole class to do push-ups, under the pretext of collective punishment, to eliminate unhealthy tendencies. The instructor and Zhu Ling were the only ones standing in the room, and Zhu Ling was pretending to help the students correct their postures. "Instructor," Luo Xinghe shouted. The instructor turned his head and saw that it was Luo Xinghe and the other two. He immediately said, "Did I tell you to stop? Add 10 more laps." "Instructor, my foot is injured. Can I take a rest?" Luo Xinghe ignored the instructor's words and directly stated his needs. The instructor lowered his head to glance at Luo Xinghe's feet, and then said, "I say you guys are too good at being sneaky. You've only run a lap and your feet are injured. If you don't want to run, do squats for me. 200 each." "Instructor, my foot is injured and I can't do squats." Luo Xinghe's words were a little harsher. Unexpectedly, the instructor took a step forward, his body almost touching Luo Xinghe. He looked at Luo Xinghe and said, "I've seen many people like you evading military training like this." Luo Xinghe frowned slowly. He did have an injury on his foot, so how could that be considered as avoiding military training? "Instructor, I really didn't lie to you," Luo Xinghe said loudly. "Besides, what Liu Ziming said just now is also correct. Our class gathered earlier than other classes. It's morning, but the sun is out. Can't you see it's very hot? If it's necessary for normal training, we can just bask in the sun. But the training hasn't even started yet, why are we standing at attention in the sun? And now, our classmates haven't done anything, why are they doing push-ups too?" The instructor was confused by Luo Xinghe's series of angry attacks. He pointed at Luo Xinghe and said, "You don't want military training, right? Well, get out of here. Then I will write, 'You evaded military training' in your military training evaluation manual. Am I running away?" Luo Xinghe felt that he couldn't reason with this instructor, it was like playing the lute to a cow. At this time, Zhu Ling walked up to the instructor and reported, "Instructor, there is also a girl in our dormitory who evades training. She said she is on her period. I live in the same dormitory with her, and I know when her period is." Chapter 14. The principal is here. After these words were spoken, even the good-tempered Luo Xinghe was irritated. He walked directly to the pale-faced girl and pulled her up. Luo Xinghe shouted, "Students, we come to school to study. We are willing to accept normal military training, but can you accept such unreasonable instructors? There is such a temporary person in charge. If she is really made the monitor of our class, will we still have a good life in the future?" As soon as these words came out, some male students who couldn't hold back their anger stood up and said, "I don't agree. I think the student who was punished to run just now is right. Why did our class gather so early and stand in the sun?" "Yes, instructor, didn't you see that the other classes were laughing at us? Even though it's military training, we are still your soldiers after all. Do you feel proud when we are laughed at?" "That's right, that girl's face turned pale just now, and she was obviously feeling unwell, and you said she wasn't on her period. Let me ask you, you figured out the menstrual periods of everyone in your dormitory at the beginning of the semester. If you had this kind of heart, you wouldn't have done such a thing just now. What are you yelling about?" As soon as Zhu Ling saw the situation getting out of control, she immediately tried to take control of it. "Do you still have a sense of community? Shouldn't you be punished for making a mistake?" As soon as he finished speaking, almost all the students stood up, and many students shouted, "Why don't you do push-ups with everyone else? Aren't you from the architecture class 1? That's right. Anyway, when the class monitor votes, I won't vote for you. I won't vote either. Me too. Damn it, let's go and complain to the leader together. I don't believe that with so many of us, the leader won't listen to us. Let us go, let us go." Everyone's anger was ignited at once, and Zhu Ling and the instructor's eyes changed from condescending to horrified. Zhu Ling was the class monitor for 3 years in high school, and her classmates had never talked back to her like this. This instructor has taught students more than once, and he has never seen a class of students so indignant. So the instructor asked Zhu Ling to calm these people down while he went to find the head of the military training regiment. When Luo Xinghe saw everyone standing up, his eyes couldn't help but become moist. He helped the pale-faced girl to sit down on the lawn, and then a classmate immediately volunteered to find the school doctor. Everyone was united in their hatred of the enemy and did not listen to Zhu Ling's orders at all. On the contrary, Liu Ximing, who ran a lap with his head covered, was stunned when he saw his classmates gathered together and the instructor was nowhere to be found. Fuck, what happened? What's going on? Liu Ximing pushed aside the crowd and saw a girl sitting in the middle with red eyes and pale lips from crying. Xinghe, I saw you at the freshman party the day before yesterday. You were the principal's secretary. We nominated you to be the class monitor. I agree. Just based on what Luo said in our class, I will recognize him. I agree. I agree. Everyone was talking about it and treated Zhu Ling as an outsider. Instead, the pioneer Liu Ximing was confused. Didn't I rebel first? Why didn't you push me to be the squad leader? It's okay, Xinghe will be the monitor and you will be the deputy monitor. Just like that, without giving Luo Xinghe any chance to refute, everyone had already determined his position in Class 1. Although those two sentences Luo Xinghe shouted just now were completely because he couldn't bear it anymore. Just as everyone was gathering together, the head of the military training group, the director of the architecture department, and the instructor of the first architecture class all came over. The department head's face was very gloomy. He believed that under no circumstances should we contradict the instructors and no mass incidents should occur. What are you guys doing gathered together? Who is the leader? The department head couldn't punish all the students, so he had to pick out a few leaders. Luo Xinghe was afraid that Liu Ximing would stand up, so in order to protect him, he took a step forward without hesitation. The other students were more or less afraid when they saw the department head. After all, they come to college not to cause trouble, but to get a diploma. Unexpectedly, Liu Ximing still shouted, "There's me too." Jiang Chuan immediately followed suit, "I'm one too." Zhao Jiaxing was stunned for a moment. He had always been a good student and didn't dare to contradict his teacher. He was even more afraid that the teacher would punish him, because it was entirely due to the joint efforts of his entire family that he was able to go to college. If he really received any punishment, he was afraid of letting his parents down. After thinking about it, Zhao Jiaxing never took this step and stood with Luo Xinghe and the others. Well, you three are causing trouble by not doing your military training, right? Don't participate in this year's military training. You will be treated as absent. You also incited your classmates to talk back to the instructor. Each of you will be punished and have to write a 5,000-word self-criticism. No, teacher, don't you need to listen to us and explain why? Why? The director said with his hands behind his back, it's wrong to talk back to the instructor. What do you want to refute? Zhu Yuan, what do you think? The director turned his head and looked at the counselor hiding behind. Zhu Yuan felt that there must be a reason why these students did these things, and although others might not know, he knew the relationship between Luo Xinghe and the new principal. Although Luo Xinghe refused to admit that he was her brother. Although the principal's secretary came over to persuade Zhu Yuan felt that the more the secretary persuaded him, the more it proved that his guess was correct. So Zhu Yuan directly called the director and the head of the military training group aside. Two leaders, I advise you not to mess with our Ban Luo Xinghe. The director was stunned for a moment. Zhu Yuan, what are you talking about? Zhu Yuan glanced at Luo Xinghe, then lowered his voice and said, Luo Xinghe is the new principal's younger brother. And the principal seems to value this brother very much. He even sent his secretary to tell me to keep it a secret. The director didn't expect there was such a relationship, are you sure? I'm quite sure. Why didn't you say so earlier? The director regretted it so much that he turned around and said, well, after several of us teachers understood the whole story, we all agreed that what Luo Xinghe did was absolutely right. When these words were spoken, all the students present were stunned. It's only been a few minutes and the director's attitude has changed 180 degrees. Moreover, the director neither asked the instructor nor the classmates about the situation. How did he know the specific situation? No, Captain, how can he be right? The instructor who taught the architecture class was also stunned when he heard this. Luo Xinghe is right, so I am wrong? Then what was the point of me jumping around just now? Was it the king in a playing card? Shut up, the captain said sternly, and the instructor immediately dared not speak again. Who should shut up? At this moment, on the other side of the playground, Principal Jiyu Qingyang and Vice Principal Hua Jie came to inspect the military training of the freshmen. Chapter 15 Jiyu Qingyang strikes hard. Jiyu Qingyang rushed over from the group. Fortunately, Jiu Qilong laid a good foundation for her, and the group can ensure that each project group operates stably, and they do not necessarily need the chairman to be in charge. In this way, Jiu Qingyang can spend more time at school. After all, the two things that Jiu Qilong was most concerned about before leaving were that Jiu Qingyang had not yet married, and the other was the development of Hucheng College. Principal, it's nothing. We just need to deal with some problems. As soon as the director saw that the principal and the vice principal had arrived, he immediately tried to make a big deal out of a small matter. Unfortunately, Jiu Qingyang didn't hear what the director said. Her eyes were all on Luo Xinghe's feet at this moment. Jiu Qingyang frowned. Xinghe's foot had clearly healed, so why did he need someone to support him again? Just as she was about to speak, she heard Luo Xinghe shout, "Report to the principal, we are planning to change the instructor." Change the instructor. Jiu Qingyang narrowed her eyes and glanced at Luo Xinghe, then asked, "Why?" This instructor has no compassion for students and no humanitarianism. Everyone was resting, but the instructor asked us to gather early. We said it was unfair and were punished to run. Other students were also punished to do push-ups. Also, there was a girl who was clearly on her period, but she wasn't allowed to rest. Luo Xinghe repeated what had just happened without any error, and his classmates were secretly delighted. They might not dare to complain to the principal, but Luo Xinghe did. His prestige among his classmates has increased significantly. After all, only when something really happens can you know who is the real tough guy. And Luo Xinghe's foot. Jiang Chuan added, his foot is obviously injured, but the instructor doesn't allow him to rest. If Luo Xinghe really keeps running like this, I'm afraid there will be big problems. Hearing Luo Xinghe's words, Jiu Qingyang's face turned cold. She would never allow anyone to destroy the results of her father's years of work, nor would she allow anyone to persecute students under her nose. Jiu Qingyang strongly supports normal military training because it can temper the character of college students. But Jiu Qingyang could never accept such a behavior of showing off one's own authority and ignoring the legitimate demands of students. In addition, Jiang Chuan also told Jiu Qingyang about Luo Xinghe's foot injury, and Jiu Qingyang's face became even colder. Fortunately, Luo Xinghe did not run away. If he had continued running and his injury became more serious, Jiu Qingyang would probably be heartbroken. Despite the students' repeated complaints, Jiu Qingyang was furious but still remained patient. She walked up to the instructor and said coldly, "Are you the instructor in charge of Luo Xinghe's class?" The instructor nodded, even more panicked. "Do you have anything to explain about these students' reactions?" The instructor first looked at the head of the military training regiment, but the head of the regiment ignored him. At this moment, facing the principal, the instructor felt afraid. His name is Luo Xinghe. He is a junior student in the school. He joined the National Guard Corps, which qualified him to be an instructor. As he had been teaching new students last year, he remembered that such an incident had never happened before. There are so many troublemakers in the class, but the whole class is united in their hatred of the enemy. How so? No. Luo Xinghe defended himself, "Principal, I do this to temper their will. Also, it wasn't me who suggested gathering early. It was the temporary person in charge of their class who suggested it. I just agreed to it." Who is the temporary person in charge? Jiu Qingyang turned her head, her eyes still stern, as if she would not give up until the matter was resolved. Seeing this, Zhu Ling had no choice but to step forward tremblingly. Principal, it's me." Jiu Qingyang did not embarrass the girl, but shouted, "Where is their class counselor? Is he here?" "Here I come." Zhu Yuan raised his hand and stepped forward. "Principal, I am their counselor." Jiu Qingyang questioned, "The temporary person in charge of their class, are you so sure?" Unexpectedly, Zhu Yuan was also confused. "I didn't decide on the temporary person in charge. I wanted to let the students vote preliminarily tonight before deciding." "Zhu Ling, who asked you to be the temporary person in charge?" Zhu Ling lowered her head, her hands trembling. I thought you agreed in the office." "Office?" Zhu Yuan thought about it and realized that Zhu Ling had indeed come to his office a day ago. But he said let's talk about it later, but he didn't say let Zhu Ling be the temporary person in charge. After figuring out the matter, Jiu Qingyang handed the girl over to Zhu Yuan. It would be better to let her counselor handle this matter. Jiu Qingyang then dealt with Luo Xinghe. "Since you are the instructor, let me ask you, did your instructor torture you like this during your military training? You have to run even if you sprain your ankle, and you have to crawl even if your leg is broken, right? No, his leg is not broken. Zhuo Xiaofeng defended. It's not broken. Jiyu Qingyang was furious and shouted directly, it will be too late if it breaks. Otherwise, when you sprain your ankle, I will also make you run 10 laps on the playground. Are you willing? Zhuo Xiaofeng stopped talking. Don't be an instructor anymore. Wait for the punishment. Jiyu Qingyang made the final conclusion. Hearing this, Zhuo Xiaofeng felt like the sky was falling. But Jiyu Qingyang didn't stop yet. She called the head of the military training group over and instructed, do you have a spare instructor? Call him over later and let Luo Xinghe choose. The instructor can only teach their class if he is satisfied, otherwise he will keep changing. Yes. Captain Gao is a senior student at the school, so he naturally did not dare to disobey Jiyu Qingyang's words. After dealing with these things, Jiyu Qingyang walked in front of Luo Xinghe. In full view of everyone, Jiyu Qingyang actually squatted down and lifted up Luo Xinghe's camouflage pants. Check Luo Xinghe's foot injury personally. This scene shocked everyone present. The beautiful principal is so caring towards her students. Which university president can do this? The director even pushed his glasses, thinking that it was fortunate that he did not embarrass Luo Xinghe just now. Otherwise, I would probably get scolded too. It seems that the fact that Luo Xinghe is the principal's relative can be confirmed now. We can have someone investigate it then. It's a little swollen again, said Jiyu Qingyang. It's okay, Sister Qingyang. No, Luo Xinghe realized that he had called the wrong name, so he immediately changed his words, Principal, I'm fine. But the 4 words, Sister Qingyang, had already clearly entered the ears of everyone present. No, you should stop training in the morning, Jiyu Qingyang stood up. She was worried about Luo Xinghe's injury and had no time to cover up these details. And the girl who is on her period needs to learn how to take care of herself. Jiyu Qingyang turned to Zhu Yuan and said, give them a leave note in the morning and ask them to stop training. Whether they can train in the afternoon depends on the situation. Okay, Zhu Yuan quickly agreed. Then let's do this first. Come with me and I'll take you to see the school doctor. Jiyu Qingyang supported Luo Xinghe instead of Jiang Chuan. Chapter 16, Treat you to the most luxurious buffet. For the next half hour, Jiyu Qingyang accompanied Luo Xinghe to see the school doctor. Vice President Wu Jie replaced Jiyu Qingyang and inspected the military training of the freshmen together with the director and others. There's nothing wrong with his foot, but he can't do high-intensity exercise. The school doctor said, as for this girl, I think it's because of a disordered lifestyle and a preference for cold foods, which caused her dysmenorrhea. Just get more rest, put on some warm packs, and drink some brown sugar water. After hearing the school doctor's judgment, Jiyu Qingyang finally felt relieved. After leaving their house, the secretary was responsible for sending the girl back to the dormitory. Jiyu Qingyang took Luo Xinghe's hand and walked towards the playground. On the way, people would greet Jiyu Qingyang from time to time. Although Jiyu Qingyang replied one by one, her attention was still on Luo Xinghe. Dad has entrusted you to me, so I will take good care of you. When we get back to the playground, I will ask them to issue you a trainee certificate. You can just sit on the lawn. Luo Xinghe shook his head. No, Sister Qingyang, I want to train with them. Hearing this, Jiyu Qingyang stopped and pulled Luo Xinghe by the back of his collar. Xinghe, do you listen to your sister? Luo Xinghe raised his head and looked at Jiyu Qingyang. Her brows were furrowed and her eyes were sharp. She was obviously a little angry. Okay, then I have a small request, okay. You say, Jiyu Qingyang let go of Luo Xinghe's collar and crossed her arms across her chest. Just let me control it myself. If I feel it's too serious, I can do an internship again, okay. Luo Xinghe spoke sincerely. Jiyu Qingyang thought about it and realized that military training would only happen once in 4 years of university. If he is really allowed to be an apprentice, it will probably become a regret in the future. Moreover, military training is also the first step for classmates to build friendships, so it is not good to be completely absent. I agree, but you have to control yourself. You'd better be lazy and take good care of your feet for me. Jiyu Qingyang said, half nagging and half commanding. Luo Xinghe nodded. Jiyu Qingyang smiled, looked around and seeing that there was no one around, she actually took his hand. Luo Xinghe only felt that Sister Qingyan's hands were very soft, very warm, and very slender. In the following period, Captain Wang tactfully replaced a good instructor for the construction class. The progress of their class gradually caught up. As for Luo Xinghe, he would only participate in some of the easy trainings, but his classmates would not let him join in the more intense trainings even if he wanted to. On the first day of military training, under the leadership of Luo Xinghe and Liu Ziming, the Architecture Class 1 has demonstrated strong cohesion. The day passed quickly, and when the military training ended in the evening, it was just past 8 o'clock. So Jiang Chuan proposed the 603 collective team building. This time, Luo Xinghe had no reason to refuse. After all, you can't skip every team building event. He left a message to Jiu Qingyang on WeChat, "Sister Qingyang, we are going out to eat together in the dormitory tonight. It might be very late. How about I stay in the dormitory?" After the message was sent, Jiu Qingyang did not reply immediately. She might be busy working, because when Luo Xinghe passed by the administrative building, he found that the light in the principal's office was still on. "Let's go, I've reported to my partner," Luo Xinghe said. Jiang Chuan patted his shoulder and said, "Our Xinghe is a man. He knows to report to his partner before going out to play." Luo Xinghe heard the joke and sarcasm in Jiang Chuan's words, and couldn't help but fight back. "Yeah, I'm afraid someone like you who has been a virgin for a long time wouldn't understand." "Fuck you." Jiang Chuan was completely hurt by these words. On the breezy summer night, he felt a chill in his heart. Okay, you decide where to eat, I'll treat you." Luo Xinghe waved his hand generously. Really? The three of them vaguely felt that Luo Xinghe was extremely wealthy. Last time he sent out 300 red envelopes in the group, and this time he was going to treat them all. You know, a few days ago, Jiang Chuan and two other friends went out for dinner and paid for everything themselves. Then we won't be polite. Liu Ziming rubbed his hands and said, "I know there's a buffet, 79 yuan per person, let's go and have a great time at Xinghe." Luo Xinghe didn't say anything. He usually spent 588 yuan when he went to a buffet because his father wouldn't let him eat such cheap food, saying it was unhealthy. He shook his head and was about to speak to the three people when his cell phone vibrated. Luo Xinghe opened it and found that it was a string of messages sent by Sister Qingyang. "No, you have to go home at night. Send me your address after you finish your meal and I'll have the driver pick you up. Where are you going to eat and what kind of food do you want? I have a good relationship with the boss of Qianmu. I asked them to reserve a private room for you. Do you want to go?" Qianmu? Luo Xinghe thought about it and suddenly realized that this was the highest level buffet restaurant in the city. Only the lobby is open, and the private rooms are never open to the public. Only some of the boss friends or distinguished guests can book the private rooms here. Qianmu's standard is 3,888 per person. But the ingredients are fresh, the meat is of high quality and unlimited, and the chef's skills are first class. Therefore, even though the price is so high, Qianmu is always full. To be honest, even Luo Xinghe's father might not be able to get Qianmu's private room. "Let's just eat something casually." Luo Xinghe was afraid of causing trouble to Jiu Qingyang, so he was ready to refuse. "Jiu Qingyang, be obedient, sister has booked a room for you, just go and eat. You must go home at night. I'll send someone to pick you up later." Seeing that he had no way to refuse, Luo Xinghe had to agree. In fact, he also wanted to try how delicious Qianmu was. After all, it's a buffet restaurant with sky-high prices, so how can it always be full? Luo Xinghe was very curious. At this moment, Jiang Chuan, who was already drooling over the buffet, patted Luo Xinghe on the shoulder. "How's it going, Xinghe?" In Jiang Chuan's opinion, 80 yuan per person is already a high price. After all, Luo Xinghe was going to treat them all, and the four of them would have to spend 320 yuan. Jiang Chuan's monthly living expenses are only 1,500 yuan. Therefore, they can understand why Luo Xinghe changed his mind at this time. "Why don't we go to another restaurant?" Luo Xinghe said after reading the message sent by Sister Qingyang. However, Jiang Chuan and the other two mistakenly thought that Luo Xinghe thought the price was too high. So he said, "No problem. It doesn't matter whether you eat at the buffet or not. We can all enjoy a bowl of mutton soup." "What kind of mutton soup?" Luo Xinghe asked curiously. "Let's have the buffet, the restaurant has been booked." "Let's take a taxi now." Have you booked it? The three of them looked at each other. Could it be that Luo Xinghe chose the self-service hotpot at 29 per person? Jiang Chuan asked curiously, Xinghe, which restaurant did you book? Tianmu. Luo Xinghe said. Tianmu. Zhao Jiaxing obviously had never heard of the name of this restaurant. He even rarely ate buffet. Jiang Chuan didn't quite understand what Tianmu was and thought it was just an ordinary restaurant. But at this time Liu Ziming's expression had changed. You mean, the Tianmu buffet restaurant in the city center? Luo Xinghe nodded. Yes, that's it. Chapter 17, a buffet restaurant with an average price of 3,888 per person. Oh my god. Xinghe, is your family so rich? Liu Ziming couldn't help but be curious. Unlike Jiang Chuan and Zhao Jiaxing, Liu Ziming is a genuine native of Hechen and has a relatively comprehensive understanding of the local situation in Hechen. In Hechen, especially for young people, Tianmu Buffet Restaurant is the T0 level restaurant in their minds. Although few people have eaten it, those who have eaten it have praised it highly. Even when Liu Ziming graduated from high school and had his last class reunion, everyone said that when someone became successful, they would definitely treat him to a meal at Tianmu. Jiang Chuan and Zhao Jiaxing, who were unaware of the truth, saw Liu Ziming so excited and naturally guessed that this restaurant was very expensive. How much? How much? It won't be more than 200, right? Liu Ziming shook his head. Tianmu, how can you eat it for more than 200 yuan? 500. It can't be 1,000. 1,000 yuan per person for a meal was far beyond Zhao Jiaxing's understanding. At this time, Jiang Chuan had already found the price of Tianmu on Douyin. 3,888 people. Oh shit. Jiang Chuan felt dizzy for a moment. How can this meal be so expensive? Are the chopsticks made of gold, or is the bowl made of gold? Jiang Chuan was surprised and asked, Xinghe, what does your family do to have so much money? Luo Xinghe smiled. With his father's personality, he would never let Luo Xinghe eat in such an expensive restaurant. My boyfriend booked it for us. Your partner? The three of them took a deep breath. With such a big investment, Luo Xinghe's partner must be a rich woman. Xinghe, does your partner have an older sister or younger sister? Can you introduce them to me? Xinghe, I'm more handsome than him, and I love to be a gigolo. Bragging. Are you as tall as me? I said I'm more handsome than you, who else can compare height? Okay. Luo Xinghe stopped Jiang Chuan and Liu Ziming from arguing, and then opened the door of the taxi that had just arrived. Half an hour later, Jiang Chuan and the other two stood in front of the door of Tianmu restaurant, feeling shocked. The restaurant's exterior is made of warm and textured imported marble, exuding a low-key and luxurious style. The magnificent 5-meter-high columns are finely carved, with intricate baroque patterns surrounding the columns. The golden lines outline their elegant contigs, supporting the majestic porch dome. Come on, let's go in. Luo Xinghe took the lead and walked in front. The two waiters standing at the door had already opened two heavy solid wood-carved doors. Jiang Chuan and the other two looked at each other, then carefully stepped forward and walked in. The restaurant was so luxurious and oppressive that they didn't even dare to speak. Following Luo Xinghe through the porch, the interior of the restaurant immediately appeared in front of the four of them. Under their feet is the hand-woven silk carpet from China, which feels soft as if walking on clouds, telling of the ancient and mysterious exotic customs. Above their head, the dazzling crystal chandelier is like falling stars. Thousands of Swarovski crystals sparkle under the light. The refracted light is dreamy and sprinkled in every corner of the restaurant, adding a solemn and gorgeous atmosphere to the dining environment. The walls inside the restaurant are covered with top-quality leather. The delicate texture and warm feel not only enhance the style of the space, but also provide good sound insulation, ensuring that diners can enjoy delicious food in a quiet and private environment. Art paintings by famous artists are hung in an orderly manner on the walls, ranging from classicism to modern abstraction, each of which is worth a fortune, injecting a strong artistic atmosphere into the restaurant. Each dining table is set with exquisite German Meissen porcelain tableware. The delicate texture and exquisite patterns emit a warm luster under the light, like pieces of art, quietly waiting for the arrival of delicious delicacies. The restaurant's food display area is like a small fresh food museum. Top-quality ingredients from all over the world are displayed on the stands surrounded by icy mist. The shell of a fresh geoduck from Canada gleams with a cold and hard luster, and the tender clam meat is faintly visible. The top-quality tuna from Hokkaido, Japan, has a deep and alluring ruby color, clear and delicate texture, evenly distributed fat, and its freshness is visible to the naked eye. The French Jinadu oysters have tightly closed shells. Gently pry them open to reveal the plump and juicy oyster meat, which exudes a fresh scent of sea water. There is also the Australian M9 Wagyu beef, with marbled fat evenly distributed between the tender beef texture. The delicate texture and mellow meat aroma are mouth-watering. What shocked them even more was the quiet atmosphere in the restaurant. The buffet restaurant never seems to be so quiet. Shouldn't it be bustling with activity? Xinghe, why don't we change to another one? Jiang Chuan felt uncomfortable after staying here for only a while. It seems like eating a meal here will put him in debt. Yeah, it feels like this is not something we can afford, Zhao Jiaxing also echoed. Liu Ziming didn't say anything, because his eyes were fixed on the M9 Wagyu beef on the table. It is said that this kind of beef melts in the mouth, and Liu Ziming really wanted to try it. Hello, distinguished guests. Do you have an appointment? Just when everyone was confused, the waiter came up quickly and asked politely. Luo Xinghe glanced at the message sent by Sister Qingyang, and then said to the waiter, I have a reservation, room 8. Oh, okay, the boss has told us. The waiter immediately understood and stopped asking questions. Then he immediately led the 4 people up the marble stairs to the second floor. Different from the quietness on the first floor, the second floor seemed isolated from the world and no sound could be heard at all. Even the footsteps of the 4 people were perfectly covered by the carpet on the ground. This is number 8. The waiter took the 4 people to a private room with double doors. The door opened and the 4 of them walked in slowly. Needless to say, the private room was luxuriously decorated. The 4 of them sitting on the solid wooden chairs felt it was too extravagant. The lady who booked the room has taken care of the bill and recommended some dishes for you. All dishes in our private rooms on the second floor are unlimited. If necessary, you can continue to order. After the waiter finished speaking, he brought out an electronic menu and asked Luo Xinghe to look at the dishes that Jiu Qingyang had selected for them in advance. Taking the menu, Luo Xinghe took a look at it, found nothing wrong, and then gave the menu to Jiang Chuan. The 3 of them gathered together and carefully looked at the names of the dishes on the menu. Chapter 18 Xinghe, are you dating a rich woman? Jinaldo Oyster Tower, selected Jinaldo oysters, opened on the spot, with plump and juicy oyster meat, paired with top-quality French champagne vinegar jelly, fresh lemon wedges and caviar, placed in a crystal-clear ice sculpture tower, feeling the freshness and luxury of the sea. 5J Iberian ham slices, select the top-quality Iberian ham, carefully processed by professional slicers, and each slice is uniformly thin. Paired with handmade crispy bread slices and tomato basil sauce, the rich aroma of the ham spreads in the mouth, leaving a long aftertaste. M9 grade Wagyu tomahawk steak is freshly fried. The M9 grade Wagyu tomahawk steak weighing more than 1 kilogram is fried on site by professional chefs. The heat is controlled according to the customer's preference. It is fried until the surface is golden and the inside is tender and juicy. It is served with black pepper sauce, French mustard sauce and grilled vegetables. The mellow meaty aroma of the steak is intoxicating. A 5 Wagyu beef sukiyaki and shabu shabu. Fresh lobster sashimi and charcoal grilled. A tasting of sturgeon caviar and ossetra caviar. Some of the dishes were even new to them. Some have only been seen in some domineering novels or TV dramas. The 3 of them glanced at the actual photos of the dishes on the menu, then returned the menu to the waiter. He even pretended to be calm, as if he came here to eat often. In Jiang Chuan's mind, there was only one line of words floating around, since I'm here, I can't lose face. Seeing that no one had any objection, the waiter closed the door and left, notifying the chef to serve the food. As soon as the waiter left, everyone started whispering. Liu Ziming said, Xinghe, how did you get into Qianmu's private room? This thing is not open to the public. Xinghe, you are not the CEO of a listed company, are you? Are you with a rich woman? The 3 of them talked one after another and asked questions non-stop. But Luo Xinghe just smiled and didn't answer. The 3 of them inquired carefully and confirmed that this would not bankrupt Luo Xinghe, only then did they feel relieved. To be honest, I haven't eaten M9 Wagyu yet. Jiang Chuan said. You make it sound like I've eaten it before, Liu Ziming drooled as he thought about it. I heard that it melts in your mouth and the aroma fills your entire mouth. As they talked, they began to drool. At this time, Liu Ximing suddenly took out his cell phone and said, "The food will be served soon. I have to take a photo and post it on WeChat Moments. I'm probably the first one among my high school classmates to come to Qianlu for dinner. And it's in a private room." "Yes, yes, yes." Jiang Chuan took out his mobile phone and prepared to take a photo. Among the 4 people present, only Luo Xinghe looked normal. Although he had never eaten in such a high-quality restaurant, at least his family background gave him some confidence to experience the world. At this moment, Luo Xinghe was chatting with Jiyu Qingyang. Because Luo Xinghe didn't go home, Jiyu Qingyang didn't go home either. She has now arrived at the group's office and is checking the daily work reports of each project group. "Sister Qingyang, we've arrived at the restaurant. Let's eat right away," Luo Xinghe said. Jiyu Qingyang replied, "Eat slowly, no need to rush, I will pick you up no matter how late it is. Will you come back after dinner, or do you want to go somewhere else and have some fun? Do you have enough money?" After saying that, Jiyu Qingyang transferred another 10,000 yuan to Luo Xinghe. Luo Xinghe retreated and said, "Let's go home after dinner." "Didn't you pay for the meal, sister?" "I'm not short of money." "That's good," Jiyu Qingyang said, "Qianlu sukiyaki is delicious, you can try it later." Half an hour later, the dishes began to be served. The first dish served was the French Ginodot oyster tower. The tender oyster meat looked even more tempting against the backdrop of the ice sculpture tower. The oyster meat is plump and full, with slightly curled edges. Against the backdrop of fine ice chips, it looks like a treasure just fished out of the deep sea. "Try this," Luo Xinghe said to the 3 people with a smile. Unexpectedly, they took out their cameras to take pictures first, and then started eating. Jiang Chuan was the first. He hesitated for a moment, then picked up an oyster, squeezed some lemon juice on it, and swallowed it with his head tilted back. In an instant, his eyes widened like bells and his mouth opened slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but he was speechless because of the sudden deliciousness. After a while, he finally came to his senses and said excitedly, "Holy crap, this is awesome. There's something so delicious. What the hell did I eat before?" Seeing this, Liu Ximing and Zhao Jiaxing also picked up the oysters to taste. The 2 nodded and said vaguely, "This taste is so delicious that my eyebrows are about to fall off. It has completely refreshed my understanding of food." Soon after, the dishes from the premium caviar tasting area were served. Each caviar is plump and round, sparkling with a dark luster under the light, just like black pearls. Luo Xinghe first scooped up a small spoonful of caviar with a special spoon, put it on the pancake, added a little sour cream and chopped onion, and put it into his mouth. The caviar instantly burst on the tip of his tongue, and the rich flavor spread. The 3 of them took photos as usual, and then imitated Luo Xinghe and put the caviar into their mouths. The tiny fish roe burst in your mouth one by one, and the rich and mellow flavor instantly blooms in your mouth like fireworks, with a hint of sweetness from cream and onions. Jiang Chuan immediately gave a thumbs up. Liu Ximing and Zhao Jiaxing couldn't stop eating. After a while, other dishes were served one after another, especially the M9 Wagyu beef, which really made Liu Ximing feel what it meant to be full of fragrance and melt in the mouth. He hardly had to chew the meat as it slid down his throat into his stomach. The 4 of them ate almost as much as they could, and only stopped when they had finished all their plates, feeling unsatisfied. "I wanted to fight again, but there was simply no room in my stomach. So they had no choice but to give up." Everyone slumped in their chairs like bargee, and Jiang Chuan even patted his belly through his clothes. "I'm so full. It feels so good. It feels like I haven't eaten like this in a long time," Jiang Chuan said with satisfaction. "Yes, we have to thank Xinghe. If it weren't for him, we probably wouldn't know that there is such delicious food in the world." Zhao Jiaxing also echoed. Luo Xinghe smiled and said, "If you want to thank someone, then thank my girlfriend. After all, she was the one who treated us." "I agree," Liu Ximing said, "Thank you, rich lady. Thanks to Xinghe-san for having a rich wife." The 4 of them smiled and sat back in their chairs chatting. After chatting for a while, a man in a suit and tie knocked on the door and walked in. "You must be Xinghe, right? I'm the boss of Qianmu. My name is Ou Chen, you can just call me Brother Ou." "Brother Ou," Luo Xinghe stood up. "It's okay, I just came to see you. How is the food here? It tastes pretty good. Luo Xinghe nodded. It's delicious, our classmates all say it's delicious. That's good, that's good. Oyu Qianchen took out a black gold card from his pocket. This is our VIP card. If you want to come in the future, you can come and eat anytime with this card. Chapter 19, Going home on weekends to stimulate my second sister. No, this is not good. Luo Xinghe refused. Unexpectedly, Oyu Qianchen insisted on giving it to her. He insisted, Miss Jiyu and I are good friends. I have told her about this matter. You can take it with confidence. Luo Xinghe saw that Sister Qingyang knew, so he took the card and said, Thank you, Brother Oyu. It's okay, you guys sit for a while, I still have things to deal with. After handing over the card, Oyu Qianchen closed the door and left the room. Luo Xinghe took Qinmu's black gold card and sat down again. Only then did he realize that Jiang Chuan and the other two were looking at him strangely. Liu Ziming said, Xinghe, who is your date? Why did the boss of Qinmu personally send you a card? Xinghe, how rich is the woman you're hanging out with? Luo Xinghe waved his hand and said, Brothers, it's better for you not to know about this. If I need you to know, you will know it sooner or later. Jiang Chuan and the other two looked at each other and didn't ask any more questions. Luo Xinghe didn't say anything, maybe he really had some unspeakable secret. The four of them chatted in the private room for a while, and when it was past 10 o'clock and the school was curfew, they hurriedly put on their clothes and went out. There was already an MPV waiting outside the door. Luo Xinghe asked the driver to send Jiang Chuan and the other two back first, and then asked the driver to take him back to Yinhao Dijing. On their way back, Luo Xinghe received a greeting call from his father. Boy, how is your foot? Luo Jiang asked seriously. It's just a sprained ankle, nothing to worry about. Luo Xinghe said. Luo Jiang smiled and said, You little brat, you're even using idioms. How have you been getting along with Qingyang these past 2 days? When will I, your father, be able to hold my grandson in my arms? Dad, you are too anxious. Luo Xinghe thought. It had only been 6 days since he and Sister Qingyang got their marriage certificate. How could it be so fast? What was he? A reproduction machine? Besides, he did take precautions the only time he was with Jiyu Qingyang. Luo Jiang urged, Hurry up. Your elder brother and second sister are both single, so our family depends on you and Qingyang. When Qingyang is free, we'll hold your wedding, and I'll be able to explain to Brother Jiyu. Luo Xinghe was speechless for a while. Why did he feel that getting married was like completing a mission? Dad, do you have anything else to say? If not, I'm hanging up. You little bastard, you've married a wife and you've forgotten your father. Luo Jiang yelled, You can't even nag me. We haven't even talked about the business yet. Ask Qingyang if you can come back this weekend. Your second sister is coming back this weekend too. She doesn't know about you yet. Give her a boost as she's single. Luo Xinghe, 6. With my second sister's temper, if I dare to provoke her, won't she hang me up and beat me? Luo Jiang seemed not to have heard this. After finishing his business, he said, It's settled. Remember to tell Qingyang. Then, Luo Xinghe heard a busy tone on the phone. Damn. This old man. Luo Xinghe was speechless. More than 20 minutes after answering the call, the driver took Luo Xinghe to his doorstep. He got out of the car and opened the door. It was already 10:40 in the evening. Aunt Zhao was still waiting in the living room. Seeing Luo Xinghe coming back, Zhao Ma stepped forward and took his coat. Xinghe, you're back just in time. Qingyang doesn't seem very happy. Go and see her. Not so happy. Luo Xinghe frowned and was about to go upstairs. Aunt Zhao held him back and picked up a glass of honey water from the table. Give this to her. Desserts can help cheer her up. She is in the study on the second floor. Thank you, Aunt Zhao. Luo Xinghe went upstairs with a glass of honey water. Arriving at the door of the study, Luo Xinghe knocked gently. Sister Qingyang, I'm back. The door is not locked, come in. Luo Xinghe turned the doorknob, and the first thing that came into view was the nearly 2-meter-high bookcase in the study. It was densely packed with books and looked a bit messy. You can tell at first glance that it is frequently turned over. Jiyu Qingyang was sitting in front of a solid wooden table, writing something at the desk. Luo Xinghe walked over slowly, put the honey water on the table, and said softly, Sister Qingyang, this is the honey water that Aunt Jia made for you. She said you were in a bad mood. Ji Qingyang put down the pen in her hand, took off her gold-rimmed glasses and placed them on the table. Turning the chair around, she waved her hand and motioned Luo Xinghe to sit on the sofa facing her. It's nothing. No business is ever smooth sailing. Ji Qingyang is mentally strong and rational, and can recover quickly even if she gets emotional. How about dinner tonight? Ji Qingyang turned to ask Luo Xinghe. Luo Xinghe replied, it's delicious. My roommate almost licked the plate clean. Phut, Ji Qingyang laughed and said coquettishly, is it that exaggerated? You must be lying to me. No, Luo Xinghe said, it's a pity that I didn't take pictures, otherwise I would definitely let you see it. It's really clean. Of course, I have a share in it too. Ji Qingyang smiled and took a sip of honey water, reminding Luo Xinghe, if you can chat with your roommate, then make friends with him. It will be very useful to you in the future. Luo Xinghe nodded. What about your foot? Does it still hurt? Ji Qingyang was concerned about Luo Xinghe's ankle as usual. Luo Xinghe twisted his foot symbolically and said, it's much lighter now. If I hadn't paid attention, I wouldn't even remember that I sprained my ankle. Okay, I'll apply the medicine for you again later. You can't stop applying the medicine just because you're almost healed, said Ji Qingyang. Luo Xinghe lowered his head. Ji Qingyang slid her chair closer to Luo Xinghe. What's wrong? It's okay, Luo Xinghe said, I just feel that Sister Qingyang, you are so good to me. Silly. Ji Qingyang touched Luo Xinghe's head. You are one of the few people I care about in this world. If I don't treat you well, who else can I treat well? Hearing this, Luo Xinghe pounced over from his chair like a lion and hugged Ji Qingyang tightly in his arms. Ji Qingyang was stunned for just a moment, then she stroked Luo Xinghe's back calmly. As long as you are happy, sister is willing to do anything. Luo Xinghe's eyes were red. He felt that he was lucky, although he had been thinking about it these past few nights. Obviously, he and Sister Qingyang have no emotional foundation, so why does Sister Qingyang like him so much? Maybe it's because some fate is destined. With some people, once you meet them, you commit your life to them. The two hugged each other for a long time before reluctantly parting. Ji Qingyang touched Luo Xinghe's face and said, Dad just sent me a WeChat message, saying that we should go home on the weekend. Did you know that? Oh, yes, Luo Xinghe was so busy hugging Ji Qingyang that he almost forgot about it. Dad asked me to ask if you have time this weekend. Ji Qingyang stood up and took Luo Xinghe's hand. Let's see, if the group is okay, we'll go home. Okay, Luo Xinghe also stood up. The two held hands, turned off the light in the study, and left. Chapter 20 Don't Talk, Kiss Me. Bedroom. Ji Qingyang barbarically threw Luo Xinghe on the bed and knelt beside the bed. Dad also told me to let him have a grandson as soon as possible, Ji Qingyang said with a ruddy face and rapid breathing. Luo Xinghe stammered, Sister Qingyang, I don't think this matter is urgent. Ji Qingyang nodded, indeed, you are still young, I mean in age, and I can't leave the group yet, it won't be too late to ask for it in 2 years. Luo Xinghe, who was lying on the bed, nodded supportively. After all, he is only 19 years old. He has barely enough time for eating, drinking and having fun. How can he be ready to be a dad? But Ji Qingyang unbuttoned her shirt and said, you don't have to have children first. You have to cultivate your relationship first. The top slowly slid off, and Luo Xinghe clearly saw Ji Qingyang's shoulders and abs. She held Luo Xinghe's hand, placed it on her soft waist, slowly leaned her upper body down, and her red lips easily touched Luo Xinghe's lips. Luo Xinghe wanted to say something. Ji Qingyang said softly, don't talk, just kiss me. More than half an hour later, Ji Qingyang changed into a light gold pajamas, with a soft satin belt tied into a bow around her waist, and her two smooth thighs were faintly visible under the long hem. Ji Qingyang asked, Xinghe, do you want to wash first? Luo Xinghe lay on the bed in a daze and shook his head. Then I'll take a shower first. Ji Qingyang walked slowly into the bathroom, closed the door, and only Luo Xinghe was left on the bed. He held his waist and stood up, letting out a long breath. He thought to himself, no wonder people say that women in their 20s are like wolves and tigers. Sister Qingyang is indeed a little scary in this regard. Fortunately, Luo Xinghe is relatively young and can still withstand Ji Qingyan's attack. Another half an hour later, Ji Qingyan came out of the bathroom with her hair loose, and Luo Xinghe took over to take a shower. The two of them tossed and turned until 11:30, then they turned off the lights and lay down on the bed. Ji Qingyang's bed is very big, not to mention two people lying on it. Even 4 people can lie on it with ease. So they were a little far apart. In the darkness, Luo Xinghe only heard a rustling sound, and then he heard Ji Qingyang shouting, "Brother, why are you so far away from me?" Luo Xinghe moved his body towards Ji Qingyang. Unexpectedly, Ji Qingyang actually hugged his waist directly, pulled hard, and hugged Luo Xinghe into her arms. Luo Xinghe was extremely surprised by the tremendous strength Ji Qingyang displayed in this regard. "Hold me," Ji Qingyang ordered. Luo Xinghe turned around and hugged Ji Qingyang in his arms. Ji Qingyang rubbed Luo Xinghe's chin with her hair, and then she fell asleep peacefully. In the pitch darkness, with Luo Xinghe holding such a beauty in his arms and her sexy thighs resting on him, how could he sleep? In desperation, Luo Xinghe had to count sheep. A sheep. 2 sheep. 3 sheep. He kept counting until he had reached 998 sheep. It was 12:30 in the morning when Luo Xinghe felt his eyelids twitching. Then he fell into a light sleep. When I opened my eyes again, it was already 6 o'clock in the morning of the next day. But Luo Xinghe was not woken up by the alarm clock, he was startled awake. He dreamed that his arm was amputated, and Sister Qingyan cried very sadly. When he woke up, he found that Ji Qingyang was sleeping with her head resting on his arm. And Luo Xinghe could hardly control that arm. He quickly used his other hand to gently lift Ji Qingyan's head, took out his arm, and slowly placed it on the pillow. Hiss! The compressed blood vessels began to supply blood normally again, and Luo Xinghe only felt an unbearable numbness and itchiness. So Luo Xinghe twisted and turned on the bed like a maggot. This action immediately woke up Ji Qingyang, who was sleeping next to him. Ji Qingyang turned her head and looked at Luo Xinghe's confusing behavior. She asked in a soft voice, "Xinghe, what's wrong with you?" "No, it's okay." Luo Xinghe gritted his teeth and said, "My arm is a little numb." "Why is my arm numb?" Ji Qingyang didn't understand. "Because, Sister Qingyang, you seem to be sleeping with your head resting on my arm." Ji Qingyang was a little surprised. "Sorry, I might have been sleeping too soundly and didn't notice it." "It's okay," Luo Xinghe shook his numb arm. Ji Qingyang half sat up, then slapped her head and said, "Did I forget to apply the medicine on you last night?" Luo Xinghe thought about it and realized that he was so busy with his work last night that he had forgotten about applying the medicine. He twisted his ankle and found that there was no pain, no need to apply it. "I feel better now." No. Ji Qingyang threw back the quilt, got out of bed, and went barefoot to the small cabinet under the TV to get the medicine. "You still have to apply the medicine." Ji Qingyang took the medicine, put on her slippers, then squatted beside the bed and said to Luo Xinghe, "Stretch out your feet." Luo Xinghe stretched out his feet obediently. Ji Qingyang poured a little of the potion on her hands, rubbed her palms together until they were warm, and then slowly placed them on Luo Xinghe's ankles. Sitting on the bed, Luo Xinghe only felt his feet were warm and Sister Qingyan's hands were soft. Ji Qingyang stared intently as she carefully applied the medicine to Luo Xinghe before closing the lid of the potion. "Okay," Ji Qingyang stood up, "going to school is still the same. You are not allowed to do heavy training. Don't think that you are completely fine just because it doesn't hurt. You have to be careful. Do you hear me?" Luo Xinghe nodded. Ji Qingyang smiled and subconsciously wanted to touch Luo Xinghe's head, but then she remembered that she still had potion in her hands, so she gave up. He turned around and went to the bathroom to wash his hands and brush his teeth. Then, the two went downstairs to eat and then went to where they should go. Luo Xinghe went to school, and Ji Qingyang went to inspect the group as usual. At 7:40 in the morning, many students had finished their breakfast and were sitting on the lawn chatting on the playground of Huchen College. On the rostrum, Commander Wang of the Military Training Corps was still giving his routine speech. However, the instructor who originally taught the first class of architecture, Zhuo Xiaofeng, is no longer in the instructor team. When Luo Xinghe arrived at school, he did not return to the dormitory, but went directly to the playground. Because they were chatting in the group just now, Jiang Chuan said that they had finished their meal and were heading to the playground. Because of a day of military training yesterday, Luo Xinghe also memoized the location. After entering the playground, he walked towards the military training ground with ease and arrived at the destination in a short while. Without Zhuo Xiefeng leading the team, the construction class 1 no longer had to gather so early. Like everyone else, the students squatted on the grass and chatted. Only Zhu Ling was sitting far away, looking down at her phone. Xinghe, you're here. Xinghe, come here and let's chat. After what happened yesterday, Luo Xinghe's name became known to everyone in the architecture class, and the students all had a good impression of him. I also have a good impression of 603 who led the charge. Luo Xinghe was just about to chat with the boys in his class when a girl stood up with a pink envelope in her hand and quickly handed it to Luo Xinghe. Chapter 21. Do you think so? Brother-in-law. What's this? Luo Xinghe felt a little confused when an envelope was suddenly stuffed into his hand. He looked again and saw that the girl who handed him the letter was the classmate who was pulled up by him yesterday because of menstrual pain. Coupled with the half-smiles on the faces of the girls around him, even if Luo Xinghe was dumb, he could probably guess what was in the envelope. Xinghe, did you ask someone to confess their love? Fuck, in terms of handsomeness, I am not that much worse than Xinghe. It's just that my family background is a little worse than his. Jiang Chuan and others said, Xinghe, hurry up, open the girl's kindness and take a look. Jiang Chuan, who has only written love letters to girls since he was a child, has never seen what a love letter written by a girl to a boy looks like, so he seems very impatient. Zhao Jiaxing reminded him in time, are you stupid? Xinghe has a girlfriend. Have you forgotten the top-notch buffet you had last night? Oh. After Zhao Jiaxing's reminder, Jiang Chuan quickly reacted, yes, Xinghe, you have to be loyal. Sister-in-law treats you so well and even invites us to a top-notch buffet. You can't play two-timing. What are you talking about? Luo Xinghe refuted Jiang Chuan while gently opening the envelope and taking out the letter inside. However, in order to protect the girl's self-esteem, Luo Xinghe did not let Jiang Chuan and the others see it, but turned around and read the contents of the letter herself. He did this to confirm whether this letter was a love letter. If it was really a love letter, he would have to return it immediately. Because there is only one woman in his heart now. And there is a high probability that I will only pretend to be a woman in this life. That is Jiyu Qingyang. During the days of her flash marriage with sister Qingyang, she completely conquered the heart of Luo Xinghe, a college student, with her extremely turbulent love and sincere care. But Luo Xinghe couldn't be 100% sure. Even if there was a high probability that it was a love letter, what if it wasn't a love letter but a thank you letter or something like that, and he returned it as a love letter? How embarrassing that would be. Dear Xinghe, please allow me to call you that. First of all, I want to say thank you for what you did yesterday. Luo Xinghe roughly read the contents of the letter and confirmed that it was a love letter before slowly putting the letter back into the envelope. Then, he turned his head firmly, walked to the girl's side, squatted down, and wanted to speak. Luo Xinghe, do you want to say something to me? The girl who confessed to Luo Xinghe looked very shy. She even lowered her head slightly when speaking, and clenched her hands together tightly. Sorry, Qingning, I have a girlfriend. Luo Xinghe saw Sun Qingning's name from the signature on the letter. Thank you for your love. I would have done the same thing yesterday no matter who it was. Luo Xinghe gently placed the confession letter between Sun Qingning's hands. Then without saying another word, he stood up and went back to Jiang Chuan. Unexpectedly, Sun Qingning changed her shy look and stood up with the confession letter in her hand, shouting, Xinghe. Who is your girlfriend? I want to compete with her openly. I liked you from the first moment I saw you. When you took my hand and pulled me up from the ground yesterday, you didn't know how fast my heart was beating. I really like you. Although we have known each other for a short time, I believe in love at first sight. I want to compete fairly with your girlfriend. As soon as these words were spoken, all the students in the class started to make a fuss. Jiang Chuan and the other two were so envious that their eyes turned red. She had a long ponytail wrapped around her fair neck and resting on her chest. The loose camouflage still can't hide her plump figure. Her standard oval face and a pair of peach blossom eyes are even more charming. In Jiang Chuan's eyes, Sun Qingning is already pretty. Xinghe, although I don't know who your girlfriend is, I think Qingning seems to love you more. Yes, Qingning has already confessed her feelings. Xinghe, you should give her a chance. I agree. Besides, your girlfriend should be your high school classmate. Long-distance relationships are hard to maintain. Everyone started to make a fuss, attracting students from other classes to look over here. Just as Luo Xinghe was about to speak, a woman in high heels and a professional suit walked in from the entrance of the playground. Xinghe, what's going on? The people who came were Principal Jiyu, Ms. Jiyu Qingyang. After inspecting the group, the first thing she did when she returned to school was to go to the playground, saying that she was going to check on the new students. But it is usually good enough for the principal to conduct a thorough inspection during each military training. This is the second time in a row that Jiyu Qingyang has done it. Like punching a card. For Jiyu Qingyang, the reason why she came so often was first to see Luo Xinghe. After all, she felt that Luo Xinghe was still young and she had to take good care of him. Second, Jiyu Qingyang not only inspected the military training of freshmen every day, but she also often visited the classes of old students. I also often communicate with students in a friendly manner, with the aim of winning their favor. After all, universities serve students. Only by understanding what students are thinking can we truly run a good university. Hearing this familiar voice, Luo Xinghe turned his head and saw Jiyu Qingyang still wearing gold-rimmed glasses and holding a white bag in her hand. Just a smile on your face can make countless students turn their heads. When Sun Qingning saw the principal coming, she immediately squatted down. Although the principal is very beautiful, she always has a cold temperament, which makes many students dare not get close to her easily. It's okay, principal, Luo Xinghe said, concealing the truth. Are you really okay? Jiyu Qingyang frowned slightly, but I just heard that little girl say that she wanted to compete with your girlfriend for you. Luo Xinghe didn't expect that Sister Qingyang not only heard it, but also said it directly in front of everyone. Now, even Sun Qingning, who had been very bold just now, lowered her head again. Jiyu Qingyang stepped on her high heels and walked to Luo Xinghe step by step. She hugged Luo Xinghe's shoulders in public and said softly, "Xinghe, you are dating my sister. If you dare to betray her, I will not forgive you. Sister Qingyang has a younger sister." Luo Xinghe turned his head slightly and looked at Jiyu Qingyang's slightly weird smile. Then, he felt a pain in the back of his waist. It was Jiyu Qingyang secretly pinching him on the back. Okay, Sister Qingyang, I understand. Luo Xinghe pretended to naturally accept the title of Jiyu Qingyang's brother-in-law and continued to act with her. But this sentence has already caused a huge wave in the hearts of all the students. Especially Jiang Chuan, Liu Ziming and Zhao Jiaxin. The three of them stood there like wooden men. They didn't expect that Luo Xinghe had such a close relationship with the principal. No wonder when asked to talk about his girlfriend, he always said it was a secret. Chapter 22 Meeting. Classmate, do you still want to steal my sister's boyfriend? Jiyu Qingyang hugged Luo Xinghe and said with a smile. Sun Qingning didn't say anything, but just lowered her head even more. Then, Jiyu Qingyang took Luo Xinghe's hand and directly put the black rubber band on her wrist onto Luo Xinghe's hand. Since you are in my school, I will keep an eye on you for my sister. When you see this hairband, just think of it as seeing my sister. Do you hear me? Luo Xinghe nodded and said softly, I understand, Sister Qingyang. Jiyu Qingyang smiled again. She habitually touched Luo Xinghe's head with her arm, then left the architecture class and went to inspect other classes. As soon as Jiyu Qingyang left, Jiang Chuan and the other two, as well as the boys from the architecture class 1, gathered around them. Everyone chirped and asked, Xinghe, are you dating the principal's sister? That's awesome. No wonder Principal Jiyu directly chose you as the principal's secretary. It turns out there is such a relationship. Principal Jiyu is the new heir of the Jiyu group. Do you know the Jiyu group? I heard that this group is a multi-billion-dollar behemoth. Damn, doesn't that mean Xinghe is dating a rich girl? Hey, Xinghe, do you have any photos? Principal Jiyu is so beautiful, her sister must be pretty too. A large number of classmates surrounded Luo Xinghe, talking non-stop, and Luo Xinghe didn't know what to say for a moment. Fortunately, 8 o'clock arrived quickly, and the coaches who were holding the regular meeting on the podium also walked down from the podium one after another. Xinghe, line up. The new coach Gao is indeed very tall, has wheat-colored skin and a loud voice. Ever since what happened yesterday, Coach Gao naturally regarded Luo Xinghe as the temporary person in charge. Moreover, Luo Xinghe is more useful than the average person in charge because all the students listen to him. Okay, everyone line up. Luo Xinghe commanded. Alas, I finally got to the point, and the military training started. Everyone was dejected, but they still stood where they were supposed to stand. Zhu Ling, who was directing the team outside yesterday, now had no place to stand and no classmates were willing to stand with her, so she had to stand at the end of the team. Instructor Gao was very satisfied when he saw that the team was assembled so quickly, more than twice as fast as the next class. He whistled in one hand and gestured in the air with the other. Dear students, our military training time is relatively short, only 1 week. And there will be a military training performance at the end, so we have to proceed as soon as possible. Before starting a day's training, the instructor gave necessary explanations and boosted morale, then officially began the stop-turn training. Luo Xinghe trained with his classmates for the entire morning without stopping for a moment. Because he never felt any pain in his feet. This scene was also seen by Luo Xinghe's personal secretary who came out to gather information. In the principal's office at this time, Luo Xinghe held her forehead with one hand and twirled a pen with the other hand, saying, "Are you sure he didn't stop all morning?" The secretary nodded. "I saw it with my own eyes, and I also asked the senior instructor who teaches the architecture class." Bang! "You little bastard! You didn't listen to me." Luo Xinghe suddenly slammed the table, startling the secretary. In the eyes of the secretary, Luo Xinghe has always been very rational and rarely gets angry. "You go," Luo Xinghe instructed. "Several vice presidents have also found the student secretaries. Notify all the student secretaries to hold a meeting this afternoon." Okay, the secretary walked out of the door skillfully and began to look for the relevant person in charge to implement the matter. In the office, Luo Xinghe calmed down. Luo Xinghe was not too angry when someone confessed to her because she believed in her charm. But he doesn't take care of his body. I clearly told him that he can participate in military training, but he also needs to rest. Since he wouldn't listen, Luo Xinghe had to resort to unconventional methods. Canteen. After training for a whole morning, Luo Xinghe and the other 3 were already starving. They took the rice from the aunt's hand and started to dig into it like wolves. Luo Xinghe was not willing to fall behind, and the 4 of them chased each other, with the chopsticks almost leaving flying shadows. At this moment, the cell phone in Luo Xinghe's pocket suddenly rang. He looked up at the progress of Jiang Chuan and the other 2, then held the phone in one hand and ate his meal with the other. I took out my phone with difficulty and saw that it was a WeChat call from my counselor Zhu Yuan. Luo Xinghe answered the phone, stuffed another mouthful of rice into his mouth, and said with a somewhat unclear accent, "Hello, what's up, instructor?" Xinghe. Zhu Yuan said to Luo Xinghe politely, "You don't have to attend the military training this afternoon." Luo Xinghe stopped eating and asked, "Why, instructor?" "There will be a meeting this afternoon about the training of student secretaries. Weren't you designated as a student secretary by Principal Gu? You should attend." Luo Xinghe thought about it and felt that being a student secretary was also a serious job, so he had to support Sister Qingyang's work. So he agreed, "Okay. By the way, I asked Zhu Ling to give you the group owner position. Please inform the other students that we will hold a class meeting at 4-1 in Bishop Room at 7 p.m. to determine the candidates for the temporary class committee." Oh, okay. Luo Xinghe was no longer too disgusted with the temporary person in charge. Because he felt that if he wanted to perform well, he should have some say in the class. Otherwise, you will be at the mercy of others. Moreover, it is very likely that the temporary class committee members will be the candidates for the formal class committee after the military training. Because only this group of people has a mass base among their classmates. Okay, that's it. Zhu Yuan finished explaining the important matters and then hung up the phone. As the busy tone rang out, Luo Xinghe slammed his phone on the table. Just as he was about to start eating seriously, he saw that Jiang Chuan and the other 2's plates had been emptied. "Damn, you are animals," Luo Xinghe said in surprise. Liu Ziming didn't care about these. He asked, "Xinghe, what did the instructor tell you? Are we going to elect temporary class committee members?" Luo Xinghe did not hide it and nodded directly, because he was about to announce this matter in the group, so there was no need to hide it anymore. Liu Ziming said excitedly, "Xinghe, can I be the deputy monitor? You be the monitor and I will follow you." Liu Ziming is well aware of the benefits of being a class leader, so he really wants to get involved. Luo Xinghe frowned. This was decided by the classmates' vote, not by me. You don't understand. Liu Ximing said, the rules for selecting temporary class committee members in our school are that the temporary person in charge is publicly elected by the students, and the temporary class committee members are nominated by the temporary person in charge. The students vote to approve or reject them. Luo Xinghe was confused. Is there such a choice? Liu Ximing explained, of course, what the school means is that it is difficult for new students to carry out their work. It is easier to carry out your work by choosing someone you can get along with. Chapter 23 I support you. Administration building. Luo Xinghe finished his meal, rested for a while in the dormitory, and then went to the meeting. This was a small meeting room. When he came in, there were still more than 10 minutes before the meeting started and the meeting room was empty. So he wanted to find a place to sit down and watch Douyin. Unexpectedly, Ji Yuqingyan's secretary came in before Douyin was opened. Hello, Master Xinghe, the secretary said, Principal Ji wants you to come over. Luo Xinghe knew that the principal's office was nearby, but he was afraid that Ji Yuqingyan was taking a lunch break, so he did not go to disturb her. But he didn't expect that Sister Qingyang knew he was here as soon as he sat down. Okay, Luo Xinghe left his seat and followed the secretary into the office next door. At this time, Ji Yuqingyan was looking at several budget reports. The secretary knocked on the door and said softly, Principal, young Master Luo is brought to you. Okay, Ji Yuqingyan reminded, Secretary Jin, from now on, just call Luo Xinghe classmate at school. Don't call him young master anymore. It's not good for other students to hear it. I understand, Secretary Jin agreed, then closed the office door and left. Luo Xinghe took 2 steps inside and smiled, Sister Qingyang, what do you want to call me for? Ji Yuqingyan took her eyes off the screen, then picked up the water cup and unconsciously glanced at Luo Xinghe's arm. When she found that the rubber band was still there, Ji Yuqingyan felt a little better. She pointed to the sofa opposite and motioned Luo Xinghe to sit down. Luo Xinghe nodded and sat on the sofa. Ji Yuqingyan took a sip of water, put down the cup, and spoke first, Do you know why I asked you to come? Luo Xinghe shook his head, I don't know, but I think Sister Qingyang didn't need a reason to ask me to come. Stop talking nonsense. Ji Yuqingyan frowned and said, Did I give you a trainee certificate? It's not that I don't allow you to do military training, but I want you to train for a while and then take a break. Why don't you listen? Let me tell you, this afternoon meeting is specially for you. Ji Yuqingyan raised her voice slightly and said, You are in a meeting here, you can't go to training, right? Luo Xinghe thought the meeting was for serious business, but he didn't expect it to be for such a reason. So he gently reminded her, Sister Qingyang, public and private matters should be separated. There is no need to mobilize a large force over such a trivial matter. Are your feet a small matter? Ji Yuqingyan said, What if there are sequelae? What if my leg becomes lame? Luo Xinghe felt that Ji Yuqingyan was exaggerating a bit. He had been resting for 3 days due to a sprained ankle, and it didn't hurt anymore, so how could it be so serious? But when he saw Ji Yuqingyan's serious expression, it didn't look like she was joking. Besides, she was also thinking about herself, so Luo Xinghe had to apologize. I'm sorry, Sister Qingyang, I was wrong, I just felt that my foot was almost healed, so I didn't rest. I didn't expect this much. At the desk, seeing Luo Xinghe's sincere apology, Ji Yuqingyan's anger had subsided a lot. Thousands of words came to my lips and turned into one sentence, kiss me. Luo Xinghe thought he was hallucinating. What's wrong? Ji Yuqingyan stood up from the chair and said, You made a mistake. I will only forgive you if you kiss me. Is this request too much? It's not too much. Luo Xinghe also stood up, facing the pleasant body fragrance of Ji Yuqingyan, and kissed her on the cheek without saying a word. Ji Yuqingyan sat down with satisfaction and said, Now let's talk business, about this meeting. Hearing this, Luo Xinghe was confused again. Wasn't this meeting called because he didn't rest? Was it some serious business? Sister Qingyang, you lied to me. Luo Xinghe also sat down and said. Okay then, Ji Yuqingyan generously admitted that she had indeed lied to him just now, and out of politeness, Ji Yuqingyan also kissed him on the face. And left a faint red mark on Luo Xinghe's face. Ji Yuqingyan joked, Just don't tell my sister. Luo Xinghe touched his cheek with his hand, obviously not knowing how to respond to her. Ji Yuqingyan didn't say much, she just pulled him to her side, then clicked on a few files and said, "These are the items decided by our school leaders after the meeting, take a look." Luo Xinghe stood beside Jiyu Qingyang. Jiyu Qingyang stood up and pushed him onto her chair, then she leaned over and stood behind him. The faint body fragrance on her body made Luo Xinghe take a long time to slowly focus his attention and look at the screen. Notice on increasing efforts to help students become talents. Notice on the reform of school canteens. Notice on school bathroom reform. Notice about replacing the water dispenser. Notice on the construction of an indoor sports stadium. This series of new measures made Luo Xinghe shudder with fear. It is said that a new official will start with 3 things when he takes office, but these were not the 3 things that Jiyu Qingyang did. It's like 30 fires. This directly brought about a major transformation of Lincheng College. How much manpower and money will this cost, and how much resistance will it encounter? You know, Lincheng College is a private institution, and private institutions, after all, have to make profits. Will the board of directors agree to Sister Qingyang's move? Luo Xinghe's father is also a businessman, and he is well aware of the difficulties his father faces in reforming the distribution of benefits. Sister Qingyang, this. Luo Xinghe said, from a student's perspective, this is definitely a huge benefit, but from your family's perspective, is this too radical? Really? Jiyu Qingyang said, maybe a little. When my father was still alive, he sighed many times at the current situation of Lincheng College, because he did not want a school that could make a profit, but a school that could truly contribute to education. But my father put too many constraints on me and put a lot of pressure on me from all sides, so these things have never been accomplished. At this point, Jiyu Qingyang's eyes became more determined, so, I have to act with lightning speed, kill first and report later, this way maybe there is a chance of success. Seeing Jiyu Qingyang say these words, Luo Xinghe even felt a little admiration for her. He originally wanted to remind Jiyu Qingyang not to fall into idealism, but now it seems that there is no need. Since Sister Qingyang has made this determination, it means that she has made all preparations. Even if there are difficulties and obstacles, we must do it. This is probably the difference between businessmen and entrepreneurs. One is profit-driven, the other is trying to change something and make society a better place. I support you. Luo Xinghe said finally. Chapter 24 Slander, Blatant Slander. The time came to 1:50. In the conference room, all the vice presidents, directors of various departments, and directors of various majors were already present. The vice presidents in charge of various departments and the selected student secretaries have also taken their seats. These student secretaries basically meet Jiyu Qingyang's requirements. You need to have a certain foundation among the students. You don't necessarily have to be a class leader, but you must be able to respond to the student's situation at any time. This is very important for Jiyu Qingyang's reform. Because the purpose of her reform this time is to start from the students. First, improve the students' material and spiritual levels, and secondly, try every possible way to help students become successful. Everyone is here. As soon as 2 o'clock arrived, Jiyu Qingyang walked into the office. Behind her were Secretary Jin and Luo Xinghe. Everyone present, including their vice presidents, sat up straight. Because of the contact during this period of time, they found that although Jiyu Qingyang was young and a woman, she was vigorous and decisive in her actions. Although some of her decisions are too bold and unconventional, she always finds a way to achieve her goals. Therefore, Jiyu Qingyang's prestige among this group of older leaders is also rising. What's more, Jiyu Qingyang is also the chairman of Jiyu Group. According to the relationship between the parent company and the subsidiary, Jiyu Qingyang is still their biggest boss. You sit there. Jiyu Qingyang pointed to the row of benches near the wall. There was an empty bench there. It turns out that there wasn't any such seat. It was specially arranged by the logistics department for the student secretary. Because it stands to reason that students have no possibility of participating in school leadership meetings of this level. These benches were specially arranged after Jiyu Qingyang's reform. Luo Xinghe nodded, took out a small notebook from his pocket and sat down. This attracted the attention of all the school leaders present. They had heard a long time ago that there was a freshman in the first year who had a close relationship with the principal and was most likely a relative. Facing the gazes of the leaders, Luo Xinghe, who had just entered college, didn't know how to respond and just smiled foolishly. All right. Jiyu Qingyang took the main seat without hesitation and clapped her hands to draw everyone's attention back. I see that all the school leaders are here, and the student secretaries are all here, so let's start the meeting. The leaders nodded. The vice chairman sitting on the right, the assistant to the principal, Bai Xinghe, looked at everyone and spoke first. Principal, we have all read your reform plan. Our opinion is that your original intention is good, but we think this plan is too difficult to implement. There are several main issues here. First of all, it's about funding. How much funding is needed to support such a series of reforms? Second, it's manpower. Third, what will the society's reaction be? Will it backfire? I think we should play it safe and make changes one by one, starting with a little bit and seeing how the response goes. Bai Xinghe spoke for a long time, mainly expressing one central idea. No, I don't want to do it. I don't want to take responsibility. I hope the school will continue to follow the current trajectory. After Bai Xinghe finished speaking, all the other school leaders except Wu Jie nodded in agreement. Yes, Principal, you are still young. We understand that you are full of passion and want to do something. Everyone has been through that time, but we still think it's better to be safe. I agree. Let's start with something small, like modifying the water dispenser. Don't make too many changes. I think we should try modifying the first to third floors of the bishop's house first. It just so happens that the water dispenser on the first floor is broken. The school leader's speech was affirmed by most people. Until now, Luo Xinghe had remained silent and just watched these people speak quietly. These obstacles were all within Luo Xinghe's expectations. Does everyone have the same opinion? After everyone finished speaking, Luo Xinghe asked a question. Yes, everyone agrees. What about you? Luo Xinghe turned her head and looked at the student secretaries. This question confused them. They originally thought that in this kind of meeting, they could only do odd jobs and just listen carefully. There was no need to talk at all, but they didn't expect that Luo Xinghe would actually let them speak. In fact, they had received the documents about Luo Xinghe's reform before the meeting. To be honest, they were very excited to see the content of these reforms. After all, who doesn't want to have a more comfortable life in college? But they dare not say it. Especially I dare not say it in front of the leaders. Luo Xinghe looked at the reasons why everyone was hesitating and decided not to embarrass them anymore. He turned around, pointed at them and said to the school leaders, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is why I must reform. Why did my father run the school? For profit. As you all know, there are many industries that make more money than education. Why did my father spend so much effort on education? Because he thinks that earning so much money is meaningless. Giving back to society and making some contribution to society and students is what's interesting. But now do you really understand what these students are thinking?" Luo Xinghe said, "Which school leader can go to the cafeteria to eat and chat with students once a week? No, once a month. Don't they all eat in the cafeteria reserved for teachers, or even the cafeteria reserved for leaders? Everyone, we are the ones who serve the students, but we are so far away from them. Do you think this is reasonable?" Luo Xinghe's sonorous words were all heard by Luo Xinghe, who was standing beside her. He suddenly felt that Luo Xinghe was so handsome at this moment. The admiration in his heart was like a surging river. But the school leaders present did not buy it. Bai Xinghe continued, "Principal Luo, isn't that a bit too one-sided? We understand the students. We don't necessarily have to eat with them. There are many other ways. For example?" Luo Xinghe asked immediately. For example. Bai Xinghe hesitated for a while and said, "For example, the work daily report of the Student Affairs Department, which every leader of ours has to read. Daily work report of the Department of Student Affairs." After Bai Xinghe finished speaking, Luo Xinghe couldn't help but burst out laughing. Bai Xinghe said dissatisfiedly, "Principal Luo, what do you mean by this? It's meaningless." Luo Xinghe gave Secretary Jin a look, and Secretary Jin immediately handed over a document. Bai Xinghe only took a look at it, and his expression changed instantly. This is slander. Is it slander?" Luo Xinghe leaned back in her chair, her loose hair spreading naturally. "Let's wait for the results of the group's investigation." "No, Principal Luo, you don't have to be so ruthless, right? Go slowly." Luo Xinghe only said 2 words, and Secretary Jin understood. Assistant Bai, according to the group's regulations, those who are under investigation by the group are temporarily not allowed to attend the meeting. Please leave. Snort. Bai Xingui slammed the table and walked out angrily. Chapter 25 Brother Xinghe, my deputy monitor. Jiyu Qingyan's sudden action stunned the other leaders present. It turns out that the thing in Jiyu Qingyan's secretary's arms was a handle. After so many years in society, who can say that he is innocent and has no stain at all? Jiyu Qingyan is going to use this to threaten them now? This little girl is so cruel. Who else has any comments? Jiyu Qingyan put her hands on the table and continued to wait for the leaders to speak with a smile. But after what happened just now, none of the leaders present dared to speak anymore. Afraid that he might be careless, Secretary Jin would pull out a review notice about him. It seems that everyone has no objection, right? Jiyu Qingyan waited for a long time, but no one spoke, so she pointed directly at someone and said, Vice Principal Qian, you are in charge of student affairs and logistics, so you can speak. Qian Degao pointed at himself, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and said slowly, well, I think that although your plan involves many aspects, it is still very practical. I think we can give it a try. Jiyu Qingyan nodded with satisfaction. Minister Zheng, you are in charge of money, what do you say? Oh, this. Zheng Xiangdong wanted to speak but didn't dare to, because he felt that Hechen College would definitely lose money if he did this. And the losses were quite a lot. But he was not clean either, so he was afraid that if he objected, Jiyu Qingyan would take him down as well. Unexpectedly, Jiyu Qingyan saw through his concerns and said, Minister Zheng, just tell me how much you need. I will ask the group to transfer some money to you. I said, the purpose of Hechen College is not to make money, but to serve as the group's business card to the society. When Jing Xiangdong saw that Jiyu Qingyan had actually solved his worries, he felt a lot lighter when he spoke. Then I will express my support. I support that, too. Well, just do it. Agree. Support. When everyone saw the current situation, they all raised their hands. Jiyu Qingyan nodded in satisfaction, and then she made a gesture to Secretary Jin, who immediately understood and walked to the shredder, took out the stack of documents from the folder, and then threw them all into the shredder without missing a single one. A buzzing sound sounded, and Jiyu Qingyan continued, I understand your difficulties. After all, you have been in society for a long time, and some things are beyond your control. I am like my father, we are both people who look forward. As long as everyone stops doing what happened in the past, I will let bygones be bygones. Seeing Jiyu Qingyan express her stance, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, let's talk about the details. Secretary Jin opened the PPT and Jiyu Qingyan began to talk about some specific reform measures. This lecture lasted more than half an hour. But the student secretaries sitting nearby, including Luo Xinghe, became more and more excited as they listened. Because every point Jiyu Qingyan said was considered from the students' perspective, even the worms in the students' stomachs, every aspect was taken into consideration. These student secretaries felt that if what Jiyu Qingyan said could really come true, this school would probably become famous throughout the country. The meeting lasted until 5 o'clock in the afternoon. All leaders spoke fully and the student secretaries also expressed their opinions. After unanimous discussion, the meeting decided the focus and direction of the first batch of reforms. And form a document and prepare it for distribution. After the meeting, Jiyu Qingyan also held a small meeting for these student secretaries and told them to respond to students' opinions in a timely manner. Express your views on students to school leaders in a timely manner for their consideration. Finally, Jiyu Qingyan told everyone that until the document was issued, all reforms had to be kept confidential. After saying these things, Jiyu Qingyan let them leave. At 5:15, Jiyu Qingyan finished the meeting and returned to her office, where she received a call from Mr. Li from the group. Qingyang, I heard that you want to investigate Lao Bai. Luo Xinghe finished the meeting and walked back, his heart filled with excitement. He felt that Sister Qingyang was his god. No, he is the god of the entire Hechen College. In order to express his excitement, Luo Xinghe did not go to the playground to continue training. Instead, he turned around and ordered a cake outside the school. He wanted to give this cake to Jiyu Qingyan to express his excitement. The cake he chose is a galaxy-like cake, with the overall tone being mainly soft pink and purple, like the colors blending together the sunset and the starry sky. On the side of the cake, lavender and pink cream streaked across the cake like shooting stars, leaving behind dreamy traces. The moral is run to the sea of stars. Cake. Because Luo Xinghe hopes that Jiyu Qingyan can succeed. After ordering the cake, Luo Xinghe received another message from his instructor Zhu Yuan. Zhu Yuan said he had something urgent to do, so tonight's class meeting was cancelled and moved to tomorrow night. Luo Xinghe replied with a received message. He was glad that he hadn't sent this notice to the group yet, otherwise it would have been very troublesome to make changes. At this time, the time was already 6:10, and Jiang Chuan sent him a message saying that the training was over. Let him find them in the cafeteria. Luo Xinghe was in a good mood and came to the cafeteria whistling. After finding Jiang Chuan and the other two, Luo Xinghe sat down. He found that in front of him there was a deluxe version of snail noodles with fried eggs, chicken feet and snail meat. Luo Xinghe immediately realized that something was wrong. Whose is this and why is it here with me? Well, I bought it, Liu Ximing said as if he was very shy. Brother Xinghe, just eat it. Luo Xinghe guessed what Liu Ximing meant, but still joked, what are you doing? Ximing, you are not going to do anything bad to me, are you? What? Liu Ximing saw that Luo Xinghe had misunderstood and said quickly, Squad leader Luo, look at my deputy squad leader, the deputy squad leader. Oh. So that's what it is. Luo Xinghe pretended to be enlightened, what a pity, there will be no class meeting tonight. What? Liu Ximing was surprised, why not open it? I don't know, Luo Xinghe said, the instructor had something urgent to do, so it was changed to tomorrow night. Tomorrow night is fine, Liu Ximing said, isn't it just up to you, the class monitor Luo, to make me the deputy class monitor? Luo Xinghe pointed at Liu Ximing and said, okay, then my uncle will reluctantly recommend you. No problem, no problem. Liu Ximing smiled. For Luo Xinghe, no one wants to run for class committee now, and it is indeed easier to get things done by using one's own people. So, Luo Xinghe picked up the chopsticks with peace of mind and started to eat the snail noodles. It's still medium spicy. P.S. I owe one chapter today, and will update 6,000 words tomorrow to make up for it. Chapter 26 Cooking for Sister Qingyang. A little after 7 in the evening. Since there is no evening training and the class meeting has been cancelled, it is now free time. Coincidentally, the owner of the cake shop told Luo Xinghe that his expedited custom cake had been completed. So Luo Xinghe planned to go home early today. With this idea in mind, he first sent a message to Jiyu Qingyang on WeChat. Sister Qingyang, I'm going home. When will you be back? After a while, Jiyu Qingyang replied, you go back first, I still have work to do. Okay, Luo Xinghe replied, and then called the driver. Since his BMW was still parked at home, he was usually picked up and dropped off by Jiyu Qingyang's driver. When the driver arrived, he went to the cake shop and took the cake back. Then the driver took him back to Jiyu Qingyang's home. When Luo Xinghe came in, Mother Zhao was cooking in the kitchen. Xinghe, you're back. Seeing Luo Xinghe come in, Zhao put down what she was doing and took the cake he brought back. Is anyone's birthday today? Asked Mother Zhao. No, Luo Xinghe replied as he took off his coat, I just wanted to give Sister Qingyang a surprise. Oh, so that's how it is. Zhao tactfully stopped asking questions. She helped put the cake on the dining table and then went back into the kitchen. Luo Xinghe asked in surprise, Aunt Zhao, are you cooking for Sister Qingyang? Yes, she said she would come back for dinner tonight, said Aunt Zhao as she stirred the egg liquid. At the same time, Luo Xinghe suddenly had an idea. He washed his hands, went straight into the kitchen, and snatched the kitchen knife from Zhao Mar's hand. What are you doing? Mother Zhao was stunned. Luo Xinghe said, Aunt Zhao, you can just take a rest. I will cook this meal. That won't work, Zhao Mar said, I earn this salary. What should I do if you cook? It's okay, it's just this one meal, Luo Xinghe said with a smile, I won't steal your job. Mother Zhao thought about it and still shook her head, no, Qingyang is used to eating the food I cook. If she suddenly changes someone else to cook, she might get angry with me if she doesn't feel comfortable with the food. Oh, no. Luo Xinghe put down the kitchen knife, pushed Zhao Mar's shoulders and pushed her out of the kitchen. If Sister Qingyang really gets angry, you can push the pot onto me and say that I had to do it and you couldn't stop me, isn't that enough? Besides, I'm not causing trouble. The food I cook for our family is the best. My second sister also says it's good. I just want to cook a meal for Sister Qingyang myself. Luo Xinghe kept talking, so Mother Zhao had to leave the kitchen and go to the second floor to mop the floor. After occupying the kitchen, Luo Xinghe stood with his hands on his hips in the kitchen thinking about what Sister Qingyang liked to eat. Then he checked the ingredients at home and decided to make sweet and sour pork ribs. After all, this was one of his specialties. Luo Xinghe washed the ribs he bought, cut them into small pieces of even size, then put them in a pot with cold water, and added a few slices of ginger and a little cooking wine to remove the fishy smell. As the water temperature rose, a layer of foam gradually appeared on the surface. He patiently skimmed off the foam with a spoon until the soup became clear. Then he took out the ribs, drained the water and set aside. Heat the pan and add cold oil. When the oil is 60% hot, Luo Xinghe carefully puts the ribs into the pan. Suddenly, there was a crackling sound in the pot and the oil seemed to want to jump out, but he did not panic at all. He quickly turned the ribs with chopsticks so that each piece of ribs could be heated evenly. After a while, the surface of the ribs became golden and crispy. He scooped out the ribs with a colander and set them aside to drain the oil. Leave a little oil in the pot, add an appropriate amount of rock sugar, and simmer over low heat. The rock sugar gradually melted in the pot, changing from white to caramel color, with small bubbles appearing, and a sweet smell filled the air. Luo Xinghe kept an eye on the changes in the sugar. When the color of the sugar turned into a beautiful amber color, he quickly poured the fried ribs into the pot and stir-fried them quickly, so that each piece of ribs was coated with the tempting sugar color. Next, add appropriate amounts of vinegar, light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, salt and a little water, cover the pot and simmer over low heat. About 20 minutes later, the soup became thick. Luo Xinghe opened the lid and turned to high heat to reduce the soup. At this time, the sweet and sour spare ribs were bright red and juicy, and the sweet and sour aroma was fragrant, making people salivate. After making the sweet and sour spare ribs, Luo Xinghe made braised prawns and stir-fried broccoli based on the ingredients at home. The last dish is the indispensable scrambled eggs with tomatoes. When all 4 dishes were served on the table by Luo Xinghe, he felt that there was still a soup missing. After all, there are 4 dishes and 1 soup. Since we have all 4 dishes, how can we be missing the soup? So Luo Xinghe took out a few eggs from the refrigerator, chopped the green onions, boiled water in a pot, and cooked a pot of fragrant egg drop soup. Everything was ready, and Luo Xinghe wiped the beads of sweat from his head. Then he placed the cake in the middle of the table, and 4 dishes and a soup were also placed neatly. After doing all this, he slowly sat down on the chair. At this time, Aunt Zhao, who had just finished mopping the floor, smelled the fragrance from the restaurant, put down the mop and walked over. She looked at the table of dishes that Luo Xinghe had cooked and couldn't help but say, "Xinghe, I didn't expect you could cook." "My mother taught me," Luo Xinghe said. "She said that if you can cook, you won't need to ask anyone for help. Having good cooking skills will make you popular everywhere." Not bad, not bad. Zhao was very satisfied. They are good at both housework and cooking. Young people nowadays are really amazing. Luo Xinghe smiled embarrassedly, "But compared to you, Zhao, there is definitely still some gap." "Don't be modest," Zhao said. "You have made it with good color and good fragrance. I feel relieved to have you taking care of Qingyang." Luo Xinghe just smiled because he didn't know what to say. The time is already 8:30 in the evening. 5 minutes after Luo Xinghe finished cooking the table of dishes, Jiyu Qingyang finished work and returned home. As soon as she entered the house, she smelled the aroma of ribs. But the taste doesn't seem like Zhao cooking. After all, Jiyu Qingyang was used to eating Zhao food, so she could tell at once whether it was cooked by Zhao. "You're back, Sister Qingyang." Luo Xinghe, who was sitting at the table playing with his mobile phone, immediately stepped forward to greet him when he saw Jiyu Qingyang coming back. Following Luo Xinghe's voice, Jiyu Qingyang immediately saw the food on the table and the cake in the middle. "What is this?" Jiyu Qingyang asked puzzledly. "Nothing," Luo Xinghe said. "I just want to cook a meal for you." "You did all this?" Jiyu Qingyang asked in surprise. Chapter 27 Make a Wish. "Yeah," Luo Xinghe scratched his head. "I even bought a cake to celebrate your success." Jiyu Qingyang knew that Luo Xinghe was talking about the reforms he had implemented being a success. She didn't expect that Luo Xinghe would support her so much. Because she has always been on her own, she never expects any supporters to appear. Now, looking at Luo Xinghe's innocent eyes and a table full of sumptuous meals, Jiyu Qingyang suddenly realized that she was no longer alone. "At least he's here." Jiyu Qingyang's eyes turned red. and then she hugged Luo Xinghe tightly in her arms. Luo Xinghe didn't know why Ji Qingyang had such a big reaction, but he still stroked her back gently with his hand. It doesn't matter, Sister Qingyang, no matter whether others support you or not, I will always be behind you. Thank you, Ji Qingyang said softly. Let's eat first. Luo Xinghe took Ji Qingyang's hand and pulled her to the table. Drink some soup first to warm your stomach. Luo Xinghe used a spoon to serve Ji Qingyang a bowl of egg drop soup. She picked up the bowl of egg drop soup and took a sip. The warm soup slides down the throat, and the light yet delicious taste instantly spreads in the mouth. The tenderness of the eggs, the fragrance of the chopped green onions, and the perfect embellishment of sesame oil make this bowl of soup extremely heartwarming. Delicious! Ji Qingyang exclaimed, I didn't expect you to have such good cooking skills. Even a bowl of seemingly simple egg drop soup can be made like this. The heat and seasoning are just right. Luo Xinghe felt a little proud after being praised by Ji Qingyang. As long as you like it, Sister Qingyang. I like it. Ji Qingyang used a spoon to drink up all the egg drop soup without leaving a single sip. Then she put down the soup bowl and picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs and put it into her mouth. As she took a bite, the crispy outer skin instantly made a slight crunch sound between her teeth, followed by the tender and juicy pork ribs. The sweet and sour sauce perfectly wrapped every inch of meat. The ratio of sweetness and sourness was just right, not too sweet, nor too sour. This familiar taste was exactly what she loved the most. Then I tried the braised prawns. I peeled the plump shrimp meat out of the shell, dipped it in the rich sauce and put it into my mouth. The tenderness of the shrimp meat and the rich and fragrant sauce collided on the tip of my tongue. The delicious feeling seemed to bring in the taste of the sea, and every bite was full of happiness. She knew very well that it was not easy to make the braised prawns delicious. It was necessary to ensure that the shrimp meat was fresh and tender, and the sauce was fully flavored. However, Xinghe was able to handle it easily, and it was obvious that he had put a lot of effort into his cooking skills. Ji Qingyang couldn't stop eating the food made by Luo Xinghe. It turned out that she always felt that eating at home was just about filling her stomach. But the meal prepared by Luo Xinghe today made Ji Qingyang truly feel that eating can also be a kind of happiness. Luo Xinghe, who was standing aside, felt very satisfied when he saw Ji Qingyang eating so happily. He helped Ji Qingyang fill her soup cup again and then watched her eat attentively. Ji Qingyang always takes small bites when eating and savors the food carefully. Luo Xinghe thinks she looks the most beautiful when she is eating. After a while, Ji Qingyang, who was half full, finally had the energy to recover. When she saw Luo Xinghe looking at her stupidly, Ji Qingyang touched her cheek with her hand. Is there something on my face? No, Luo Xinghe replied quickly. Have you finished your meal, then? Not yet. Luo Xinghe was so busy admiring Ji Qingyang that he had no time to eat. He also understood an idiom tonight, which is, beauty is a feast to the eyes. Why are you just standing there like an idiot? Ji Qingyang quickly brought a pair of bowls and chopsticks to Luo Xinghe, and then put ribs and prawns into his bowl. Try what you made, it's delicious. You're the first person I've seen who can make home-cooked dishes so delicious. As long as Sister Qingyang likes it, Luo Xinghe was almost overwhelmed by Ji Qingyang's praise, so much so that when he put the delicious ribs in his mouth, he didn't know what they tasted like. Ji Qingyang took more than 40 minutes to finish this meal. He ate up all the food made by Luo Xinghe. But Luo Xinghe himself didn't eat much. So satisfied. Ji Qingyang finished her meal and leaned back comfortably in her chair. After being fed such a delicious meal, she suddenly felt much better. Then let's try the cake, Luo Xinghe said, leave it here to melt. Ji Qingyang nodded. I seldom eat cream cakes, but since Xinghe bought it, I will reluctantly eat some. Okay. Luo Xinghe responded quickly, and then took a plastic knife to cut the cake. At this time, Ji Qingyang suddenly said, wait a minute. What's wrong? Luo Xinghe's knife, which was about to fall, suddenly froze in the air. Ji Qingyang stood up and took the candle on the table. How can we eat cake without lighting candles? Let's just celebrate the first day of the Hechen College reform. Okay. After hearing Ji Qingyang's words, Luo Xinghe took the candles and put 6 of them on the cake. Ji Qingyang stood up and turned off the lights in the restaurant. Luo Xinghe picked up the matches given by the cake shop owner and lit the candles one by one. Then Sister Qingyang, please make a wish. Ji Qingyang nodded. clasped her hands together and raised them in front of her chest. She closed her eyes and silently repeated her wish in her heart. At this time, Luo Xinghe, who was on the other side of the candle, watched the swaying candlelight and the flame shining on Ji Yuqingyan's body, making her warm and pretty face even more beautiful. Hatilder. After making a wish, Ji Yuqingyan blew out the 6 candles on the cake in one breath. Luo Xinghe, who was in a daze, immediately clapped his hands. I hope Sister Qingyang can realize her wish. Ji Yuqingyan smiled, stood up and turned on the lights in the restaurant again. Afterwards, they each cut a piece of cake and ate it, and left a piece for Jamar. They put the remaining cake in the refrigerator for fear that it would melt. After finishing the meal and tasting the cake, both of them were very satisfied. Just as I was about to go upstairs, the doorbell suddenly rang. Who would knock on the door so late? Ji Yuqingyan said. Luo Xinghe took a step forward, walked to the door, and saw the figure outside through the doorbell. Looks like a courier boy. Isn't it time to get off work? Luo Xinghe asked Ji Yuqingyan to hide behind him, and then he opened the door himself. The courier boy said, Hello, this is the custom gemstone necklace you ordered. The merchant has chosen 24-hour delivery. Please sign for it. Gemstone necklace? Luo Xinghe suddenly remembered that he had indeed bought a necklace for Sister Qingyang a few days ago. Didn't he expect it to arrive so soon? P.S. There is one more update. Chapter 28 No, Sister Qingyang. What? Seeing that it was a courier, Ji Yuqingyan walked over. Luo Xinghe unpacked and opened the peacock green leather box of the necklace, and an exquisite and beautiful sapphire necklace suddenly appeared. The sapphire is like a bright star in the night sky, cut into a perfect heart shape, and each facet reflects charming light. The necklace is inlaid with a circle of tiny diamonds, like stars surrounding the moon, which further highlights the nobility and magnificence of the sapphire. What is this? Ji Yuqingyan looked at the sapphire necklace and couldn't help but feel excited. This is the gift I bought for you on the day you asked me to spend 100,000 yuan, Luo Xinghe said. Although I spent your money, Sister Qingyang, I just wanted to express my gratitude. After saying that, Luo Xinghe handed the sapphire and the leather box to Ji Yuqingyan. Ji Yuqingyan didn't expect that Luo Xinghe would use the money to buy her a gift. Because their 100,000 yuan was what she used to give to Luo Xinghe for fun. She picked up the necklace carefully. The sapphire sparkled with a dreamy light under the light, making Ji Yuqingyan's eyes seem to be lit up. Ji Yuqingyan raised her head and looked at Luo Xinghe with touching eyes. Little fool, I gave you money to make you happy. Who asked you to buy me a necklace? But, I think I will be happy only if you are happy, Sister Qingyang. Otherwise, no matter how much money I spend, it will be meaningless. Luo Xinghe's words once again touched Ji Yuqingyan. She pouted her lips and said softly, Bad guy, you are so talkative at such a young age. Seeing that Ji Yuqingyan didn't believe him, Luo Xinghe quickly explained, Everything I said is true. Although I know that Sister Qingyang, you definitely don't need this kind of jewelry, I still want to express my own feelings. Ji Yuqingyan's eyes were filled with tears. Luo Xinghe really touched her a lot tonight. Here, Ji Yuqingyan handed the necklace back to Luo Xinghe and said softly, Then help me put it on. Luo Xinghe took the necklace, walked gently behind Ji Yuqingyan, and carefully put the necklace on her fair and slender neck. The sapphire necklace hung just above her heart, as if shining with her heartbeat. Does it look good? Ji Yuqingyan turned around in front of Luo Xinghe, showing off her elegant figure perfectly. Beautiful, Luo Xinghe looked a little dazed. He felt that if Ji Yuqingyan joined the entertainment industry, she would definitely create a huge wave. Not to mention anything else, just Sister Qingyang's appearance and figure are enough to charm thousands of boys and girls. But what Luo Xinghe didn't know was that since Ji Yuqingyan took over as the chairman of the GU Group, she has been featured on the front pages of newspapers and magazines of all sizes many times. Even on short video platforms, a clip of Ji Yuqingyan wearing sunglasses, getting off an MPV and revealing her slender thighs can get tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of likes. The comment section was filled with words like, Sister Qingyang is so hot, I want to kill her, I'd love to be a beautiful and wealthy sister. Fortunately, the public is still unaware of Luo Xinghe's existence, otherwise the internet would have been in turmoil. Then I will wear it often in the future, Ji Yuqingyan said, looking down at the sapphire necklace. Although I have a lot of jewelry, this one has a different meaning. Having said that, Ji Yuqingyan stretched out her left hand, with a jade bracelet on her wrist. Just like this is a gift from my mother, Ji Qingyang said, this is a gift from you. No matter what its value is, it is a priceless treasure in my eyes. After hearing what Ji Qingyang said, Luo Xinghe felt very touched. This is what it feels like to be cared about so much. Looking at Ji Qingyang's fair face, Luo Xinghe hesitated for a moment and said, Sister Qingyang. Can I kiss you? Why? No reason, I just want to. Okay, Ji Qingyang took Luo Xinghe's hand, turned around and said, Aunt Zhao, please clean up the restaurant later. I know, Zhao Ma responded, don't worry about it. After receiving a reply from Mother Zhao, Ji Qingyang directly pulled Luo Xinghe back to the master bedroom on the second floor. Ji Qingyang closed the door gently and stood behind it, with her arms directly on Luo Xinghe's neck. In an instant, Luo Xinghe felt two heavy objects pressing on his chest. Ji Qingyang closed her eyes and said softly, kiss me. Luo Xinghe hesitated for a moment, then kissed Ji Qingyang's red lips. While kissing, he directly lifted up Ji Qingyang's two fleshy thighs. He kissed her and walked away, then threw Ji Qingyang directly onto the bed. What followed was a familiar process, but at the last step, when Ji Qingyang reached under the pillow, she was suddenly stunned. Wait. What's wrong? Luo Xinghe was in high spirits and didn't know what Ji Qingyang meant. It seems to be gone, Ji Qingyang indicated that the small cubes had been used up. Luo Xinghe was stunned for a moment. This also indirectly reflected their high frequency in recent days. This is a suburb, there are no convenience stores. Ji Qingyang said, how about calling a runner? Luo Xinghe said, I think it should be just this once, it's okay. After saying that, he was about to take off his clothes. No. Ji Qingyang refused decisively, what if I really get pregnant, what will happen to the group? I can't take the risk. Alas, after hearing Ji Qingyang say this, Luo Xinghe had no choice but to sit aside. Seeing that Luo Xinghe was a little unhappy, Ji Qingyang sat up and tied up her hair, it doesn't have to be like that. After saying that, Ji Qingyang was about to take off Luo Xinghe's pants. Sister Qingyang, what are you going to do? Of course it's to make you feel more comfortable, Ji Qingyang said and was about to bend down. Luo Xinghe seemed to have guessed Ji Qingyang's intention, and he immediately stopped her. No, if there's no small cube, we'll do it next time. No need to do this. It's okay, I don't mind, why do you mind? Ji Qingyang insisted. Unexpectedly, Luo Xinghe got out of bed with his pants lifted up. Sister Qingyang, I'm going to take a shower first. After saying that, he immediately ran away. Ji Qingyang sat on the bed like in the comics, wondering, I don't mind, why does he mind so much? But Luo Xinghe was unwilling, and she couldn't force him, so she had to tie her hair up again, get out of bed, and go to the recliner near the balcony to do her work. On the other side, Luo Xinghe did not choose the bathtub in the bathroom, but turned on the shower and turned the handle a little to the right. Let the cool water splash down. He calmed his breathing and thought about what had just happened. Although Sister Qingyang is willing to do that for me, I always feel that it's a little weird. The cold water was poured on his body, and the fire in Luo Xinghe's heart was also extinguished a lot. He began to shower as usual. Chapter 29. Get up quickly. When Luo Xinghe came out of the shower, Ji Qingyang was still working at the table. Luo Xinghe was afraid of disturbing her, so he went into bed first. He picked up his phone and opened WeChat. Suddenly I found an additional transfer in the chat box. Taking another look, he found that the money was transferred to him by Ji Qingyang, and it was another 100,000 yuan. Sister Qingyang, why are you transferring money to me again? Luo Xinghe was puzzled. Ji Qingyang put down her phone, turned around and said to him, I am very touched that you bought you a gift with the pocket money I gave you. But pocket money is pocket money. If you use it to buy me presents, I have to make up for it. We will compensate you based on your spending, at least 100,000 yuan. That's it, Ji Qingyang said, well, today is Wednesday, and we have to spend it all before the weekend. Luo Xinghe felt that it was too much, I don't have much to spend money on. I definitely can't spend all of this 100,000 yuan. No, Ji Qingyang stood up and said, boys should learn how to spend money and see more of the world. You can spend this money on your hobbies, on things you like, as long as you don't do anything illegal. That's it. I'll check it next Monday. If you haven't spent it all, just wait and see. Ji Qingyang showed her fist at Luo Xinghe threateningly. Then she took off her high heels and white shirt directly on the wooden floor, turned around and went into the cloakroom. Luo Xinghe sat on the bed in a daze again. Half of them were admiring Ji Qingyang's figure, while the other half were racking their brains to figure out how to spend the 100,000 yuan. After all, he had never lacked food and clothing since he was a child, and he even had some to spare. So Luo Jiang didn't ask anything of him, and Luo Xinghe always grew freely. So he never developed any decent hobbies. If he really had any hobbies, it was reading. But how can one spend 100,000 yuan on reading books? Even if Ji Qingyang's house was filled with books, it wouldn't cost that much. However, Luo Xinghe felt that he should cultivate a hobby. As for what this hobby is, perhaps he should really think about it. The clear night passed quickly and another morning arrived. The morning sun rose early, and only a faint light shone into the master bedroom through the curtains. At 6 o'clock, Ji Qingyang woke up. She sat up, ruffled her hair, and tried to wake up from her daze. Beside her, Luo Xinghe was sleeping soundly in a strange posture. Ji Qingyang turned sideways and rubbed Luo Xinghe's face, and called out in a soft voice, "Wake up, get up, lazy pig." Tilder, Luo Xinghe turned over in the quilt and stretched as if he had been electrocuted. Then he slowly sat up, and half asleep, he asked Ji Qingyang, "What time is it, Sister Qingyang?" Ji Qingyang glanced at her phone and said to Luo Xinghe, 6 o'clock and 2. Luo Xinghe yawned again, but he didn't expect Ji Qingyang to grab his lips and squeeze them. Luo Xinghe was speechless for a moment. "You look like a duck, har har," Ji Qingyang made a little joke, and then lifted the quilt, revealing her slender thighs and silky nightgown. "I'm going to wash up first, you get dressed first, and you're not allowed to sleep, do you hear me? Because it is far from the city, it is naturally far from the school as well." Ji Qingyang discovered that Luo Xinghe had a very bad habit, which was that he liked to stay in bed. "If I don't cry, I could probably sleep until noon." Sure enough, when Ji Qingyang entered the bathroom, Luo Xinghe lay down on a flat board and fell asleep. Luckily, she came out to check while brushing her teeth with an electric toothbrush. After discovering that Luo Xinghe had fallen asleep again, she stepped on him decisively. Ji Qingyang had practiced dancing when she was a child, so her legs could kick very high. So she stood with one foot on the ground and pressed the other foot directly on Luo Xinghe's chest, and the smooth lines of her legs were all highlighted. However, Ji Qingyang knew how to control her strength and was able to ensure that this kick would both wake him up and not cause any harm to him. "Get up, little lazy pig," Ji Qingyang said as she took out her toothbrush. Luo Xinghe, who was pressed down, could only let out a muffled groan. When he opened his eyes, he saw a smooth thigh stepping on his chest. "Damn it," Luo Xinghe confirmed in disbelief, and then said, "I'll get up, Sister Qingyang, is it okay for me to get up?" "Then could you please, Sister Qingyang, take your feet off me first?" Ji Qingyang withdrew her thigh directly, and this time she really showed her dancing skills in front of Luo Xinghe. "Hurry up and get dressed. If you continue to sleep, I'll feed you my feet next time. Feed it into your mouth." Luo Xinghe thought about the scene, so he didn't dare to be lazy and got up and put on his clothes. Since Ji Qingyang was washing up in the master bedroom, in order to save time, Luo Xinghe went directly to the second bedroom with the toiletries. 5 minutes later, he finished washing up, while Ji Qingyang was still putting on makeup. At 6:30, Luo Xinghe finished his breakfast and Ji Qingyang was still putting on makeup. It was 6:40 when Ji Qingyang slowly walked down the stairs. She was wearing a tight white off-shoulder knit top. The slim cut fit her body curves tightly, perfectly showing off her proud bust and slender waist. The off-shoulder design reveals the round and fair shoulders. The lower body is matched with a black high slit hip hugging long skirt. The mysterious depth of black forms a sharp contrast with the white top. Their high slit design makes her slender thighs faintly visible under the skirt with every step she takes. She was wearing a pair of red thin strap high-heeled shoes on her feet. The bright red color was the finishing touch in the combination of black and white. The thin laces wrapped around her ankles added a touch of sexiness. "Am I beautiful?" Ji Qingyang deliberately revealed the jewel necklace on her chest, with her long hair casually draped behind her. She turned sideways and asked Luo Xinghe to comment on her outfit today. At this time, Luo Xinghe was standing there like a wooden man. Jiu Qingyang is already very beautiful, with a perfect figure and very tasteful dressing style. With just a slight change, an innocent boy like Luo Xinghe can be made to look cute. Pretty, beautiful, Luo Xinghe said, staring at Jiu Qingyang. Jiu Qingyang smiled faintly and walked downstairs slowly. At this time, the driver came to urge, Master Luo, you will be late for school. The school is half an hour away, so Luo Xinghe needs to get there at 7:30 so that he can arrive at the school playground at 7:45. Okay, you go first, Jiu Qingyang rubbed Luo Xinghe's face with both hands. Then, a faint red lipstick mark was left on his cheek. Luo Xinghe nodded, then followed the driver out the door and got in the car. P.S. Although the update is late, it is still 6,000 words. There are 2 more chapters, all hand-typed, expected to be completed before 1 a.m. Readers who can't wait can save them for tomorrow. Chapter 30. Hello, Senior, my name is Jiang Chuan. Wait until Luo Xinghe arrives at school. Then began another full day of intensive military training. Although this kind of life is rather monotonous, the cohesion of the construction class 1 is constantly being tempered and improved through such concentrated military training activities. What is more interesting is that Zhao Jiaxing is a person who walks with his hands turned. It was already revealed yesterday, but it was even more obvious when Zhao Jiaxing was marching in single file today. The instructor asked him if this problem didn't exist in military training when he was in high school. Zhao Jiaxing shook his head, because he did not have any military training in high school. Because their high school was located in the mountains, Zhao Jiaxing had already done relatively well in the exam. This time going to college, especially living in the same dormitory with Luo Xinghe, allowed him to see a lot of the world. When the instructor saw Zhao Jiaxing's situation, he didn't make things too difficult for him. He just gave him some special training while others were resting. But the problem of turning with the head turned is not something that can be corrected in an instant. Seeing that the achievement meeting was to be held on Friday, the instructor was very anxious. The problem was not solved until the training ended in the evening, and Zhao Jiaxing was still turning in the right direction. Luo Xinghe, Jiang Chuan and Liu Ziming saw the inferiority in Zhao Jiaxing's eyes. So they decided to help him in the dormitory at night. At 7 o'clock in the evening after the military training, Luo Xinghe and his 4 classmates finished their meal in the cafeteria and came to Bishop for 1 early. At this time, there were already 3 girls in the class. Class monitor, you are here. When these girls saw Luo Xinghe coming in, they naturally called out to the class monitor. Before Luo Xinghe agreed, Liu Ziming said cheerfully, yes, we're here. Go to hell, Luo Xinghe punched Liu Ziming, and Liu Ziming chuckled, why are you in such a hurry? Anyway, all the classmates agree that you should be the monitor, so I can't just say I'm happy. Luo Xinghe didn't say anything. He took Jiang Chuan and the other 2 and was about to sit in front of the girls. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chuan suddenly pulled Luo Xinghe's sleeve. Xinghe, let's go sit over there. Jiang Chuan pointed to the window side. What are you going there for? Luo Xinghe asked. Hey, I have something to tell you. Jiang Chuan said, and quickly pulled Luo Xinghe to sit by the window. Seeing this, Liu Ziming and Zhao Jiaxing had no choice but to sit with them. Luo Xinghe asked, what's so mysterious? Jiang Chuan took out his phone and pointed to the group chat in 603, mobile, talk on the phone. Do we still need to talk on the phone? Luo Xinghe and the other 2 were curious, so they switched to the group chat. After a while, Jiang Chuan typed, brothers, I like the girl in the middle. Liu Ziming, oh my god. Then he looked up at the 3 girls who had just arrived. The girl in the middle was tall, with fair skin, a round face and a high nose bridge. Wearing a black sunscreen with a cartoon vest underneath. Her appearance seems to be about 50%. When did you fall in love with her? Luo Xinghe asked. She went to the same high school as me, Jiang Chuan typed quickly with both hands, she's 1 year older than me, you know. From the same school? Liu Ziming asked in confusion, from the same school, how come they don't know you? Jiang Chuan replied, I know him, but he doesn't know me. She didn't seem to do well in the college entrance exam, so she took a year of repeat classes and was no longer in our high school. I didn't expect that we would be in the same class again after entering college. Why didn't you say so earlier? Luo Xinghe said, you've been in military training for so many days, you can hold it in for a long time. Zhao Jiaxing, surprised.jpg. Jiang Chuan, well, I was shocked. Besides, we weren't close to each other a few days ago, so I was too embarrassed to say it. Luo Xinghe, 6. Liu Ziming, 666. Then how did you fall in love with her? One time I didn't bring my water card and was about to leave when I suddenly heard an angelic voice saying to me, classmate, use mine. Luo Xinghe, a tilde, I just lent you a water card and you like it. Jiang Chuan retorted, what do you know? Love comes in an instant. We just happened to meet this way. Liu Ziming, awesome, the master of emotions is online. Luo Xinghe, then what do you want to do? At this moment, Jiang Chuan looked up again to confirm the girl's appearance. Although he has confirmed it countless times these days. But he always felt that something was unreal. The person I have missed for so long actually appears in front of me. He felt that he was more than a little lucky. I think, Xinghe, please help me get a WeChat account first, Jiang Chuan said. Luo Xinghe, I'll ask for it for you? Why don't you ask for it yourself? Jiang Chuan, I don't dare. Liu Ziming, flying mist. Luo Xinghe asked, what's the girl's name? Jiang Chuan, Su Yuqing. After getting the girl's name, Luo Xinghe raised his head and shouted without any hesitation, Su Yuqing. Huh. The three girls sitting on the other side of the classroom turned their heads, and the girl in the middle asked in confusion, class monitor, how do you know my name? At this moment, Jiang Chuan, who did not expect Luo Xinghe to be so bold, was completely petrified on the spot, and his heart was beating like a drum. I have a classmate from your school here, and he wants to add you on WeChat. R. Su Yuqing stood up and walked straight towards Luo Xinghe and the other two. Are there any of my schoolmates here? Why didn't I recognize it? Luo Xinghe pointed directly at Jiang Chuan and said, it's him, Jiang Chuan, he's 1 grade younger than you, and he recognized you. Jiang Chuan. Su Yuqing stood in front of Jiang Chuan, bent down and looked at Jiang Chuan's face carefully. Seeing that he didn't react, Luo Xinghe poked him with his hand. Jiang Chuan stood up instantly, cold sweat pouring out of his head. He stood up straight as if he was in military training, with his hands pressed against the seams of his pants. Hello, senior sister. I'm Jiang Chuan from class 7, grade 3, a year younger than you. You may not know me, but, I know you. I forgot to bring my water card once, and you lent it to me. Poochie? Seeing Jiang Chuan like this, Su Yuqing covered her mouth and laughed. Why are you so nervous? I'm fine, Jiang Chuan said, I'm just too excited to see you. Su Yuqing took out a piece of toilet paper from her pocket and gently wiped away the fine beads of sweat on Jiang Chuan's forehead. Senior, no, that's not necessary, Jiang Chuan stuttered. We are all from the same school, so we should take care of each other when we go out, Su Yuqing said. Do you want to sweep me or should I sweep you? Jiang Chuan didn't expect adding WeChat was so easy. He quickly said, Senior, you scan me. After saying that, he opened the payment code. When Su Yuqing saw Jiang Chuan's payment code, she couldn't help but ask, why? Do I have to scan your money first after adding you on WeChat? After Su Yuqing finished speaking, Jiang Chuan looked down and said, no, I made a mistake. Senior sister, wait a moment. Chapter 31 Class Monitor Election. Su Yuqing was really amused by Jiang Chuan's series of actions. She quickly opened her QR code and said to Jiang Chuan, scan me. Oh, okay, Jiang Chuan's mind was not online. He actually quit WeChat and opened the camera. Then there was a click. So he got a close-up photo of Su Yuqing's face. What are you doing? Luo Xinghe couldn't bear to watch it anymore, so he snatched Jiang Chuan's phone and scanned Su Yuqing's QR code. Okay, Luo Xinghe said. Okay, squad leader, I'll add you as one, Su Yuqing said. Okay, wait until you agree, I'll let Jiang Chuan push it over to me, Luo Xinghe said. That's fine, Su Yuqing said to Jiang Chuan, then let's contact each other on WeChat. After saying that, she returned to her seat. Jiang Chuan just stood there stupidly without reacting. Luo Xinghe rolled his eyes and pushed him down into his seat. At this moment, the time has come to 7:10, and there are still 20 minutes left before the meeting at 7:30. The boys also came one after another, and they all sat behind Luo Xinghe. After another 7 or 8 minutes, Sun Qingning and two other girls also came. There were always three people in their dormitory walking together, but Zhu Ling always walked alone. After taking a look at the seats in the class, Sun Qingning decisively sat in front of Luo Xinghe, right in front of Luo Xinghe. Sun Qingning turned her head, holding a piece of cake in her hand. Squad leader, do you want to eat cake? I bought it specially for you. Luo Xinghe shook his head. I've eaten, thank you. Then have a candy. Sun Qingning took out another lozenge from her pocket. There will be a meeting later, and you will have to speak. No, my throat isn't dry, Luo Xinghe refused. Well, squad leader, I have something else. When Sun Qingning was about to continue speaking, Liu Ziming interrupted her directly. No, classmate Sun Qingning, Xinghe already has a girlfriend. Why are you always pestering him? Are you a dog skin plaster? Why do you mind me? Sun Qingning said, besides, I'm just concerned about my classmates. Who is bothering the class monitor? Okay, you're not bothering me, Liu Ziming said. Do you want me to call the principal and let her see what's going on? Let them scream. I haven't done anything wrong, so I'm not afraid of ghosts knocking on my door. Sun Qingning said with her chin raised. You? Liu Ziming was a little angry. Luo Xinghe mediated and said, all right, the meeting will start soon. Student Sun Qingning, please face forward, or we will have to change seats. After hearing what Luo Xinghe said, Sun Qingning turned her face to the front. The class fell silent. There were still 2 minutes before the meeting when Zhu Yuan and Zhu Ling walked into the classroom one after the other. Moreover, Zhu Ling's eyes were red, and she looked like she had just cried. She found a random seat and sat down. Zhu Yuan waved and called Luo Xinghe over. Please help me plug the USB into the multimedia and copy the PPT onto it. Luo Xinghe nodded and did as he was told. Zhu Yuan spoke to his classmates as usual. Students, since our school will officially select class leaders a little later, 1 month after the start of school, we will first select a group of temporary leaders to be responsible for everyone's student affairs. Everyone has voted before, so I won't say more. But you cannot abstain. The number of votes you put down must be the same as the number of votes you put down. Please use a black pen to write the name of the student you support on the ballot. I will ask someone to count the votes later. Okay, now let's let the students who want to run for class monitor write down their names. After Zhu Yuan finished speaking, he turned his head and glanced at Luo Xinghe. Luo Xinghe had already decided to be a class leader, so there was no need for him to be shy. He quickly wrote his name on the blackboard. Zhu Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Although Luo Xinghe was the squad leader in his mind, he still had to go through the process, so Zhu Yuan asked, anything else? Students should actively participate in the election for temporary class committee. There was silence below. Because of Luo Xinghe's performance in military training, his classmates also decided to make him the squad leader. What's more, Principal Jiyu said himself that he was dating his own sister. With such a person as the class monitor, it will be easy to gain benefits for the class in the future. If no one comes up, the students can write down their agreement or disagreement on a piece of paper. Before Zhu Yuan could finish his words, Zhu Ling slammed the table, picked up the chalk and wrote her name on the blackboard. Zhu Yuan frowned, but did not refute Zhu Ling in public. After all, the election was open and anyone could come up. Well, Zhu Ling is also running for election. If no one else is running, then let's start voting. Teacher. Zhu Yuan had just finished speaking when Zhu Ling reminded him, I haven't canvassed for votes yet. Logically, there should be a small speech before the election. Zhu Yuan was stunned for a moment, and then had to give the podium to Zhu Ling. Zhu Ling stood on the podium and said loudly, Dear students, my name is Zhu Ling, and I am here to run for the monitor of the Architecture Class 1. I think I'm very experienced. I was the monitor for 6 consecutive years in junior high and high school. Under my leadership, my classmates didn't dare to talk in class, and our class always had the red flag for discipline. Also, I am very good at supervising my classmates. In my class, copying homework is absolutely not allowed. If anyone dares to copy homework, I will tell the head teacher directly. After Zhu Ling said this, the students in the audience suddenly became agitated. She thought her speech was effective. After all, she herself is proud of her brilliant resume. Besides, I have been elected as the school's outstanding class leader for 3 consecutive years and a school level 3 good student. Compared to him, Zhu Ling pointed at Luo Xinghe indignantly, I think I am more qualified to be the class monitor. Please vote for me, thank you. Zhu Ling nodded slightly, and even did not bow after finishing her speech, and just walked down. Zhu Yuan said, then Xinghe, you should also give a brief campaign speech. Luo Xinghe nodded in agreement, walked to the podium and said, I don't really have much to say, but I just think that as a class monitor, I should serve my classmates. If I could become the monitor, I would do my best to serve everyone. After saying that, Luo Xinghe bowed deeply to all the classmates in the class. In an instant, Liu Ziming took the lead in applauding, and the class suddenly broke out into warm applause. A minute later, when the applause ended, Zhu Yuan crossed his arms and said calmly, now, please start voting. Write the name of whoever you want to vote for on the ballot. You, and you. Zhu Yuan pointed at a few students who were near the front and said, you will come up and count the votes later. Chapter 32. This dress is too sexy. Luo Xinghe's 1 vote. Luo Xinghe's 1 vote. Luo Xinghe's 1 vote. Students who were called to the podium to count the votes hardly needed to look carefully at what was written on the tickets. So far, of the 2 candidates, Luo Xinghe received 15 votes and Zhu Ling received 0 votes because regulations prohibit the parties concerned from voting. The vote count lasted more than 3 minutes, and in the end Luo Xinghe was elected with all votes, while Zhu Ling did not receive a single vote. She ran to the podium in dissatisfaction, picked up the tickets from the students who were counting the votes, and looked at them all. Only then did they have to admit that there was indeed only one name written on these tickets, and that was Luo Xinghe. Apart from that, there were no other names. Teacher, is this a mistake? Zhu Ling said in disbelief. Although she usually has no classmates playing with her, she feels that she is too disdainful to play with them. Because I am not from the same world as them. But are these people blind? Can't they tell who has better work ability and who has more experience? All right, we have to respect the voting results. Zhu Yuan said, and walked directly to the podium and said to Luo Xinghe, Xinghe, according to the rules, you will nominate the members of the temporary class committee, and then the classmates will decide whether they agree or not. Okay, Luo Xinghe asked, can we reserve some time for students who want to become class committee members to sign up with me? Zhu Yuan nodded. Luo Xinghe immediately said, dear students, at present, the deputy monitor and the student committee have already found me, and the positions of the remaining committee members are still vacant. If any student is interested in this, you can come and sign up with me now. After Luo Xinghe finished speaking, several girls came over immediately. Then, a few more boys followed. After all, they are not stupid. Class committee members in college still have advantages in some aspects that ordinary students can hardly achieve. Students who have this idea will certainly not miss this opportunity. Luo Xinghe wrote down all their names and also made some considerations for multiple candidates for one position. Finally, he wrote the names of the class committee members he had decided on the blackboard one by one. The deputy monitor is, as expected, Liu Ziming. There was no dispute among his classmates about his being the vice class monitor. The remaining students, except for the league secretary who had to be formally elected, were all voted in by their classmates. After everyone had given their inaugural speeches, the class meeting ended successfully. The counselor left in a hurry because he was in a hurry to have a class meeting with another class. Zhu Ling did not run for the election, isolated herself from the entire class, and ran out of the class. After the class meeting, Luo Xinghe prepared to go back to the dormitory with Jiang Chuan and the others. After all, it was still early and Jiu Qingyang would not have finished get-off work yet. The 4 of them grabbed their phones and left the bishop with the other students. Jiang Chuan even received a message from Su Yuqing, Jiang Chuan, see you tomorrow. Jiang Chuan's mood, which had finally calmed down, suddenly became turbulent again. Administrative building, Jiu Qingyang's office. Okay, the other school leaders have agreed too, right? After reading the documents in her hand, Jiu Qingyang asked Secretary Jin. Secretary Jin nodded. I asked for the opinions of the leaders this afternoon, and they all agreed with the first batch of reform plans. Then send it out, Jiu Qingyang finally decided. Okay, I'll send it out tomorrow morning. Not tomorrow, Jiu Qingyang waved her hand. We'll issue it tonight. First, we'll send it to each class group through the counselor, and then publish the reform plan on the official account and Douyin account at the same time. Is it going to be issued tonight? Secretary Jin pushed up his glasses and asked in disbelief, Principal Jiu, isn't it a bit too fast? If we delay, something unexpected will happen. Let's just do this. Luo Xinghe decided. Okay, I'll arrange it. Seeing that Luo Xinghe no longer hesitated, Secretary Jin pushed the door open and walked out swiftly. For a moment, Luo Xinghe was the only one left in the huge office. She put aside her busy work and opened the university dormitory group. Luo Xinghe, at White Doves Don't Kiss Crows, have you bought the clothes I asked you to buy for me? Doves Don't Kiss Crows, picture.jpg. Packed. Luo Xinghe clicked on the picture in the group and her face suddenly turned red. This dress is too revealing, she typed immediately. Soon, two other divers in the group also emerged. The first one who was eating, damn, Wang Beige, you really dare to buy it. Happiness and joy, I dare not look, I dare not look. White doves don't kiss crows, so what, Xinghe, didn't you say you wanted to give back to your little boyfriend? Didn't you ask me to choose something sexy? Luo Xinghe frowned and looked at the photo carefully, then said, I said sexy, but you are too sexy. White doves don't kiss crows, just listen to me. Last time I wore this at home, my husband was completely fascinated by it. The first one who eats, not only men are fascinated by it, I even have a nosebleed when I see it. Xinghe, can you take a picture and send it to the group after you put it on? I want to see the actual wearing picture. Happiness, +1. Luo Xinghe, don't even think about it. She hadn't decided yet whether to wear the dress, let alone post photos of herself wearing it online. White doves don't kiss crows, I don't care, I filled in your school and I will be there soon. Principal Luo, here's your express delivery. As soon as she finished speaking in the group, Luo Xinghe received a package from Secretary Jin in real life. Okay, just put it down. Secretary Jin put down the things and left. Luo Xinghe turned off her phone and walked quickly to the courier. I picked up the express and took a look at the label. She was immediately relieved. Fortunately, nothing was written on the face sheet, otherwise her image as a rational and strong woman in front of Secretary Kim would have collapsed. Then, Luo Xinghe quietly walked to the office door like a thief and locked the door with her hand. Then, she started to unpack the clothes that Wang Beige bought for her. The details are shown in the figure below. Luo Xinghe looked at it again and again, and compared it to herself again and again, but she still couldn't get over the barrier in her heart. If Luo Xinghe hadn't given her a surprise yesterday, she wouldn't have thought of giving him some feedback. After the observation, Luo Xinghe hurriedly stuffed the clothes back into the bag like a thief. Then he tiptoed to unlock the office door and returned to his seat to reply to the message. Luo Xinghe, no, why don't you return it to me? I feel ashamed to wear this kind of clothes. The white dove does not kiss the crow, how can it be shameful? You don't want others to see it, just let your boyfriend see it. Besides, didn't you ask me to buy something sexier? You wouldn't be happy if it was really sexy. Chapter 33. A guy named Chu, he helped me. 603. Senior, hey, senior. As soon as Jiang Chuan returned to the dormitory, he held his cell phone and chatted non-stop, and occasionally let out a few silly laughs. As for Luo Xinghe, he and Liu Ziming were helping Zhao Jiaxing to correct his problem of walking with his feet turned. But the effect was not very obvious. Liu Ziming even held the broom in one hand and the mop in the other and asked Zhao Jiaxing to follow him. But after a while, even Liu Ziming himself was led astray. After practicing for a while, Zhao Jiaxing lost confidence in himself. He put down the mop handle, sat down on the bed in frustration, and said, forget it, I'll talk to the instructor and I won't be present when the military training results are reported. What are you talking about? Liu Ziming grabbed him and said, we can't leave anyone behind in 603. I won't sleep tonight and I have to help you correct it. Fuck. Just as Luo Xinghe and the other two were paying attention to Zhao Jiaxing's turning back, Jiang Chuan, who was lying on the bed, suddenly shouted. What's wrong? Su Yuqing blocked you? Liu Ziming asked. No, look in the group, it was sent by our instructor. Jiang Chuan said in surprise. When Luo Xinghe and the other two saw Jiang Chuan's expression, they all opened WeChat out of curiosity. In the group, Zhu Yuan sent a document with the school seal. The name of the document is Notice on Various Changes in Hechen College. The document clearly states that canteen merchants should not set prices higher than 50% of cost. Moreover, each student will receive a meal subsidy of 500 yuan per month. This document even provides detailed descriptions of the ingredients used in the canteen. In addition to the cafeteria, there are also school baths, shops, etc. And starting tomorrow, drinking water will be free. These are all real good news. Jiang Chuan and the other two did not attend the meeting, so when they saw this document, they were so excited that they almost jumped up. Is this still a private school? Why do I feel like the treatment is better than in public schools? Jiang Chuan said. Zhao Jiaxing was also very excited. With this 500 yuan subsidy, I don't have to be so frugal when eating. Compared to the excitement of Jiang Chuan and the other two, Luo Xinghe seemed a little calmer. Because he knew that the gap was the money that Jiu Qingyang took from the group. Although the Jiu group has no shortage of this money, who knows how much pressure Sister Qingyang will have to bear on the group's side if they want to subsidize this school. Thinking of this, he felt it was time to go home. Maybe, Sister Qingyang needs his company right now. After leaving dormitory 603, Luo Xinghe discovered that many people in the school were talking about this document. Some even doubted the authenticity of the document. Because they have always paid money to the school and have never heard of the school providing subsidies to students. It's also 500 per month. You have to know that Hucheng College has more than 10,000 students. In this way, the meal subsidy alone would start at 5 million per month. It costs more than 50 million a year. Although last year, GU Group released financial reports showing that the combined profits of various project groups exceeded 20 billion. But this is not the way to spend money. As soon as Luo Xinghe walked downstairs to the administrative building, he sent a WeChat message to Jiu Qingyang. Sister Qingyang, I'm going home. Do you want to stay a while longer? Jiu Qingyang replied immediately this time, where are you? Why don't you come to my office first? I'll finish processing this document and we can go home together. Okay, Luo Xinghe happened to have something to say to her. So he went straight into the administrative building and came to Jiu Qingyang's office. After knocking on the door twice, Luo Xinghe heard Jiu Qingyang's crisp call for, come in, and then he walked in quietly. In the office, Jiu Qingyang was sitting upright, looking carefully at a thick stack of documents. She waved her hand to signal Luo Xinghe to sit first. Luo Xinghe sat obediently on the sofa. 10 minutes later, Jiu Qingyang finished signing the last document and said, okay, are you sleepy? Let's go home. Luo Xinghe didn't rush to leave, but said tactfully, Sister Qingyang, I saw the document sent in the evening. Oh. Jiu Qingyang said, what do you think? Luo Xinghe thought for a moment and said seriously, from my classmates' perspective, this is definitely a major benefit. But from the perspective of my family, I think. What do you think? Jiu Qingyang took a sip of warm water and responded, you think it's a bit of a waste of money, right? Luo Xinghe nodded, I just calculated that the meal subsidy alone will cost a lot of money, so isn't it? Jiu Qingyang interrupted Luo Xinghe before he could finish his words. She then took out a card with a gold shield printed on it from her bag. Do you know how much money is in there? Luo Xinghe shook his head. More than 10 figures. This is just the dividend that the GU group gave our family last year, Jiu Qingyang said, I can't spend all this money even if I have 10 lifetimes. Xinghe, money has to flow to have its value, do you understand? Luo Xinghe seemed to understand but not quite. Although his father was also in business, he himself had never controlled so much money, so naturally his position could not reach Jiu Qingyang's level. But, won't anyone in the group oppose you? Jiu Qingyang smiled and touched Luo Xinghe's head, don't worry about this. I know a guy named Chu He. He has a lot of ways to help me stabilize the group. Chu He? Luo Xinghe murmured to himself, he seemed to have seen this name on the cover of a magazine. But the public doesn't know much about him. Yes, maybe I can introduce you to each other one day. His wife, Professor Lin, is also a university professor and very elegant. Forget it, Jiu Qingyang picked up her bag and stood up, let's go home. Oh, Luo Xinghe was stunned for a moment, then left the administrative building with Jiu Qingyang. He also clearly saw that when Jiu Qingyang left, she seemed to be holding a courier in her hand. 30 minutes later, Jiu Qingyang brought Luo Xinghe back home. Luo Xinghe kindly wanted to help Jiu Qingyang pick up the express delivery, but Jiu Qingyang refused him. After parking the car, Jiu Qingyang took the express delivery herself. And Luo Xinghe could clearly see in the bright moonlight that Sister Qingyang's face had turned red. We're back, Aunt Zhao. Luo Xinghe shouted as he entered the room. Aunt Zhao came down from the second floor and asked, "Have you eaten yet? Do you want me to make you some midnight snack?" Luo Xinghe covered his hungry stomach and was about to say thank you to Aunt Zhao when Ji Qingyang suddenly pinched him on the back. "No need, Aunt Zhao, go and do your thing. We are a little tired, so let's go back to the room first." "Okay then, call me if you need anything." Ji Qingyang smiled and nodded, then she took Luo Xinghe directly back to their master bedroom. Chapter 30 for lifting the quilt. "What's wrong, Sister Qingyang? I still want to have some midnight snack. Why are you in such a hurry to take me back to their house?" When asked by Luo Xinghe, Ji Qingyang's face became even redder. Their once proud head is now lowered. After a pause, Ji Qingyang pushed Luo Xinghe's shoulder and said, "Well, go take a shower first. You'll know what happened when you come out." "What's the matter? You have to tell me after taking a shower." Luo Xinghe scratched his head. "Can't I tell you now?" "Okay, stop wasting time." Ji Qingyang found Luo Xinghe's pajamas from the closet and stuffed them directly into the bathroom. She was sitting outside and only opened the express again when she heard the sound of water splashing in the bathroom. "Take the gauze-like clothes out of the bag again." Ji Qingyang took a deep breath. "Is by Ji's suggestion to me feasible?" Ji Qingyang murmured, "Wearing clothes like this, can it really be considered a reward by men?" Subconsciously, Ji Qingyang glanced at the bathroom. Suddenly, she made up her mind, closed her eyes and said, "Forget it, I've already bought it. What's the harm in wearing it once? Besides, I'm only wearing it for Brother Xinghe to see. There's nothing to be afraid of." Thinking of this, she stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window of the master bedroom in her high heels. With both hands, she pulled the curtains of the master bedroom tightly. Then she sat down on the edge of the bed and slowly took off her high-heeled shoes with her hands. Next came the long skirt and stockings. At this moment, the sound of water in the bathroom had gradually become smaller, and Ji Qingyang knew that Luo Xinghe was almost done washing. She picked up the dress and slowly put it on. Wang Beige was worthy of being Ji Qingyang's classmate for 4 years in college, and he knew her measurements very well. It was even half a size smaller, so as to better highlight Ji Qingyang's sexiness. After putting on the clothes, she slowly tied a bow on the straps on the back with her hands. Against the backdrop of Ji Qingyang's proud figure, the butterfly in white clothes looks lifelike, as if it wants to spread its wings and fly. "Is this really nice?" While Luo Xinghe was not done washing, Ji Qingyang quietly walked to the cloakroom barefoot and looked at herself in front of the full-length mirror. But the first time she saw herself wearing this kind of clothes, Ji Qingyang's face became extremely hot as if she had a fever, and her entire ears turned a warm red. She even subconsciously wanted to cover it with her hands, but for a moment she didn't know what part to cover. Snap! At this moment, Ji Qingyang heard the bathroom door open, so she returned to the bed from the cloakroom at an astonishing speed. After smoothing her long hair with her hands, she quickly covered her body and clothes with the quilt. Trample! Luo Xinghe stepped twice on the mat at the bathroom door in his slippers, dried his feet, and went out to change into another pair of slippers. He walked out while wiping his head with a towel. When he turned his head, he saw Ji Qingyang covering herself tightly on the bed. "Sister Qingyang, are you sleepy? Do you want to take a shower before going to bed?" Luo Xinghe kindly reminded. Ji Qingyang's heart was beating very fast. It was rare for her heart to beat so fast. After a pause, she said in a very soft voice, "I'll wash it later, come here first." "What's wrong?" Luo Xinghe had an innocent look on his face, obviously not knowing what it meant. But since Ji Qingyang said so, Luo Xinghe had no reason to refuse. Walking to the bed, Ji Qingyang said again, "Lift my quilt." "R." Hearing this, Luo Xinghe was stunned. "What is the requirement?" "Not good," Luo Xinghe said, scratching his head. "It's just the two of us, what are you afraid of?" Ji Qingyang frowned slightly. "If I tell you to, you do it." "Okay." Seeing Ji Qingyang so sure, Luo Xinghe put the towel aside, then grabbed the corner of the quilt with his hand and lifted it up with force. In an instant, Luo Xinghe's pupils focused immediately. I saw Ji Qingyang lying on her side on the bed, her long, beautiful black hair just covering her chest. She was wearing a white gauze dress that looked like she was not wearing anything, but was very motivating. The graceful figure is made even more charming by the clothes. Luo Xinghe swallowed his saliva, and suddenly he felt a surge of hot blood rising from his lower abdomen. Just as he was about to speak, he felt his nose get wet, and then 2 drops of red liquid dripped onto the ground. Oh my god! Luo Xinghe touched his nose and immediately realized that he was bleeding from the nose. He turned around and ran to the bathroom. When Jiyu Qingyang saw that Luo Xinghe was bleeding from his nose, she no longer cared about what she was wearing. She got out of bed, put on her slippers and ran to the bathroom. What happened? Why did my nose bleed suddenly? As Jiyu Qingyang spoke, she used her hands to wash Luo Xinghe's nose. But Luo Xinghe was extremely sensitive now. As soon as he smelled the fragrance on Jiyu Qingyang's body, his nose started bleeding. No, no, no. Luo Xinghe reached out to push Jiyu Qingyang, and his hand happened to touch her lower abdomen. What's wrong? Jiyu Qingyang asked. I'll do it myself, Luo Xinghe said. Sister Qingyang, where did you get this dress? Why have I never seen it before? After Luo Xinghe said this, Jiyu Qingyang remembered what she was wearing. She stepped out of the door shyly and hid in the corner, leaving only her head exposed to chat with Luo Xinghe. Yes, my college classmate bought it for me, Jiyu Qingyang said. I was very touched by what you did last night, so I wanted to give you a surprise. Then one of my college classmates said, let me help you choose a dress. He must be surprised when he sees it. To be honest, I also think it's quite revealing, Jiyu Qingyang said, and took a look at herself, but I also think that since I bought it, it would be a pity not to wear it. It's quite beautiful, Luo Xinghe said as he kept washing his nose with clean water. Then are you okay? Otherwise, I'd better change it. You've seen it anyway. After Jiyu Qingyang finished speaking, she was about to go to the cloakroom to change clothes, but Luo Xinghe grabbed her arm. No, Sister Qingyang, I'll change it later. What? Jiyu Qingyang asked. Well, Luo Xinghe affirmed, you go to the bed first. Why am I asking you? Jiyu Qingyang didn't understand what Luo Xinghe said, so she asked again. Luo Xinghe nodded vigorously to show his affirmation, you go to bed first, I'll come later. Jiyu Qingyang frowned and thought carefully about what she had just said before she figured out the meaning. She immediately turned around and gently kicked Luo Xinghe on the butt. Little rascal, who did you learn this from? Ouch, Luo Xinghe touched his butt. Of course I learned it from you, Sister Qingyang. Chapter 35. Do you want to go hiking? Friday. Today is the graduation day for Hechin College. As usual, a military training parade was supposed to be held, but it suddenly rained heavily that morning. However, there were senior students attending classes in the indoor gymnasium, so the relevant leaders decided to cancel the performance. The training was changed to instructor's final report and some classes were selected to conduct indoor final training. Fortunately, the architecture class was not selected. During lunch, Luo Xinghe's father called Luo Xinghe again to confirm that he and Jiyu Qingyang would be able to go home on Sunday. In the afternoon, after receiving a WeChat message from Counselor Zhu Yuan, Luo Xinghe led some classmates to collect textbooks for next Monday's class. After distributing the information to all the students, Luo Xinghe, Jiang Chuan and the other 2 returned to the dormitory. It is already past 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Oh, the military training ended suddenly, and I feel like I have nothing to do. It's so boring, Liu Ziming said, leaning back in his chair. Of course you're bored as a single guy without a goddess. Jiang Chuan responded, unlike me, I can chat with my seniors anytime. Liu Zi understood Jiang Chuan at a glance. Chuan Zi, you can't be a bootlicker like this. Su Yuqing sent you a message, and you had to reply immediately even if you were washing up in the bathroom next door. Why, if you don't reply immediately, can she beat you up? You know nothing. Jiang Chuan said, have you ever heard that sincerity is the only sure-win skill? Liu Ziming shook his head, I haven't heard of it. I've only heard that the more sincere you are, the more people will think you are cheap. You have a distorted view of love. Jiang Chuan retorted to Liu Ziming, forget it, since you don't have a partner anyway, I won't bother with you. TSK. Liu Ziming crossed his arms and was silent for a moment, then asked, brothers, tomorrow is the weekend, what do you say? I can't just lie in the dormitory for 2 days. At this time, Zhao Jiaxing, who was still studying the new textbook, turned his head and suggested, why don't we go hiking? I heard that Qiuxia Mountain in the suburbs is very beautiful. Let's go there and have some fun. It'll be like exercising. Hey, I won't go. Jiang Chuan said, mountain climbing is the most tiring thing. Especially when I was going down the mountain, my legs were shaking, and they would still hurt for a few days after I came back. If I didn't go, I would still be running with my senior. You're running. You're making me laugh to death. Liu Ximing retorted, during the past few days of military training, every time you got up, Jiaxing and I had to call you several times. How can it be the same? Jiang Chuan argued, it's useless to get up on weekdays. Now I'm running with my senior sister. I have a goal, so I can definitely get up. Liu Ximing shook his head and turned to ask Luo Xinghe, Xinghe, what do you think? Luo Xinghe thought about it and decided that he had nothing to do on Saturday anyway. After such a long time, my foot is basically healed. Besides, Sister Qingyang works overtime on Saturdays and Sundays, so it is difficult for her to find time to accompany me. Instead of lying down in the villa, it is better to go hiking with them and exercise. Moreover, he didn't touch a single cent of the 100,000 yuan that Jiu Qingyang gave him. In this way, I won't be able to report to Sister Qingyang next Monday. That's fine. I'm fine anyway. Luo Xinghe said. Jiang Chuan frowned, Xinghe, don't you have to accompany your girlfriend on the weekends? By the way, what does Principal Gu's sister look like? Xinghe, you haven't shown her to us yet. Principal Jiu is so pretty, so her sister must be pretty good. That's right. After Jiang Chuan's reminder, Liu Ximing and Zhao Jiaxing also became interested and said quickly, Xinghe, just let us take a look, we will definitely not tell anyone. Yeah, let's just see how pretty it is. Forehead. Luo Xinghe shook his head. It was not that he didn't want to let him look, but there was really no such person as Sister Jiu Qingyang. So he had no choice but to make up a lie. It's not that I don't want you to look, the Jiu group is so famous, if you search online, can you find someone named Sister Jiu Qingyang? Jiang Chuan and the other two shook their heads. Since their roommate was dating the sister of the head of Jiu group, of course they had to search for her. But no matter what browser I use, the search results show that there is no such person. Many AIS even said that Jiu Qingyang had no sister at all. Isn't this a joke? Jiu Qingyang said that she had a younger sister. Could it be possible that Principal Jiu would lie in public? Yes, Luo Xinghe continued to make up a story, so, the Jiu group wants her to keep it a secret. It's better for you not to know about such a person. So that's how it is. Jiang Chuan and the other two were frightened by Luo Xinghe's words. Forget it, it's better for us not to know. Anyway, when you get married in the future, it will be public. That's right. Luo Xinghe nodded and changed the subject. That's right, tomorrow we'll go to Chishia Mountain to climb the mountain as Jiaxing said, and everyone will go. When Jiang Chuan heard this, he quickly refused. Hey, if you want to go, you three can go. I won't go. You're not going. Liu Ximing rubbed his fists and said, the three of us are all going. Are you going to be Spider-Man in the dormitory? Go to hell. Jiang Chuan proved his innocence and said, I will definitely go out to play with my senior sister tomorrow, but it's definitely not to go hiking. At this point, Luo Xinghe patted Jiang Chuan on the shoulder and said, are you stupid? Can't you call Su Yuqing out as well? If you go shopping with her tomorrow, won't you still have to pay for it yourself? If you come with us to climb the mountain, I'll cover all the expenses. Really? Jiang Chuan's eyes lit up. If Jiang Chuan really lets Su Yuqing go shopping in the mall tomorrow, he will definitely have to spend a lot of money. But I don't have much living expenses. If I spend it all, I will have to eat dirt this month. Seriously? Luo Xinghe agreed. Then I'll ask now. Jiang Chuan immediately picked up his phone and sent a WeChat message to Su Yuqing. For him, anywhere is fine as long as he can go out and play with Su Yuqing. Moreover, when climbing a mountain, when you get tired, you can let Su Yuqing lean on your shoulder, and then look at the mountains and rivers around you. Isn't it a pleasure? Jiang Chuan's problem was solved, and Luo Xinghe also picked up the phone. He wanted to report to Jiu Qingyang about going out to play tomorrow. Although Jiu Qingyang never restricted him on where to go, Luo Xinghe still felt it was necessary to report it. Moreover, he had to find a way to spend a little more money. The tickets for tomorrow's mountain climbing trip, even if there are 4 of them plus Su Yuqing, will cost no more than 1,000. I may not even be able to spend 500. It's still a long way from 100,000. Luo Xinghe shook his head. No wonder Sister Qingyang said that she didn't know how to spend money. He never had the habit of managing money, so naturally he didn't know how to spend the money after he suddenly had it. Sister Qingyang, are you busy? Luo Xinghe typed on WeChat. P.S. There will be 2 or 3 more updates. Chapter 36. Let's go together tomorrow. This time Jiyu Qingyang did not reply immediately. Because the afternoon is usually Jiyu Qingyang's busiest time. At this moment, she should be dealing with work. Wow. Luo Xinghe was still waiting for news, but Jiang Chuan had already started crying. Liu Ziming came forward and asked, "What's wrong? Did Su Yuqing reject you?" The senior said she was too tired this week and had to go home on the weekend, so she couldn't go out with me. Jiang Chuan frowned. That's nothing. Liu Ziming patted Jiang Chuan's shoulder and said, "This week has been tiring enough, so it's only natural for him to go back. It's okay. If she doesn't go with you, we will go with you." After saying this, Jiang Chuan was about to make an excuse not to go, but Liu Ziming immediately shut him up and said, "Hey, if you dare to say you don't want to go, when we leave tomorrow morning, we will definitely roll you and you're bedding up the mountain." Hearing this, Jiang Chuan was immediately discouraged. He thought that without Su Yuqing, it would be boring to live in the dormitory. In that case, why not go and have some fun with them? Okay, Jiang Chuan agreed. That's right, we in 603 will always be a collective. After hearing this, Luo Xinghe's phone suddenly vibrated twice. He turned on his phone and found that it was Jiyu Qingyang who replied, "What's wrong?" Luo Xinghe quickly typed, "I want to go hiking with Jiang Chuan and the others tomorrow. Please report to Sister Qingyang. Then you won't be back at night." Jiyu Qingyang asked. "Yes," Luo Xinghe replied. Jiyu Qingyang said, "Oh, which mountain are you going to climb?" Luo Xinghe thought about what Zhao Jiaxing had said just now, and then replied, "Qiuxia Mountain is not far from the suburbs." "Qiuxia Mountain," Jiyu Qingyang replied, "it is indeed not far from our home." "How many people are there in total?" "Just 4 people in our dormitory," Luo Xinghe replied. Over there, Jiyu Qingyang was silent for a moment, and then sent another message, "Then bring them to our house to sleep tonight, so we can go together tomorrow." This piece of news shocked Luo Xinghe twice. If he took them home, wouldn't his relationship with Jiyu Qingyang be exposed directly? Also, what's the point of going together? Does Sister Qingyang want to go too? Luo Xinghe's heartbeat quickened, and he hurriedly said, "If we take them to our house, we can't find someone to play the role of Sister Qingyang, your sister, right?" "Why?" Jiyu Qingyang said, "Do you really want to date my non-existent sister?" No, Luo Xinghe explained quickly, "I mean, if I let my roommate go home, then our relationship won't be hidden anymore, right?" "There's nothing to hide," Jiyu Qingyang said, "besides, you're just freshmen. The reason I didn't say anything is that I don't want to be too conspicuous during this period. But your roommates spend the most time with you, so it might not be easy to hide it from them. Could it be that they won't ask you about these things?" Luo Xinghe thought about it and realized that it was indeed the case. After all, they had just asked about Jiyu Qingyang's sister. "It is settled. If they are willing, they can stay at our house tonight, and I will go with you tomorrow. It just so happens that there are a lot of things going on in the group recently, so I'll take this opportunity to take a break, relax, and spend the weekend." "Oh, okay," Luo Xinghe replied after learning that Jiyu Qingyang was not joking, "then I'll ask them if they are willing." "Yeah," Jiyu Qingyang finally replied. After putting down his phone, he found that Jiang Chuan was still covering his face in pain, and Liu Ziming was sitting next to him and joking. Before Luo Xinghe could think of what to say, Liu Ziming was already looking at him. "What's wrong, Xinghe? You don't want to accompany your girlfriend too, do you?" Liu Ziming said. Luo Xinghe nodded and shook his head. "Liu Ziming, what does this mean? Are we going to go our separate ways on our first weekend in college in 603? Luo Xinghe explained, "I do have to be with my girlfriend tomorrow, but the good news is that my girlfriend is going with us." "Really?" Hearing this, the depressed Jiang Chuan was also cheered up. "So, we can see with our own eyes how beautiful the daughter of GU Group is." Luo Xinghe nodded and continued, "Besides, her home is in the suburbs, very close to Qiuxia Mountain, so what she meant was that you should sleep at my house at night." "What?" Hearing this, the 3 of them stood up from their chairs and said, "Let us go to Gu's house to sleep." The three of them looked at each other and subconsciously wanted to refuse. Because according to their experience of reading novels, these wealthy families have very strict family traditions, and often many people live in a huge villa. You are not allowed to play or laugh there, and there are many rules. No, Jiang Chuan said first, they must have a lot of family members, so we won't go and embarrass you, Xinghe. Are there many? Luo Xinghe scratched his head, including me, there are only 3 people. 3 people. Jiang Chuan and the other 2 were surprised. Does Gu's group have 1 villa for each person? Wait a minute, Liu Ziming suddenly realized something. Who is the other person? Of course it's the nanny, Luo Xinghe said. There are 3 people, one is Luo Xinghe, one is Jiyu Qingyang's sister, and the other is a nanny. That being said, there is nothing to be afraid of. Moreover, the 3 of them were also very curious about what the Jiyu family looked like. The 3 of them looked at each other again and quickly reached a consensus. Well, if there's enough room, the 3 of us can move in. Luo Xinghe nodded. It's no problem for more than a dozen people to live in the house, let alone letting the 3 of you live there. Okay, then I have to pack up properly. Jiang Chuan changed his depressed look and started packing his school bag. Liu Ziming was even more cautious. He asked Luo Xinghe, Xinghe, doesn't Principal Jiyu live with you guys? Luo Xinghe thought that since Sister Qingyang said that he could tell the 3 of them, he originally wanted to tell them all 3 things. Jiyu Qingyang has no sister, he is in love with Jiyu Qingyang, and in fact, they have already obtained the marriage certificate and are now a legal couple. But after thinking about it, Luo Xinghe still wanted to see their reactions after knowing these things. So he planned to tell Liu Ziming and the others in the evening. After giving Liu Ziming a vague answer, the 3 of them packed up their own school bags. After all, mountain climbing is different from other activities, and it is necessary to bring a water bottle, necessary snacks and fruits to restore energy. The 3 of them spent more than half an hour cleaning up, and then went to the cafeteria with Luo Xinghe to have dinner. The next period of time was spent waiting in the dormitory to go home with Luo Xinghe. At this time, the 3 of them were still chattering and very lively. Chapter 37 Our Galaxy. While waiting, Jiyu Qingyang sent a message to Luo Xinghe, asking him to wait for her to finish work and take them home together. Because Jiyu Qingyang didn't have much work to do today, there was no need for Luo Xinghe to ask the driver to go home by himself. After receiving the reply, Luo Xinghe waited in the dormitory with Jiang Chuan and the other 2. Hit him, shake the sword, the Buddha is going big. Liu Ziming's face turned red with anger, but Zhao Jiaxing still couldn't keep up. After the game ended, Zhao Jiaxing stopped playing and Luo Xinghe took over. Liu Ziming patted Luo Xinghe on the shoulder, it's up to you, Xinghe. After logging into his account, Liu Ziming habitually clicked into Luo Xinghe's personal interface, where 3 ferocious purple snakes were arranged in order. What Kanan in the display interface is wearing and holding is the nunchaku skin that has been washed by the exiled Star Pavilion. For a moment, Liu Ziming and Jiang Chuan were blinded by it. Wow, what skin is this? 3 Wuxin Shuraz. Damn it, foster father, please guide me. Luo Xinghe was also frightened by this Wujin Shura. He had washed his skin last time when Jiyu Qingyang asked him to spend 100,000 yuan. And this achievement was probably achieved by his best friend Li Feipen. After all, I don't like robbing. In fact, it's not that he doesn't like robbing, but Luo Xinghe seldom plays computer games, because he gets dizzy when he sits in front of the computer. I don't know if it's 3D dizziness or some other reason. But Luo Xinghe still has some strength. At least in the next 2 games with Jiang Chuan and Liu Ziming, both of them resulted in more than 25,000 damage. I don't want to play anymore. After reaching a higher level, Jiang Chuan just lay down on the chair and picked up his phone to chat with Su Yuqing. Liu Ziming turned off the computer and asked Luo Xinghe, Xinghe, when are we leaving? Luo Xinghe said, wait a moment, someone will come to us. Oh, Liu Ziming didn't ask any more questions, thinking that he was the Jiyu family's driver or something. In his opinion, the Jiyu family is wealthy and powerful, and it is very normal for a rich girl to be paired with a young lady. There may not even be just one driver. The few of them stayed in the dormitory for a while, until about 7:20 in the evening, when Jiyu Qingyang sent a message saying, come to the administration building, I'm done with my work here. Luo Xinghe replied with an okay, then stood up and said, brothers, grab your things and let's go. Jiang Chuan jumped up from his chair, finally I can walk. Liu Ziming and Zhao Jiaxing both picked up their school bags and followed Luo Xinghe out of the classroom. Jiang Chuan also quickly put on his coat, took his backpack, and carefully locked the dormitory door before he caught up with Luo Xinghe. The four of them went downstairs, and Jiang Chuan and the others followed Luo Xinghe. They originally thought they were going to leave the school, but unexpectedly Luo Xinghe took them directly to the administrative building. The three of them felt something was wrong and asked, "Xinghe, isn't the car waiting outside the school?" Luo Xinghe shook his head, "No, it's in the parking lot of the administrative building." Jiang Chuan was still smart and said, "Are you stupid? This school belongs to Principal Jiu. If the Jiu family's car enters the school, isn't it the same as entering your own home?" Liu Ziming and Zhao Jiaxing thought about it and agreed, so they didn't ask any more questions. The four of them walked along the school's main avenue, passed through several teaching buildings, and arrived at the administrative building. It was a cool summer night, and Jiu Qingyang was waiting in the parking lot wearing a black slim-fitting long skirt and a coat. After a while, the figures of Luo Xinghe and other three could be vaguely seen. When Jiang Chuan and the other two saw clearly that the beauty under the moon was Principal Jiu, they turned around immediately. "Hey, Xinghe, why is the principal here too?" Luo Xinghe smiled and said, "Of course it was Principal Jiu who sent us back." The three were very surprised. "Isn't it the driver who sent us? We wouldn't dare to take the ride if the principal sent us. Why are you afraid to sit?" Luo Xinghe grabbed the three people's backpacks and dragged them directly to the parking lot. Seeing this, Jiu Qingyang immediately walked over. She smiled, the wind blew her long hair, and under the bright moonlight, Jiu Qingyang's face became even more beautiful. "You must be tired, get in the car." Jiu Qingyang pointed to the phantom not far away. Seeing that they couldn't avoid it, Jiang Chuan and the other two had to turn their heads and smiled at Principal Jiu. "Hello, Principal. We are going to climb the mountain tomorrow, so we will stay at your sister's house tonight." "My sister?" Hearing this, Jiu Qingyang turned her head and took a look. She quickly understood what Luo Xinghe meant from his smile. It seems that Luo Xinghe has not yet explained the truth of the matter to them. "Great, welcome." Jiu Qingyang continued to smile and opened the back door for the three of them. Jiang Chuan and the other two had no choice but to board the phantom one by one. Sitting on the leather sofa of Phantom, the three of them could only stare at the starry sky in a daze. Luo Xinghe sat in the passenger seat and Jiu Qingyang drove the car. "Nothing was dropped, right? If not, then let's set off," Jiu Qingyang said. Jiang Chuan and the other two replied cautiously, "It didn't fall off." "Thank you, Principal Jiu." Jiu Qingyang stepped on the accelerator, turned on the headlights, and the car slowly drove out of the school. Soon we were on the main road. The car gradually stabilized. Jiu Qingyang started asking questions. "What do you think of our Xinghe? Our galaxy?" The three of them frowned at the title, but then they thought, since Luo Xinghe is in love with Jiu Xiao's sister, it is reasonable to call him our Xinghe. It's fine," Jiang Chuan responded perfunctorily. Jiu Qingyang nodded. "Xinghe sprained his ankle a few days ago, and I would like to thank you for your help with school matters." At this point, Jiu Qingyang glanced at Luo Xinghe, and then continued, "It was Xinghe who was careless. He fell down and sprained his ankle while taking a shower in my room." Sigh. Hearing this, the three people in the back row straightened their backs instantly as if they had heard some important news. Luo Xinghe, who was sitting in the passenger seat, naturally knew what Jiu Qingyang meant. "I haven't revealed my true feelings yet, but Sister Qingyang is going to reveal the true relationship between us." Sure enough, the three innocent guys in the back row looked at each other, their eyes moving like electric fans. Obviously noticed something unusual. This cannot be blamed on them, after all, they still thought Luo Xinghe was in love with Jiu Qingyang's sister. Then how could Luo Xinghe go to Jiu Qingyang's room to take a shower? Could it be that the relationships in rich families are so chaotic? Jiang Chuan and others were trembling and dared not speak. Jiu Qingyang glanced at the rearview mirror and saw the three guys all had the same expression. She couldn't help but laugh. She also asked, "What's wrong with you? Why do you look like you have something you dare not say?" "It's okay, just say whatever you want to say, don't be restrained, just treat me as your sister outside of school." Jiang Chuan and the other two still shook their heads desperately. "It's okay, we have no problem, it's just the first time to ride in such a nice car, we are a little excited." P.S. That's all. I'll continue with 6,000 words tomorrow. Chapter 38. Have you already obtained the marriage certificate? Oh, so that's how it is, Jiu Qingyang said. Then you can ask Xinghe to drive this car out to play with you guys more often. I'm busy with work, so I don't have time to accompany Xinghe. Come to think of it, we haven't really hung out since we got married, so thank you for the opportunity. After these words were spoken, Jiang Chuan and the other two sitting in the back row were stunned for a moment. They captured the keyword, get a license. What certificate do you want? Luo Xinghe is dating Jiu Qingyan's sister. Does he need any proof? Prove that Luo Xinghe is pure and flawless. The three of them looked at each other, as they really didn't understand what getting the certificate meant. But they all tacitly didn't think about the marriage certificate. After all, how can one get married in the first year of college? Is that possible? Principal Jiu, no. Sister Jiu, Jiang Chuan asked cautiously, I want to ask, what do you mean by getting a certificate? I don't understand. Jiu Qingyang smiled. It seemed that these three guys were quite capable of grasping the key points. She turned her head and motioned Luo Xinghe to explain to Jiang Chuan what it meant to get a marriage certificate. Luo Xinghe opened his mobile phone and found the photos they took when they got their marriage certificate that day. Luo Xinghe has always kept it as a treasure and has never let anyone see it. It can be said that Jiang Chuan and the other two had a feast for their eyes today. Here, this is the certificate. Luo Xinghe passed the photo to Jiang Chuan in the middle through the gap between the front and back rows. After he took the phone, Liu Ziming and Zhao Jiaxing on his left and right tilted their heads to look in the middle. The three of them read out the words on it in unison, certificate holder, Luo Xinghe, registration date, marriage certificate number. On the right is a photo of the two of them taken in the Civil Affairs Bureau. In the photo, Jiu Qingyang was smiling. Seeing this, Jiang Chuan and the other two stood there in a daze as if they were petrified. What the hell, who am I, where am I? Isn't he Luo Xinghe dating Jiu Qingyang's sister? He is actually in love with Jiu Qingyang herself. That's not right. They weren't even in a relationship, they just got married. What kind of subversive gossip was this? Jiang Chuan and the other two were unable to react at once. Luo Xinghe, who was sitting in the passenger seat, couldn't stop laughing when he saw the three people's stunned looks. Hey guys, what's wrong with you guys? Jiang Chuan, it's okay. I just think there's nothing wrong with what philosophers think. Is this world really so absurd? Liu Ziming, I've become addicted to Pinhao food. Now I can't tell what's real and what's fantasy. Zhao Jiaxing, add 1. No, although I know it may be difficult for you to accept it for a while, it shouldn't be that difficult to accept. Luo Xinghe said. Jiang Chuan and the other two took a long time to recover from their shock. No, do you want to explain to us why we feel dizzy after eating this melon? Jiang Chuan said. I agree. When did you two meet? Why did you get the marriage certificate so quickly? Also, aren't you dating Sister Gu's sister? Why are you dating her? Luo Xinghe looked at the three people with question marks on their faces and couldn't help but said, I will answer your questions one by one. Actually, we met through a blind date. We just met during the summer vacation. Luo Xinghe said truthfully, to be precise, we just met 2 days before school started. When these words came out, Jiang Chuan and the other two did not believe them at all. Stop bragging, you are getting married right after you met, are you fantasizing about a romance novel? That's right, Liu Ziming echoed, besides, if you can be so casual, can Sister Jiu be so casual as well? Jiu Qingyang said, it can't be said to be casual, it can only be said that it is fate. The worldview of Jiang Chuan and the other two was once again shocked. No, you guys really got married in a flash. Why? Luo Xinghe replied, don't worry about this, we'll just get the marriage certificate anyway. Magical. Very magical. Jiang Chuan pinched his face and said to Liu Ziming, Mingzi, you slapped me. I think I got poisoned by the mushrooms I ate. Liu Ziming said, you'd better hit me. I feel like I'm more poisoned. Luo Xinghe turned around and slapped each of them. Well, now you face the reality. Jiang Chuan, I feel even more confused. So, what Sister Jiu said about you dating her sister was just a trick? That's right. Luo Xinghe snapped his fingers, the answer is correct. Hearing Luo Xinghe's affirmative answer, Jiang Chuan's teeth were about to break. I am really worried about my brother's hard life, and I am also worried about him driving a Land Rover. This kid Luo Xinghe not only found a wealthy woman with a high net worth, but her looks are comparable to those of top female stars. Even her appearance and figure are better than many female stars. What kind of luck is this? Jiang Chuan thought for a long time and said, Sister Jiu, do you have any brothers or sisters? Can you introduce them to me? Luo Xinghe reminded, aren't you pursuing Su Yuqing? Do you have any self-control? Jiang Chuan said, how can Su Yuqing compare with Sister Jiu? Hearing this, Jiu Qingyang in the front row immediately retorted, your idea is wrong. How can girls be compared? Every girl deserves to be loved, just like every boy deserves to be loved. We are all equal. Yes, yes, yes. Hearing Jiu Qingyang's words, Jiang Chuan immediately changed his words and said, I just felt a little bit that it was too incredible tonight. My college roommate is actually the husband of the chairman of the GU group. Don't you think it's outrageous? Liu Ziming and Zhao Jiaxing nodded in agreement. Amid the heated discussion among the people in the car, Jiu Qingyang quickly drove the car into the villa area. Stopped in front of the door of his villa. Let's talk at home. Jiu Qingyang unbuckled her seatbelt and said, we're home now. Are we there yet? Jiang Chuan and the other two looked out the window through the glass. In the silent space, there are luxurious single-family villas standing tall. Let's go, get out of the car. Luo Xinghe opened the car door first. Jiang Chuan and the other two followed closely behind, getting out from the back seat of the Phantom one by one. Passing through their family's unique small courtyard, Jiu Qingyang pressed her fingerprint and the security door was unlocked. Come in. Jiu Qingyang said. Luo Xinghe walked in front, and Jiang Chuan and the other two stepped into Jiu Qingyang's villa carefully, just like Granny Liu entering the Grand View Garden. As soon as they entered the door, the three were stunned by the magnificent decoration of the house. Especially the grand piano standing quietly, which suddenly expands the scope of the entire villa. On the ceiling, the crystal chandelier illuminates the entire living room. On the side of the sofa, a 5-meter-high mural appears extremely tall. The three of them had only seen such a house in novels, so when they really got there they didn't know what to do for a moment. P.S. I have something urgent to do on Sunday, so 6,000 words is probably a fantasy, and 4,000 words is also wishful thinking. I can only follow the old rules and make up for it tomorrow. Thank you all for your tolerance. Chapter 39 Mysterious Basement. Qingyang, Xinghe, you're back. Mother Zhao, who was still cleaning on the second floor, quickly came down when she heard the noise in the living room. What are these? Asked Mother Zhao. Oh, these are Xinghe's friends. They are going to stay at our house tonight. Can the guest bedroom in our house accommodate them? Jiu Qingyang asked. It's livable. Zhao Ma said, I clean the house every day, so it's definitely okay for people to live here. Then let them sit down first. I'll go cut some fruit and make some juice. After saying this, Mother Zhao turned and walked towards the kitchen. Luo Xinghe patted Jiang Chuan's shoulder, who was still in a daze, and said, sit down, what are you standing for? Oh, the three finally reacted after being reminded by Luo Xinghe. One by one, they carefully sat down on the sofa. Jiang Chuan's hands were still touching the leather of the sofa. After a while, Aunt Zhao brought fruits and orange juice. Jiu Qingyang wanted to sit with them. But she couldn't let go of the work at hand, so she had to let Luo Xinghe entertain Jiang Chuan and the others. Before leaving, Jiu Qingyang told Luo Xinghe that if he was bored, he could go to the basement. Luo Xinghe frowned, as if he had been to Sister Qingyang's house for such a long time but had never been to her basement. So he patted Jiang Chuan, who was chewing an orange, and said, hey, stop chewing and come with me to the basement. What are you doing in the basement? Without Jiu Qingyang's presence, the pressure on Jiang Chuan and the other two was reduced a lot. That's right, you won't let us sleep in the basement tonight, right? Zhao Jiaxing asked. Luo Xinghe rolled his eyes at him, with such a big house, how can you live in the basement? I'm just curious. I've been at Sister Qingyang's house for so long, but I've never been to her basement. Isn't the basement full of junk? What's there to see? Liu Ziming also agreed. No, I don't think it's that simple, Luo Xinghe said, otherwise Sister Qingyang wouldn't have specifically reminded me just now. At this point, Jiang Chuan threw the orange peel into the trash can, then stood up and said, "Okay, we'll go with you on this trip. To be honest, I really don't know what the basement of the villa looks like. Will there be several floors underground?" Liu Ziming and Zhao Jiaxing also stood up. The three of them followed Luo Xinghe from the living room and went straight to the stairs opposite their hallway. The stairs leading to the basement of Ji Yuqingyan's house are together with the stairs leading to the second floor. The four of them walked down the smooth marble steps, step by step, into the basement. Unexpectedly, as soon as they stepped into the basement of the villa, the first thing that greeted them was a stylish wine-tasting room. The quaint and elegant wine cabinet occupies an entire wall, displaying a wide variety of fine wines. Under the reflection of the warm yellow light, the bottles reflect a charming halo. In front of the wine cabinet are placed high-quality solid wood tables and chairs, and the air is faintly filled with the aroma of wine. The rest sofa on the side is soft and large, with plump cushions. Looking further inside, there was actually a small billiard room. The shiny pool table is located in the center, with the cues arranged in an orderly manner. The light from the chandelier above makes the green table surface clear and bright, and the billiard art paintings on the wall add to the elegant atmosphere. There is also a glass door on the side of the billiard room, through which you can clearly see a small KTV. Dazzling lights cover the ceiling, changing colors with the rhythm of the music, full of dynamics. On the other side is an exquisite small private cinema with rows of electric reclining chairs arranged in a staggered manner, which are extremely comfortable to lie on. The extra-large projection screen covers the entire wall, and the high-definition projector is equipped with surround sound, which can instantly immerse people in the wonderful world of movies. The scenes before their eyes stunned Luo Xinghe and the other three. "Oh my goodness, is this the basement of a rich family? Who said basements are for storing junk? This is my dream house. Xinghe, can you give Sister Jiyu to me?" As soon as these words came out, Luo Xinghe immediately hit Liu Ziming. "What are you talking about?" He, Liu Ziming smiled, "Can't you think about it?" Seeing the billiard table not far away, Jiang Chuan rubbed his hands and said, all right, there's no point in talking anymore. If you're a man, come and fight me." Liu Ziming immediately accepted the challenge. "I'll go first. I'm the famous little prince of billiards." "Oh, you're so arrogant, aren't you?" Jiang Chuan threw a stick at Liu Ziming. "You dare to share the title with me, the real billiard prince? You are tired of living." Liu Ziming took the pole and stretched his body. It's still unclear who is real and who is fake. The two men stood still, and after playing rock paper scissors, Jiang Chuan kicked off first. On the other side, Luo Xinghe and Zhao Jiaxing sat on the wooden chairs in the tasting room. The four of them played and chatted. As the ball went into the pocket, Jiang Chuanxian said, "Xinghe, you hit it well enough to suddenly reveal such a big secret to us tonight." "That's right," Liu Ziming said, "it's indeed not very loyal." Luo Xinghe smiled and said, "After all, Sister Qingyan's identity is sensitive. I don't mind it. I'm just afraid of causing trouble for her." Zhao Jiaxing, who was next to Luo Xinghe, also nodded in agreement. "Yes, Sister Jiyu has a special status, and her company is estimated to have a profit of hundreds of millions." Hundreds of millions. Jiang Chuan immediately defended the Jiyu group. Last year's financial report showed that the annual profit was over 10 billion. Saying hundreds of millions is like wishing a first-tier internet celebrity $1 million a year. I'm not sure. Zhao Jiaxing scratched his head. He felt that 100 million was already a sky-high price. As for higher levels, he didn't even dare to think about it. After all, in his hometown, if one has an annual income of over 100,000, one is considered wealthy. "Okay, Jiaxing, don't listen to their nonsense," Luo Xinghe patted Zhao Jiaxing on the shoulder. 10 minutes later, with a crisp sound of the ball hitting the ground, the black 8 went into the pocket. The round ended with Jiang Chuan winning. "Jiang Chuan, how about it, Mingzi, are you convinced?" Liu Ziming, "I'm convinced, you just got lucky. TSK, Jiang Chuan put down his cue and said to Luo Xinghe and Zhao Jiaxing, "Why don't you two have a round? Whoever wins will play with me. We have to decide who will be the little prince of 603 billiards tonight." Luo Xinghe stood up and shook his head contemptuously at Jiang Chuan. "Hey, what does this mean? Are you looking down on me? Jiaxing, come and beat him up." Zhao Jiaxing shook his head and refused. No, I can't. There's nothing wrong with playing table tennis. You can learn it once you play." Jiang Chuan continued. Forget it, just go ahead and play. Alright, Luo Xinghe took the club from Liu Ziming, don't let Jiaxing and I play anymore. How about we just play a round? Okay, come on. Jiang Chuan said without showing any weakness, I'll let you play this round, you serve. Luo Xinghe smiled, are you sure? Chapter 40, Why are you lying on the door instead of sleeping? Another 10 minutes later. The 603 Ball King Championship ended with Luo Xinghe's black 8 pocketed. How about it, little prince of billiards, are you convinced? Luo Xinghe said proudly while holding up the cue. Jiang Chuan said, this one doesn't count. It's windy here and it affected me. Is there wind? Luo Xinghe was stunned for a moment. No, buddy, this is a basement, where does the wind come from? Besides, this is table tennis, not badminton, how can the wind disturb you? Okay, I admit that your basketball skills are indeed a little better than mine. Jiang Chuan used 2 fingers to make a small gesture. Luo Xinghe put down his golf club and laughed, what unit of measurement is a nene? What do you care? Jiang Chuan also put down his club and said to the 3 people, let's go, let's stop playing, it's boring, let's go sing karaoke, private karaoke, I haven't experienced it yet. Really? Liu Ziming followed Jiang Chuan, and Luo Xinghe followed closely behind. The 4 of them closed the soundproof door, turned on the machine and started ordering songs. What they didn't expect was that there were quite a few snacks on the table in the KTV. Oh my god, if I could live here, I wouldn't go out for a month. Jiang Chuan said. You said too little. Liu Ziming picked up a small orange on the table, I can stay at home for 3 months. Having said that, the 2 looked at Luo Xinghe with envy again. Damn. Xinghe, how did you manage to get together with such a rich and beautiful woman? What kind of incredible luck is this? Alright, you've said it so many times. Here, it's not a sin to cry for the man you want. I've already ordered it for you. Sing. Luo Xinghe handed the microphone to Jiang Chuan. Jiang Chuan turned around and began to sing with great emotion. When I was young, people around me told me not to cry. When I grow up, I will tell the mirror that I must not regret anything. The 4 of them spent a long time in the KTV and wanted to go to a private cinema to watch a movie, but when Luo Xinghe looked at the time, it was already 10:30 in the evening. As they had a mountain climbing schedule tomorrow, the 4 of them had to go upstairs reluctantly. Upstairs, Aunt Zhao was mopping the living room floor. Luo Xinghe said, Aunt Zhao, their room is the guest bedroom next to ours, right? If so, I will take them to rest. Go ahead. Zhao Mar waved her hand, and then she seemed to remember something and said to Luo Xinghe, remember to be in a room away from the master bedroom, not next to it. Why? Luo Xinghe asked puzzledly. Oh, Zhao Mar rolled her eyes and said, I use that room to store dirty clothes. It has not been vacated yet. The other rooms are all good. You can sleep in any of them. Okay, I understand. Luo Xinghe had no doubt and took Jiang Chuan and the other 2 upstairs. According to Zhao Mar's arrangement, Luo Xinghe did not choose the room next to the master bedroom, but the one next to it and said to Jiang Chuan, you sleep in this one. Okay. Jiang Chuan walked in. Although this room is a guest bedroom, it has all the necessary facilities, including an independent toilet, independent bathroom, desk and chair. Then, Luo Xinghe arranged rooms for Liu Ziming and Zhao Jiaxing respectively, and waited until they had no problems. Luo Xinghe then returned to the master bedroom. I opened the door of the master bedroom, and as expected, Jiu Qingyang was not there. She should be in the study taking care of work. Since Jiu Qingyang wanted to have a weekend off, she still had to work overtime to finish some of the unfinished work. Luo Xinghe was not in a hurry to go to bed. He went downstairs to make a cup of honey water for Jiu Qingyang and carefully brought it to the door of the study. Just as I was about to knock on the door, Jiang Chuan came out. What are you doing? Luo Xinghe asked. No, there is no cup in the room. What should I do if I'm thirsty? Jiang Chuan had just finished speaking when he immediately saw the glass cup in Luo Xinghe's hand. Before Luo Xinghe could react, Jiang Chuan snatched the cup from his hand and drank it all in one gulp. Luo Xinghe, Jiang Chuan, damn it. I brought this for Sister Qingyang. Jiang Chuan smiled embarrassedly, I can't help it, I'm too thirsty. Alas, Luo Xinghe sighed, went downstairs to make another cup. He also went to the refrigerator to get a bottle of mineral water and a bottle of drink for Jiang Chuan and the other two, in case they were thirsty at night and couldn't find water. You know, one night Jiang Chuan was thirsty and had no money on his water card, so he could just drink the water from the water room. Boom boom boom. Luo Xinghe returned to the study and knocked on the door. Come in. Ji Yuqingyan's voice came from the study. Luo Xinghe walked in with honey water. At this time, Ji Yuqingyan was still working at her desk. Sister Qingyang, I made you some honey water. Leave it there, Ji Yuqingyan said, I'll drink it later. Luo Xinghe nodded and then sat on the sofa in the study. Ji Yuqingyan finished processing a document, raised her head and said, You go to bed first, no need to wait for me. It's okay, Luo Xinghe said, I can't sleep without Sister Qingyang. You're so talkative. Ji Yuqingyan waved her hand, motioning Luo Xinghe to come over. Mua. Ji Yuqingyan kissed Luo Xinghe, then wait until I finish dealing with these documents, let's go back to the master bedroom together, okay? Luo Xinghe nodded. Where are your roommates? Are they asleep? Probably. But I think they are probably playing with their phones in bed. After all, it's not really night for them at this time. Okay, then you sit down and wait for me. Luo Xinghe sat back on the sofa. At this moment, Zhao Ma suddenly shouted from outside the door, What are you three doing lying on the study door? When Luo Xinghe heard this, he instantly understood what was going on. He turned and walked to the study door. As soon as the door was opened, Jiang Chuan and the other two were about to leave, but they tripped and fell to the ground. Jiang Chuan even made a high gesture. Luo Xinghe narrowed his eyes, leaned against the door frame and asked, Brothers, why are you not sleeping? What are you doing here? Well, Liu Ziming lied, we drank too much water, so we came out to find a toilet. Isn't there a toilet in the bedroom? Luo Xinghe exposed. Did they? The three of them looked at each other awkwardly. I didn't see it. Luo Xinghe walked forward and entered Liu Ziming's room. He pointed to the door next to the outer door and explained, Brothers, this is the toilet door. Don't go to the wrong one. Oh yes, we got it. Jiang Chuan and the other two rushed into their rooms in embarrassment. Good night Xinghe, you and Sister Ji you should go to bed early too. Well. Luo Xinghe smiled helplessly, turned around and walked into the study again. At this time, Ji Yuqingyan had finished her work and was tidying up her desk. She said, Why, is your roommate still eavesdropping at the door? Luo Xinghe scratched his head and smiled. Chapter 41 Who is the Thin Dog? In the early morning light of Saturday, the golden sunlight was like a delicate veil, shining through the cracks in the windows and gently falling on the faces of Ji Yuqingyan and Luo Xinghe. Ji Yuqingyan was already used to getting up early. She stretched and sat up. Aside, Luo Xinghe was still sleeping soundly. Ji Yuqingyan pinched Luo Xinghe's nose and said softly, Get up quickly, aren't we going to climb the mountain? Luo Xinghe shook his head and said quickly, Sister Qingyang, why are you in such a hurry to climb the mountain? We are close anyway, so it doesn't matter if we go later. What did you say? Ji Yuqingyan smiled directly, Little fool, do you know how difficult it is to climb Chuxia mountain? Many people climbed it in the afternoon of the previous day, climbed until midnight, and then slept directly on the mountain, and went down the next day. Do you want to sleep on the mountain tonight? Upon hearing this, Luo Xinghe suddenly came to his senses. Is Chuxia mountain that high? Ji Yuqingyan lifted the quilt and went down to wash up. It's not that it's high, it's mainly difficult to climb. You're from Hecheng, how could you not have climbed the famous Chuxia mountain? Luo Xinghe shook his head. No, I have heard of it. But I am not interested in conquering any high mountains. All right, hurry up and wake up your roommates. We'll leave right after we finish eating and try to be back before 6 p.m. I'll take you to the city for some barbecue. Luo Xinghe has no interest in mountain climbing, but he is very interested in barbecue. He immediately climbed out of bed, went out in his pajamas and called Jiang Chuan and the other two. More than 30 minutes later, everyone was ready. After having breakfast on the first floor, they got into the G-class that Ji Yuqingyan drove out of the garage and set off. After all, you still have to drive off-road to go up the mountain. Ji Yuqingyan wore a set of mountaineering clothes and sportswear today, and also prepared a trekking pole for each of Luo Xinghe and the others. At this time, Jiang Chuan still said stubbornly, a real man never needs this kind of thing. After more than half an hour's drive, the car completely left the city and entered the vast mountains. More than 10 minutes later, the ticket office of Chuxia Mountain appeared in front of everyone. This ticket office is a unique blend of modern and classical architectural styles. The large glass curtain wall makes the interior space exceptionally transparent and bright, like a container of light. Standing in the square in front of the ticket office, you can vaguely catch a glimpse of the beautiful scenery of Chuxia Mountain just by looking up. The rolling mountains are like a sleeping dragon, its huge body looming in the misty clouds, mysterious and majestic. The vegetation on the mountain is extremely lush, with layers of green trees, as if the mountain was covered with a green brocade robe. Looking closely, the pine trees stand on the top of the mountain like tall and straight guards. The willow trees look like graceful girls, with branches swaying in the wind. The colorful leaves sway gently in the gentle breeze. In the stream, round stones are clearly visible, and occasionally small fish and shrimps can be seen swimming among them, adding a bit of vitality. The stream sings all their way, adding a bit of agility and softness to their majestic Chuxia Mountain, making it both hard and soft, full of charm. Luo Xinghe parked the car and told everyone that she had bought the tickets. Then they passed through the entrance together and entered Chuxia Mountain. Arriving at the foot of Chuxia Mountain, everyone looked up and saw the rolling Chuxia Mountain looming in the clouds, like a slowly unfolding ink painting. "Oh my god, it's so beautiful!" Liu Ziming exclaimed. Jiang Chuan leaned sideways, putting a lot of his weight on the trekking pole. "I'm tired." Luo Xinghe said, "No, you're tired before we even start climbing." Jiang Chuan, "Oh, I shouldn't have come earlier." Hearing this, Liu Ziming grabbed Jiang Chuan by the collar and pulled him forward. "If you don't exercise, you will be paralyzed in bed. Go." Hey, this is school bullying," Jiang Chuan said. Soon, Liu Ziming pulled Jiang Chuan away. Luo Xinghe, wearing a straw sun hat, said to Luo Xinghe, "Xinghe, let's go too." "Okay." Luo Xinghe, Luo Xinghe, and Zhao Jiaxing climbed up the mountain together. The trees in the mountains are lush and green, with colorful wild flowers scattered among them. When the breeze blows, the rich fragrance of flowers fills your nose, making you feel relaxed and happy. The mountain climbing journey officially began, and what was unexpected was that the person at the front was actually Luo Xinghe. She walked with vigorous and powerful steps, like a warrior charging ahead, leading the team. Luo Xinghe tried his best to follow closely, and although he was out of breath after a while, he still gritted his teeth and persisted stubbornly. Liu Ziming pulled Jiang Chuan's arm, and Zhao Jiaxing pushed Jiang Chuan's school bag from behind. Although the climbing time was not very long, Jiang Chuan's face had already turned visibly red. No, please spare me," Jiang Chuan said. Liu Ziming said, "Look at Xinghe, he is still persisting in order to catch up with Sister Jiu, but you gave up easily before you had climbed for long. If Su Yuqing came with you, wouldn't she laugh at you for being a thin dog?" "Who is the thin dog?" Upon hearing this, the listless Jiang Chuan stood up straight instantly. Seeing that his provocation was effective, Liu Ziming continued, "You are a thin dog." "Bullshit." Jiang Chuan suddenly became angry, shook off Liu Ziming's arm, and actually started jogging on the uphill section. Zhao Jiaxing couldn't help but sigh, "Mingzi, your words are more effective than chicken blood." After climbing for a while, everyone came to an observation deck. The view here is extremely broad. Looking into the distance, you can see the mountains in the distance one after another, and their winding stream is like a silver ribbon, winding through the mountains. The sunlight shines on the surface of the stream, making the waves sparkle and sparkle. "It's so beautiful, let's take a picture here," Luo Xinghe suggested decisively. Everyone nodded in agreement and got into position. At this time, Luo Xinghe walked to Luo Xinghe and gently put his arms around her waist. Luo Xinghe turned her head, pursed her lips, and made a gesture as if she wanted to kiss him. With the crisp sound of the shutter, this beautiful moment was frozen forever. As we continued forward, the mountain road became increasingly steep and difficult to navigate. Luo Xinghe and the other three gradually lost strength, their steps became heavier, and their breathing became as rapid as if they were pulling a bellows. Luo Xinghe noticed his abnormality and immediately stopped, turned around and looked at Luo Xinghe, her eyes full of heartache and concern, and said softly, "Okay, why don't we take a break?" Luo Xinghe raised his hand to wipe the dense beads of sweat on his forehead and nodded. Jiang Chuan sat on the stairs leading up the mountain, beads of sweat dripping down. Even Liu Ziming couldn't stand it anymore. Chapter 42 Kiss Me, on the top of Chuxia. At this moment, Jiyu Qingyang was the only one in the audience who was sweating a little, which showed how extraordinary her physical fitness was. Jiyu Qingyang walked up to Luo Xinghe and gently wiped the sweat off his face. She then pulled Luo Xinghe to sit down on the rock next to them, then took out a bottle of water and some snacks from her backpack and handed them to him. Come, eat something to replenish your energy, Jiyu Qingyang said softly. Luo Xinghe took the food and shared it with Liu Ziming and the others. Several people ate and rested at the same time. Breathing in the fresh mountain air, Jiyu Qingyang felt a lot less stressed and her mood naturally improved as well. On weekdays, she never showed any signs of being stressed. But in fact, Luo Xinghe knew very well how much energy it took to manage such a large enterprise, but Jiyu Qingyang never showed it. In the distant mountains, a few birds spread their wings and fly high. After resting for more than 10 minutes, everyone continued on their way. However, before he had walked far, Luo Xinghe suddenly slipped, lost his balance, and almost fell. Jiyu Qingyang was quick-witted and quick-handed. She quickly reached out her hand, grabbed him firmly, and protected him behind her. Be careful, don't rush, walk slowly. Jiyu Qingyang frowned slightly and said seriously and concernedly. Luo Xinghe was still in shock, and nodded with lingering fear, yes, thank you Sister Qingyang. At this moment, he was like a frightened deer, holding Jiyu Qingyang's hand tightly, not daring to relax even a little. At this moment, Jiang Chuan, who was walking behind, shouted at the top of his voice, Xinghe, you better be careful, don't fall down. Luo Xinghe responded loudly, don't worry, it was just an accident. Jiyu Qingyang glanced back at Jiang Chuan and said with a smile, don't just stand there and make sarcastic remarks. Hurry up and catch up. As the altitude increases, the air becomes thinner and climbing becomes more difficult. Luo Xinghe's strength was running out again, and every step he took seemed extremely heavy. Jiyu Qingyang said, I will supervise you to strengthen your physical exercise in the future. You are not as strong as me. Luo Xinghe was dissatisfied and said, it depends on where you are. If you are at home. Before Luo Xinghe could finish his words, Jiyu Qingyang covered his mouth. You little bastard, you can't control your mouth, no matter where you are. What are you afraid of? Luo Xinghe looked back and saw that Jiang Chuan and the other two had not caught up yet. Afterwards, Jiyu Qingyang took Luo Xinghe's hand, held it tightly, and led him to climb up step by step firmly. Her palms are delicate and warm, conveying an endless sense of security. Under Jiyu Qingyang's guidance, Luo Xinghe felt much more relaxed. Although he was still out of breath, his steps became more firm. After a difficult climb, they finally reached the top of Chuxia Mountain at around 11 o'clock in the afternoon. The scenery in front of you is breathtakingly beautiful. As far as the eye can see, endless mountains are in sight, and the mountains are shrouded in clouds and mist, like a fairyland on earth. The sunlight penetrates the clouds, refracting colorful light, like a dream. The city in the distance is looming in the hazy fog, like a beautiful painting. Wow, this is so spectacular! Jiang Chuan shouted excitedly. Liu Ziming's face flushed with excitement and he said loudly, their hard work along their way is really worth it. Zhao Jiaxing stood quietly by the side, admiring the beautiful scenery before him, with a satisfied smile on his face. Luo Xinghe and Jiyu Qingyang stood side by side on the edge of the mountain top, the breeze gently blowing through their hair. At this moment, he carefully and gently hugged Jiyu Qingyang's waist from behind, his body trembling slightly. Jiyu Qingyang slowly turned around, put her arms around Luo Xinghe's neck, her eyes affectionate and focused. Kiss me, on top of the autumn clouds. Luo Xinghe kissed Jiyu Qingyang's lips without hesitation. A gentle breeze blew past, lifting their clothes. At this time, Jiang Chuan and the other two who were still admiring the scenery at the railing turned their heads and saw Luo Xinghe and Jiyu Qingyang kissing each other. The good mood of the three people suddenly became bad. Jiang Chuan said, we still have to eat dog food when we reach the top of the mountain. Liu Ziming, I feel like I'm full without having to eat lunch. At this moment, Zhao Jiaxing said in surprise, you are full, then give me the package of fresh shrimp and fish noodles in your school bag. Go to hell. Liu Ziming said immediately. After a while, Luo Xinghe and Jiyu Qingyang stopped kissing. A few people had lunch at the restaurant on the top of the mountain, and at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, they started to go down the mountain. Although their way down the mountain is relatively easy, you still need to be extra careful. Ji Qingyang always held Luo Xinghe's hand tightly, reminding him to pay attention to the road conditions at all times. Luo Xinghe felt the warmth from Ji Qingyang's palm, and his heart was filled with warmth and peace of mind. As they walked, Luo Xinghe suddenly caught a glimpse of a gorgeous wild flower blooming on the side of the road. His eyes lit up instantly, and he gently let go of Ji Qingyang's hand and trotted over to pick the flower. "Sister Qingyang, this is for you." Luo Xinghe handed the flowers to Ji Qingyang with a shy and sweet smile on his face. Ji Qingyang took the flower, put it to her nose and sniffed it gently. A happy smile appeared on her face, and she said, "It smells so good." After that, she pinned the flower next to Luo Xinghe's ear and said, "You look especially good wearing it." Luo Xinghe's face turned red instantly, as red as a ripe apple. At this moment, Liu Ziming ran over from behind, and seeing Luo Xinghe's appearance, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Xinghe, your look is so unique." Luo Xinghe lowered his head somewhat embarrassedly and subconsciously wanted to take the flowers down. Ji Qingyang stretched out her hand to stop him and said, "Don't take it off, it looks pretty good." As she said this, she looked at Liu Ziming in feigned anger and said, "Student, if you laugh again, leave your student number and I will give you extra credits when I get back." Seeing this, Liu Ziming quickly shut his mouth and ran away in shame. Everyone rested as they walked. Since their way up the mountain and their way down the mountain were not the same, their way down the mountain was farther from the parking lot. Before we knew it, the sun was setting and the sky was dyed a brilliant red. At this time, the 5 people finally returned to the foot of the mountain safely. Ji Qingyang drove out of the parking lot. Luo Xinghe and the other 2 were so tired that they fell asleep as soon as they got in the car. More than an hour later, the car drove out of the mountains and started heading towards the prosperous area of Hechen. Because Ji Qingyang had promised to treat them to a barbecue tonight, and she definitely couldn't go back on her word. Moreover, they had just finished climbing the mountain and had not eaten well at noon, so these guys must have consumed a lot of physical energy. It would be good to have a barbecue to replenish their energy. At 6:30 in the evening, Ji Qingyang parked the car at the comprehensive shopping mall in Hechen. Unfastening her seat belt, she shook Luo Xinghe gently. Xinghe, we're here." Luo Xinghe opened his eyes and looked at the tall buildings in front of him in confusion. "Where are we, Sister Qingyang?" "We've arrived at the barbecue place." "Hurry up and wake them up so we can get off the car and eat." Chapter 43 Barbecue. Everyone took the elevator to the top floor of the shopping mall. The popular barbecue restaurant that Ji Qingyang mentioned already had a queue of people forming in front of the door. Jiang Chuan laughed awkwardly and said, "It seems that this barbecue restaurant is quite popular." Luo Xinghe whispered, "It's okay, we can wait a while." Gurgle. Before Liu Ziming could say anything, his stomach had already answered for him. After climbing the mountain for a whole day and exerting high physical strength, he felt that if he didn't eat, he would turn into a puddle of mud and fall to the ground. At this moment, a waiter in a suit suddenly came out of the store. She looked at the door and then walked towards Ji Qingyang. "Hello, are you Ms. Ji Qingyang?" Ji Qingyang nodded. The waiter then said, "Our boss has reserved a seat for you. Please take a seat inside the store." "Thank you." Ji Qingyang took Luo Xinghe's hand and said to Jiang Chuan and the other 2, "Let's go and have dinner." Then he walked into the restaurant neatly. At that moment, Jiang Chuan and the other 2 thought that Ji Qingyang was extremely handsome. There are even preferential treatments for meals. As soon as you open the door of the shop, a rich and mellow aroma of meat hits your nose, which is a mixture of the burnt aroma of charcoal fire and the aroma of various seasonings. The restaurant was bustling with activity, with diners' laughter and chatter mixing together. The warm yellow light falls on every corner like a veil, adding a sense of warmth and romance to the entire space, making people feel comfortable and cozy, as if they are in a warm little world. The waiter enthusiastically led them to a private and spacious table, handed them the menu and said with a smile, "Do you need anything?" Ji Qingyang didn't even look at the menu and said directly, "Let's do it the old way." Okay, the waiter obviously knew what the dish was, and walked away after receiving the instructions. After a while, the waiters brought out all the dishes including marinated pork belly, marbled beef, chicken wings, squid, etc. At this time, Liu Ziming's eyes were shining with hunger. He felt like he could eat a whole pig. Now that the dishes are served, the next step is to grill and eat them. Luo Xinghe and the other 3 acted as if they had never seen meat before. As soon as the meat was put on the baking tray, they took it away. Moreover, his eyes were fixed on the oven in the middle, and he never put down the chopsticks in his hand. If Jiu Qingyang hadn't been here, the four of them would probably have to go to the hospital for drip tonight because the barbecue was not cooked through. After eating meat for more than 10 minutes, the offensive of the four men weakened a little. Jiu Qingyang grilled the meat while serving it to Luo Xinghe. Eat slowly. Luo Xinghe nodded, obviously having only eaten half his fill. Just as everyone was fighting, a man in a suit and glasses walked over. As soon as he arrived, he clasped his fists and spoke to Jiu Qingyang. "Oh, Miss Jiu, you came to eat with us, it really makes our little shop shine." "Chen Guanghui, be serious," Jiu Qingyang said. Chen Guanghui, Jiu Qingyang's classmate, came from a well-off family, but he was a poor student in college. Chen Guanghui pushed up his glasses and smiled. "Isn't it a pleasure to see an old classmate? How is it? The taste of our food hasn't deteriorated, has it?" Jiu Qingyang shook her head. "No, it's still as delicious as before." That's good, Chen Guanghui rubbed his hands, obviously having something to say that he was embarrassed to say. Jiu Qingyang noticed it out of the corner of her eye, but still didn't react. Because she knew that this boy was notoriously shameless in college, and if there was really something, he would definitely tell it. Qingyang, I have something to ask you." "Speak." Jiu Qingyang put a piece of freshly roasted meat on Luo Xinghe's plate and said coldly. He, Chen Guanghui said with a sly smile. "Alas, I'm a little embarrassed to say it out loud." "Then stop talking." Jiu Qingyang stopped Chen Guanghui from speaking. Because she knew Chen Guanghui a little bit, he usually did this to borrow money. "Don't do that," Chen Guanghui said, "I still have to explain the matter. It's actually very simple. I want to open a branch, but I'm short of money. Boss Jiu, what do you think?" Hey, Jiu Qingyang stopped Chen Guanghui before he could finish his words. "I brought them here to have dinner today, don't talk about work. Also, if you want to cooperate with the group, go to the company, don't look for me. Oh, the total amount is 1 million or 800,000. We don't even need to report it to the group. Director Jiu, it's more than enough for you to take it all by yourself," Chen Guanghui said with a grin. After hearing this, Luo Xinghe and the other three also understood what this person was here for. He looked up and shouted, "Boss, your food is not fresh." "What?" Chen Guanghui, who was talking to Jiu Qingyang, became nervous upon hearing this. "I buy these vegetables on the same day and sell them on the same day, how can they not be fresh?" Luo Xinghe picked up a piece of green vegetable and said to Chen Guanghui, "Look, there is a wormhole on it." Chen Guanghui leaned over to take a look, and sure enough, there was an irregular small hole on the leaf. It looked like an insect bite. "Hey, this, what's going on?" Chen Guanghui was very surprised, because he is very strict in controlling the dishes. Logically, this kind of mistake should not happen. Luo Xinghe said, "So, boss, you should solve the quality problem first, and then talk about opening a branch." "Wait a minute, I'll go ask the purchasing department right away." Chen Guanghui picked up the leaves with 2 fingers, turned around and walked towards the kitchen. After 2 steps, he turned back and said, "Your table is free." Jiu Qingyang smiled and shook her head. Seeing the boss leave, Luo Xinghe put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth and said, "I'm full." Jiang Chuan and the other 2 also leaned back in their chairs, apparently too exhausted to move. "Okay, let's go." Jiu Qingyang stood up and went to the service desk to settle the bill. After they walked out of the restaurant, Liu Ziming burped comfortably. Afterwards, Jiu Qingyang sent Jiang Chuan and the other 2 back to school, and she and Luo Xinghe drove home. On their way, Jiu Qingyang turned around and asked Luo Xinghe, "Why did you bite a small hole in that leaf?" Luo Xinghe smiled and said, "So, Sister Qingyang, you figured out that it was me who bit it." Jiu Qingyang said, "That doesn't look like a bug bite at first glance, and Chen Guanghui is a man who always works seriously, how could he make such a mistake?" Luo Xinghe admitted generously, "Who asked him to make things difficult for you? We are going to have a meal. How can we ask others to lend us money at that time? How can we eat the meal?" Hearing Luo Xinghe's words, Jiu Qingyang smiled. She knew that Luo Xinghe was trying to help her out. Chen Guanghui is a pretty good guy, and his barbecue is really good, otherwise I wouldn't have brought you there to eat. "I know," Luo Xinghe said, lowering his head. But the hole you bit with your little mouth is really similar. If I don't look carefully, I can't tell anything, har har. Chapter 44, 10 Gin of Tea. I was just thinking out of a rush, Luo Xinghe said blushingly. Besides, I was trying to help you out, so how could you talk to your benefactor like that, Sister Qingyang? You're my benefactor, har har. Jiu Qingyang smiled again. Okay, I won't laugh at you anymore, okay? I'll reward you with a kiss when I get home. That's more like it. While the two were talking, Luo Xinghe's cell phone suddenly rang. He took it out and saw that it was a call from his father. After the call was connected, Luo Jiang's deep voice said calmly, "Hello, son, does Qingyang have time tomorrow? Can she come back?" Luo Xinghe sighed. It seemed that his father cared a lot about whether Sister Qingyang could attend their family dinner at the weekend. I can come back, Dad. Didn't I tell you everything? Hey, brat, your dad needs to confirm more. What's with your attitude? Are you impatient? A little bit, Luo Xinghe joked. Damn it, that brat is rebelling against you, and now he's even annoying your dad. Luo Jiang shouted on the phone. On the other side of the phone, Jiu Qingyang cleared her throat and said, "Dad, we will definitely go back tomorrow." Luo Jiang, who was yelling just now, immediately calmed down when he heard his daughter-in-law's voice. Hey, okay, Qingyang, then you guys come back early tomorrow, and I'll make you something delicious. I want to eat chopped pepper fish head, Luo Xinghe interrupted. Shut up, you have no right to speak, Luo Jiang treated her differently. Qingyang, what do you want to eat? Tell uncle. No, tell dad. I can do anything, Jiu Qingyang said while driving. Just remember to ask the aunt at home to make a chopped pepper fish head for Luo Xinghe. Okay, give the phone to Xinghe. I want to tell him something. Hearing this, Luo Xinghe put the phone to his ear. What's wrong, Dad? Do you have any instructions? Did you take to heart what I told you? What's the matter? Luo Xinghe frowned. As far as he could remember, his father had never asked him to help with anything. You little brat, it's about your father and I holding our grandchildren. Seeing that Luo Xinghe didn't take it seriously, Luo Jiang was immediately furious and said, Your eldest brother only knows how to do scientific research, and your second sister is busy with live streaming and selling goods and can't come back. The incense of our old Luo family depends on you and Qingyang. Can you pay more attention? If you don't give birth to me, how will I explain to your mother after I die? Luo Jiang said a lot of gibberish, and Luo Xinghe's ears were calloused from listening. I know, Dad, you can't rush this matter, otherwise you should find me a stepmother and give birth to a child yourself. Nonsense, you little brat, you keep talking nonsense. Luo Jiang was still yelling on the phone, but Luo Xinghe had already moved the phone away from his ear. That's it, Dad. I have something else to do, so I'll hang up first. Beep, beep, beep. After a busy tone, Luo Xinghe hung up the phone. Jiu Qingyang turned her head and asked, Is our father asking for a child again? Luo Xinghe sighed, It's the same thing every day. She says that if she doesn't have the baby, she won't be able to explain to my mother. It's like she's accomplished a mission. Jiu Qingyang turned the steering wheel and the car deviated from the track home. Hey, Sister Qingyang, where are you going? Let's buy something and go back. We can't go back empty-handed. Jiu Qingyang said, It's still early and the supermarket is still open. Let's go and come back quickly. Luo Xinghe nodded, as if this was the truth. Fortunately, Jiu Qingyang did not leave the city and was not far from the nearby supermarket. It took her a few minutes to arrive in front of a supermarket and park her car. The two of them walked into the supermarket. Hello, would you like to take a look at the laundry detergent? It's on sale. Shampoo is on sale at a low price. At the entrance of the supermarket, several commodities on sale were displayed like a small mountain, and several sales staff were trying their best to sell them. Jiu Qingyang actually doesn't go to the supermarket very often because she has a personal secretary and Jamar. They usually prepare what Jiu Qingyang wants. Let's pull a small cart, Luo Xinghe said. Jiu Qingyang nodded, and Luo Xinghe pulled one out from the neatly stacked carts, and the two of them pushed it into the supermarket. Passing through the special sales area at the entrance, the two came to the healthcare area. Facing a dazzling array of health products, Jiu Qingyang frowned and asked, Which one do you think Dad would like? Luo Xinghe shook his head, pulled Jiu Qingyang out of the healthcare area, and went into the tea area. Dad will definitely like this. If you buy him some tea, he will definitely be very happy. Luo Xinghe thought about it and agreed. The two of them looked around the tea area, and a salesperson quickly came forward and asked, "Handsome guy and beautiful girl, are you here to choose tea? Do you need me to recommend any to you?" Luo Xinghe didn't drink much tea, but several senior executives in the group were big fans of tea, so she only knew a little about it. As for Luo Xinghe, he only knew what oriental leaves were and knew nothing about tea. "Then please introduce it to us," said Luo Xinghe. The salesperson's eyes lit up. He saw that Luo Xinghe was well spoken and had a very beautiful appearance. At first glance, she was obviously a lady from a wealthy family. It would be cheap to recommend cheap tea to such people. He pulled her directly to their high-end tea area and began to introduce, "Beautiful lady, handsome man, these are all high-end teas in our store. Look at this Westlake Longjing, it is authentic Lincheng Longjing, picked from the core production area. The tea leaves are flat and smooth, the color is tender green and shiny, the aroma is fresh and noble, the taste is fresh and mellow, the brewed tea soup is clear and bright, the taste is definitely the best tea, especially suitable for elders, it shows class." As the salesperson spoke, he carefully picked up a small bag of Longjing tea and showed it to the two of them. Then he pointed to a box of tea next to him and continued to introduce, "There is also this Jin Junmai, which is made entirely of carefully selected first spring buds and is carefully made by experienced tea masters. It has a small and compact shape, with golden tea leaves, a golden soup color, a sweet and smooth taste, a long and strong aroma, and a unique floral and fruity aroma. It is also very resistant to brewing. If your father loves tea, he will definitely like this one." Luo Xinghe was a little confused when listening to these introductions. He secretly glanced at Luo Xinghe, who nodded slightly, as if she was really considering these teas. Luo Xinghe whispered to Luo Xinghe, "I think my dad will like this tea." Luo Xinghe smiled gently and said to the salesperson, "Well, you introduced it in great detail. These products are all very good. Please give me 10 kilograms as well. And please help me pack them. I want to give them away as gifts." The salesperson was stunned for a moment when he heard this. 10 kilograms. "Miss, did you say 10 kilograms? Chapter 45 Luo Xinghe. Luo Xinghe raised her eyebrows slightly and asked, "Yes, it is 10 kilograms. Why, is it that I want too little?" Luo Xinghe whispered to Luo Xinghe, "Yes, it's too much. People buy high-end tea by the gram, not by the kilogram." "It's okay," Luo Xinghe waved her hand, "it's okay if there are more. The more the better. That's all." The salesperson came back to his senses and waved his hands hurriedly, with an even more attentive smile on his face. No problem, it's just that we need so much at once, so we have to prepare a little bit, and we have to make sure that the ones we pick out for you are of excellent quality. How about this, you go somewhere else first, and wait for us to carefully pack the tea leaves, then come back to get them after you go around the supermarket, so that you can check them out." Luo Xinghe nodded, and then said to the salesperson, "Okay, let's do as you say." Okay, don't worry, I guarantee it will be done for you as quickly as possible." The salesperson responded while hurriedly asking the clerk to prepare the tea and packaging. Luo Xinghe and Luo Xinghe went to other areas of the supermarket, and she even bought gifts for Luo Xinghe's second sister and eldest brother. By the time the two came back from a walk around the supermarket, the sales staff in the tea section had already prepared the tea. I saw several shop assistants carrying boxes of beautifully packaged tea coming over, and the salesperson followed behind with a smile on his face. "Beautiful lady, handsome man, the tea has been prepared according to your requirements, and each box is packaged properly. Do you like it?" Luo Xinghe stood up, took a look, and nodded. "Well, it looks okay, that's all." The salesperson quickly reminded her, "Beautiful lady, these teas are all high-quality teas. You ordered so much at once, so the price must be quite high. It's okay. I have enough money, but we still need you to help carry all this tea to the cashier." Of course. The salesperson did not expect to get such a big order when selling tea. He roughly calculated that the tea could be sold for around 20,000 yuan. His commission for this deal was quite a bit, and facing such a big client, of course he had to help move the things. So, in front of everyone, Luo Xinghe and Luo Xinghe had the supermarket staff carry 10 kilograms of tea into the big G. After closing the trunk, the salesperson waved happily at Luo Xinghe and the others. The girl was driving a G-Class. Fortunately, I didn't ignore her just now, the salesperson thought. But this girl's face looks a little familiar, as if I have seen her somewhere. Where is it? The salesperson couldn't quite remember. On the other side, Jiyu Qingyang and Luo Xinghe returned home and placed the newly bought gifts in the car. Because the tea leaves are too heavy, there is no need to bring them in, and they will have to be moved back up tomorrow, so it is better to just leave them in the car. The two returned to their villa tiredly, said hello to Aunt Zhao, and went straight upstairs. They were so tired today that neither of them had any other thoughts. They took a shower early and went into bed. The two originally wanted to chat for a while, but they were too tired and fell asleep as soon as they lay down. When I woke up, it was already Sunday morning. As expected, Luo Xinghe's legs were very painful. This is the result of a sudden massive amount of exercise. Although Jiyu Qingyang also felt unwell, it was nothing compared to Luo Xinghe's condition. After breakfast, the two drove to Luo Xinghe's house. I haven't been home for a week. If I say I miss going home, then I really don't miss it. Because Jiyu Qingyang took such good care of him, Luo Xinghe simply treated Jiyu Qingyang's home as his own. After all, Jiyu Qingyang also encouraged Luo Xinghe to treat this place as his own home. On the way, Jiyu Qingyang casually asked Luo Xinghe about his second sister. Your second sister is called Luo Xinghe, right? Luo Xinghe looked at Jiyu Qingyang in surprise. Sister Qingyang, you even know this, you won't investigate my sister, right? Hearing this, Jiyu Qingyang shook her head. Your sister and I are not business competitors, why would I investigate your sister? It's just that I've met your sister a few times before and have had a taste of her, well, style. Puff. When Luo Xinghe heard this, he knew why Jiyu Qingyang was silent for a while. Because his own sister is a notorious tomboy. Short hair, earrings, and no to wearing skirts. Her favorite idol is Hua Mulan, and she often says at home, who says women are inferior to men. A typical career woman, she left home right after graduating from university and went to Hangzhou to do live streaming. The style that Jiyu Qingyang was talking about should be her elder sister's tomboy temperament. My sister was the big sister in school back then. Other students didn't call me by my name when they saw me. They just called me Xingyue's younger brother. It's just that my sister's rebellious character really makes my father angry. Luo Xinghe recalled the past. What about your eldest brother? Jiyu Qingyang continued to ask. She wanted to learn more about their family situation before she arrived at Luo Xinghe's house. Luo Xinghe frowned. My eldest brother, it seems that the last time I saw him was at the beginning of this year. My eldest brother was obsessed with experiments and couldn't extricate himself. I heard that he was noticed by a professor and is now doing research in Beijing. Oh, it seems that there is no idle person in your family. Jiyu Qingyang said with a smile. Luo Xinghe shook his head. If you talk about idle people, then I am definitely one. I can't compare with my eldest brother in terms of study, and I can't compare with my second sister in terms of independence. To be honest, before I met you, Sister Qingyang, my wish was to rely on my father's money and live a plain life. What happened after you met me? Jiyu Qingyang asked. Of course I hope to spend my whole life with you. Okay, then this is also one of my wishes. Luo Xinghe was surprised. Sister Qingyang, you have other wishes. Could it be that you have other men outside? What are you talking about? Jiyu Qingyang grabbed the steering wheel with one hand and used the other hand to pinch Luo Xinghe's thigh hard. Luo Xinghe cried out in pain. My other wish, of course, is to run the group well for my father and continue the educational career that he has not completed. Speaking of this, Jiyu Qingyang became obviously serious, and it seemed that she had a deep relationship with her father. I believe you, Sister Qingyang. Luo Xinghe said, you are so smart and capable. It is a blessing for our family to have met you. That's why I said you are not an idle person either, Jiyu Qingyang said jokingly. Luo Xinghe obviously heard the hidden meaning. You mean, because I got married with you, I won't become an idler in our family? Yeah, Jiyu Qingyang said with a wicked smile. P.S. Only one update, to be made up tomorrow.